Apple ahead of their earnings report coming up later in the week. So Apple moving around. I mean, here's Google. Everyone remembers what happened back on Thursday after the close. Friday ends up being a bit of a non-event. We just sold off and then kind of went sideways for the rest of the day, but might be just a continuation move here. A bit of a grind downside.
Yeah, a quick breather, Brendo, after making all-time highs there on Google. So good look for them. Apple also discussing a possible collaboration here with OpenAI. They want to include some of the features that OpenAI has launched with their new ChatGPT service on the new iteration of the iPhone, or so it is being reported. So a good look there. And as Brendo mentioned, Bernstein giving Apple the nod with a 195 price target, though. So below that 200 level that we've been looking at for the past few months. So we'll have to keep eyes on that, up nicely in the pre-market, though.
Yeah, big moves for big tech early on. Here's another one moving around this morning. Sofi, it's down a little bit on the week, but if you zoom in a little bit, they report in the pre-market this morning. Hasn't really done anything directionally speaking. I mean, we test 8.5, we test 7.5, and now we're kind of back in the range. But Sofi earnings, fan favorite as well, guys.
Fan favorite. That's a fan favorite because everyone's into them, or at least a lot of people on our program are into them. But we famously were looking at this one a quarter ago relative to Robinhood, and at the time they were very similar. And some things have changed. Robinhood went up. SoFi did absolutely nothing for the last 4 months. I mean, okay, fine, there was a move up, and it's come all the way back in. It's unfortunate. They're down like 3.7%, but I was looking at if you look at their numbers like month over month and quarter over quarter, it's like all phases of the business have slowing growth. So even where there is growth in financial services, it's like it's slowing the pace of that growth. And as a matter of fact, they have declines in lending. So yeah, the trend, I hate to say it as a shareholder, doesn't look the best for SoFi. That said, sometimes when it gaps up, the stock gives it up. So today, if it's going to do that the opposite of what you think, the $7 level looks like it. I mean, it's been support for quite some time. I kind of feel like if we get down there, that's your Alamo or your line in the sand, or for lack of a better word.
Beating 1 cent a share, better than -5.
Well, they're closed. The Gardner.
Okay. Oh man, 760. It just doesn't look super good here for SoFi, unfortunately. I said the same thing as soon as I came in. I saw it on our watch list, and I said, oh God, they're not going to be happy with SoFi because it was down. It started the day half decent, nice move up into 850, and then just a fade, fade, fade. So for me, SoFi, yeah, I mean, back into this level, 750, 755. I think you want to buy it if we can, but I mean, off the open, it's going to be pretty volatile. I just kind of like this area down here. I don't want to get it. I mean, if it gets to 7, then you're down like 10+%. So I don't know if we get that low, but I don't know if I'm going to be trading SoFi today. But probably a good swing long if you can get down here. Let the earnings and everybody figure it out. Comes back into $7, possible buy back to 8.50 if things go well. I mean, I think the days of us thinking that SoFi is going to moon again might be over for now. So let's. I'm going to be patient with SoFi, but yeah, I mean, now that I'm looking at it, 14 million shares. I mean, that's nice. Normally you would fade it back up to VWAP, but I kind of want to go long the name. I was going to say like shorting it into 790 is good if you like to play short. I think with the NASDAQ up 0.3, the ES up 0.2, I'm feeling good vibes today. I kind of feel long, so I don't know. I'd rather go long SoFi. So let's see how close to 7 we can get and if we can pull the trigger down there.
Huh. We were just talking about DPZ here. I just noticed Domino's up monstrous here this morning. This thing's $500. Crazy. Jeez. Just double checking. Is there earnings call on? Yeah, there's some. Yeah, there is. Okay, so that makes more sense. There's some comments coming through here. It's very thinly traded, but up nicely here to 530, 545 coming off their report here. Q1 same-store sales beating estimates, surpasses sales expectations on promotions, forecast topping as well. So yeah, huge.
Yeah, it's a good look. I mean, who can complain about this? Earnings climbed 20%. That's your take-home money. Revenue rose also 6%, over $1 billion now. They're printing on the quarter. Same-store sales, which are the stores that were opened more than a year ago, 5.6% growth, and they're looking at revamping some of their menu items here, Brendo. So we'll have to keep an eye on that.
What's your go-to pizza place?
Extra cheese, extra pepperoni. Super simple.
Domino's?
Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
Really? Okay. There's a place on, it's actually just off of Queen, but north of Brooklyn, Queen West in Toronto. That's
How about you?
that's the same.
Same thing?
Same.
Nice.
Nice looking day to start here, guys, for Domino's.
Yeah. I mean, our go-to since COVID was like making.
Brendan doesn't get
make our
Brendan
own.
doesn't get extra cheese on it.
But extra cheese. I'm the other way. I'm like.
Less cheese?
I'm like a little bit less cheese, but I want more sauce. Like I'm a sauce guy. Like I love the sauce.
Okay.
So like that's kind of the way
I
I
see. That's funny because I order less sauce. That's so crazy. That's funny how
Everybody
that works.
get the pie how you want.
Yeah,
with
man.
some exceptions, obviously.
Yeah.
Some things.
As long as it has pineapple on it. We've discussed this a couple of times.
Did I tell you, Narius?
I just saw a couple minutes ago. Yeah.
And the funny thing about it is he did it just to do. Like a friend of mine, we went
did
up
it
to
'cause he likes
we
it.
went to the Jays game on Friday, and we went out to like Boston Pizza before, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna get pineapple on my pizza." And he looked at me when he ordered it. Like, okay, whatever. Like, do your thing. But he did it just to egg me on. Basically.
Yeah. And plus, he likes it. He likes it.
Yeah.
He does like it.
So he says.
Yeah. I mean, so yeah, so a lot of people say.
But Domino's is
no,
great.
Domino's is, I mean, that story continues to be amazing. To me, the story that works, we've talked about this, you know, on earnings when Chipotle was near that 3,000. I didn't even know, this was before the earnings call. I was just like, Chipotle's taking out that 3,000, and then it's gone because we still have a June 14th or something vote for the split, which will be approved. And then I think it was 250 to 1 or something, bringing this name way back in. So options will be able to play it. It'll be amazing to trade, I feel like. I mean, maybe it won't be. I don't know about the volume. We have Starbucks, I believe, reporting this week. So, you know, with Domino's Pizza, McDonald's also coming through. I think Starbucks has been beat up a little bit there to the downside with obvious China worries. We're now getting some of that back in with Tesla seeming to be flying on good China stories. Apple obviously beat up on China as well. This is just another one of those names that I think can report well. You're going to get Domino's reporting well, Chipotle reporting well. I think Starbucks can, following McDonald's, which is, I think, tomorrow or something. So we have a couple good reports coming through. I like Starbucks down here. I just think it would be nicer to get it a little lower, but nice little whoosh up here for Starbucks. No volume today, but a name to keep on radar heading into this week.
I think it was June was the is a
That was the
investor
release
meeting
date.
coming up in June. Let me know when our guest is with us, guys, and we can. We're going to have Andy Lindoff from Trade Ideas come through this morning. Michael Noss had a doctor's appointment with his newborn, so taking the morning off. But he'll be back with us not only this afternoon, but later in the week as well. So Andy's going to jump on and touch on a few things. We're going to talk about Chinese ADRs with Andy as well. We were discussing this a little bit at the end of last week, how strong these have been quietly. You know, there hasn't really been a lot in the way of a reason why, but a huge bounce back over the past few weeks here. I mean, EVs excluded from that. Separate catalyst for them this morning, but the Alibabas of the world having a nice month.
Alibaba up in the pre-market. The one that I've got my attention on today is Baidu, Brendo, because they have a deal with Tesla. They're going to give a lot of Tesla. They're going to give a lot of their navigation software and data to Tesla for their full self-driving, and it's up decidedly on the morning over 5% here, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. The mapping software, that's what I was trying to get to.
Yeah, I mean, Sean, you and I were talking about this on the weekend on the podcast, Tesla's full self-drive angle. Here's maybe the start, the test that everyone's been waiting for, the software side anyways, for, I mean, this is JD.com, but for Tesla anyways.
Yeah, I was looking at AMD here, trying to think about that long. Yeah, look, I mean, Tesla, I think we've liked the story. You know, earnings were bad, and I feel like we had discussed this already, and a lot of us already know that the EV market's been pretty weak as of late. But then Elon actually came and delivered the goods one more time. He told everybody that this is an AI play. This is, if you believe in the electrification, that's one thing. The second thing is everything else that they're working on. So right now, you know, we had seen that they'd license out their fully self-drive. Actually, this was one of the catalysts that I was saying for Tesla, was the fact that they're going to be able to license out all of their information. So that's not going to be happening in China. It's going to be huge. They have the robo-taxi. I think it's going to be a couple years away. We'll see how that goes, whether or not that's a huge success story will be, named to be seen. But again, China, India, hey, what's up, man? All these new markets, if they can get, Neil, a lower model, more reasonably priced.
Yeah, buddy.
I mean, I just think everybody's waiting for that. I just think that's what everyone's waiting for. Then you add in Optimus, you add in everything that Elon's doing, and he's now potentially going to win some part of this AI war again. So, I mean, yeah, I like Tesla.
You think about like the one place, like everywhere else in the world, they're leading in terms of getting data, vehicles on the road, and being able to get that data and being able to use it to get your automated driving where you want to. And then China's going to be that one place where they needed to make this step. So it's a huge piece. It's huge for them. And the truth is, I mean, you've heard lots of analysts always say about how, oh, its valuation's too high for a car company. Well, if you've been a believer in Tesla, then you've always believed that it was more than just a car company, because that's the only way you've ever justified the valuation they have. But Baidu, on the other hand, Baidu's up 5% on this. And I'm a little bit, unless this gets through like 110, like my gut would tell me, hey, are we just getting a little bit too much Tesla sympathy here? So if it can't get through the 110 level, that's just a bad dark pool wick up there. So ignore the fact that's the high of the day. But you have a gap up, and we've seen this story before where Chinese ADR gaps up, and then there's no buyers come the open. And it's already starting to fall a little bit here. So I'm a little bit skeptical that I want to buy this one at highs. But if it's breaking out 110 on the daily, that looks really good. So it'll be on the radar. I still feel like, the trading vehicle for us has been Alibaba in the Chinese ADR space. It's flat today, which I'd say is a little bit of a disappointment, but Baba made the run right into what looks like some resistance at the 77, 78 area. So it did that on Friday. Probably due for some consolidation. It did a pullback with that bounce off 75. If it can hold 75, I think that's going to be great. But Baba did that run last week where every day was a long, but it got all the way to the top essentially at 77, 78.
All right,
All right, there he is. Andy Lindoff with us, as mentioned, from Trade Ideas, sitting in for Michael Noss this morning. We appreciate you jumping on this morning,
you're
Andy.
welcome.
Good to see you. Let's talk about China here. There's been so much action and focus around big tech going through last week's earnings, more coming up this week. From a technical standpoint, though, some of these ADRs have been holding up pretty well here in a pretty sideways kind of choppy market.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Michael and all the other traders here will tell you how much I love trading China, because when these things get going, I mean, you can really get some nice returns on these. We're talking, 40, 50% in a week or two is not out of the question. So I love when they get going to be in the names. And we can talk about a few of the names coming up here. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, let's break down from a technical standpoint. Tell us a little bit about how you approach, narrowing down your focus specifically with some of these Chinese ADRs, and what it is you're looking for from a chart standpoint with each individual one here.
Well, yeah, I'm a big trend line. I love trend lines, and when they break the trend line, like a downward sloping trend line, especially in like a flag pattern or a wedge pattern, I'm really big on being in those. And the charts coming up will show you when you take a look at KWeb and FXI and some of the moves they had last week. And there's a couple that may be lagging. You guys have touched on a few. I think Alibaba and Baidu have really been lagging this sector, and there could be some really nice moves coming forward. We'll talk about those in here in a minute.
Sure. All right. Yeah. You mentioned FXI here from a daily standpoint. Explain maybe to everyone, this obviously representing a group of individual companies. So what are you saying?
Exactly. It represents the large caps. And if you take a look at the weekly here in FXI, and basically what I noticed back in January, there were massive inflows into the Chinese equity funds. As a matter of fact, I think it was the largest inflow since 2015. And you can see the volume down there at the bottom where I have the blue arrow. And that caught my attention. And since that time, I've been in and out of a lot of these China plays. I'm more of a swing trader now. I did my day trading thing for 15 years, got too old for that. But That caught my eye, and since that time, I've really been focusing in on a lot of China's, and I think we may just be the start of something big here coming up.
All right. K-Web, tell us about that one.
Yeah, K-Web is basically your internet, Chinese internet ETF. It's the one that's going to have a big uh, weighting in Baidu, Alibaba, NetEase. PDD is one of my favorite. I think PDD could be off to the races here really soon. But yeah, it's just an easy way to play the China internet if you don't want to risk, being in one particular stock.
Yeah, massive move over, I mean, going into the beginning of this year for a lot of these, but you just mentioned PDD was one that has done very well since last summer.
Yeah, and what I like about PDD, and you're going to see on the next slide as well in NTES, is look how they held their weekly trend line. So even though the China internet's really getting pretty much destroyed, the first few months of the year, these things held their weekly trend line. And that to me is very important because it kind of gives you a level, if you're going to swing trade these things, of where you want to be out. You can just play off that trend line there. And so a couple of good ones to keep an eye on for sure.
Is there one or two maybe that, if you had to break down from a list standpoint, if you will, which ones are catching your eyes as far as an opportunity here this week?
Well, there's been some, the ones that really been outperforming are TCOM. Now, I think that may be looking at a pullback possibly coming up, but there's definitely one I'm going to be watching in that. PDD, I really have my eyes on that one. Now that one gets kind of tricky to trade. It seems like these things will open up in our markets and get hit, but I just look at that as an advantage being a swing trader where I can pick these things up on the cheap when they're getting hit over here when the ADRs open up in our market. But definitely PDD, and once again, I'm actually in PDD. I'm in Alibaba. I'm in Baidu. I think Alibaba has the biggest potential for a move coming up.
Do we get, I was going to double check here, we get earnings coming up, I think, fairly shortly for a few of these anyways. But Alibaba, maybe even if you zoom out far enough, you have a weekly chart here, maybe even with the most room to run here. What are your thoughts?
Here's my thoughts on Alibaba. I mean, I really believe, now you're right. In a couple of weeks, you got Alibaba and Baidu coming up with earnings. Now, both of these things are trading at a single digit PE right now, forward PE. And so I think there's probably some forgiveness even if they miss. But Alibaba, the level I'm really watching, and I'm in a little bit this right now, but if it gets above 78.30, it's going to be breaking into a 5-month high. It's going to be breaking a pivot line. You can see there on that chart. And it's also going to be breaking that downward sloping trend line. So you got 3 technicals right there that can really spark a move if it gets above that 78.30 level.
Still fairly sideways, since the beginning of 2024. But yeah, maybe a little more focus coming into them. We mentioned there's this Tesla headline for Baidu out this morning. Always going to be positive anytime you get mentioned with Tesla.
I agree. And like I said, I've been nibbling on this. Of course, it's in a downtrend. I don't take full size when it's something like this, but with the move we've seen in China internets, I couldn't help but tip my toe in Baidu. Now, you're right. It's gapping up right there. Looks like to me it's probably going to gap up to that trend line. So I would need to see a breakthrough there for me to add to my position. But once again, I think the risk reward in Alibaba and Baidu are really attractive in my opinion.
Andy, are you approaching these from a, pick some more up on the close? I know Michael Noss is a very strong proponent of waiting to see how the candle actually closes at the end of the day.
Yeah, good point. Me, no, I still kind of use a little bit of my day trading experience, and if I see it's like PDD opened up the other day, a huge gap up, and it got killed on the open. And being a swing trader, if I see something like that in a stock that I want to be in going forward, yes, I have no problem, picking up some during the midday or whenever.
Talk us through your scan here, your watch list for these Chinese ADRs.
Yeah, if you'd pull that up, this is something, and I think everybody should do right now is make a watch list of China stocks, and it's really easy to do. You can just Google, a list of China stocks, and you're going to find lots of them, and just, drop them in a watch list. And I like to use that score. This is something that I created along with Michael Noss, and it's basically just stock composite rating using a bunch of technical metrics and a few fundamental metrics. So you can see those names at the top. They're the ones that's been outperforming, and those are the ones that I kind of focus on for momentum. So there's a lot of good names that are looking good with a really high score there. So, but I think it's important to, when you have a sector that's looking like it's about to break out, to really keep them in focus by creating a watch list and keeping it on your monitor somewhere for sure.
Yeah, from a visual standpoint, gives you that quick reference of where things are standing as far as relative strength for each of these. Great stuff. Andy Lindoff sitting in for Michael Noss this morning. We appreciate your time. Thanks for jumping on.
All right, thank you, Brendan. Appreciate it.
Thank you for sure there, Andy. And hey, I do like the fact, pointing out that Baba's a bit of a deal. I like that 78 level on Baba. We've been sort of saying sometimes it's better to allow the stock to move instead of trying to guess where the bottom is going to be. Let it show you the trend reversal. I think once it breaks out this 78, maybe even get a close above the 200 pre-moving average, I think it's going to be spicy. The issue with it, of course, was Friday was the first day that it wasn't just a pretty clean upward move if you bought the dip at the open. Like, you had to wait around a little bit. So I think you got to be cautious, specifically with Alibaba today, because if it doesn't hold to 75, I like 73.5, 74 down in there, and we'll probably have to wait around for something like that. So it was a bit of a disappointment to end the week. But even if you had the dip in the previous close, like, there were longs to be had and buyers on almost every single dip for Alibaba. Pinduoduo feels like it's already gone a little bit here, but last week Baba, it just kept on giving you opportunities. I don't think we had a losing long on it, and we didn't even trade it the first couple of days of the week when we noticed that pattern. So with any luck, this can finally break that 78 level, and then it's just another phase to the upside. They report on the 16th, so we get them mid-month next month.
Yeah, I have Alibaba. The sticky note will almost be out. It's going to be on there as well. Tesla right now is rocking over $1 right now to the upside as well. Go green finally on Tesla here. Now up $1. But yeah, no, Alibaba, look, we've been buying that name. We've been talking about this. We've been buying this name in our long-term account now for a little bit, couple months now, down near that $70, $71 mark. We've been talking about that level holding, goes all the way back into February. We did have that dip buy. We did not buy any there, but we're long, 71.80, something like that. And I want to buy this dip into 75, 74 and change. Let's see where we go. But for right now, we're all about Tesla, and I'm going to get the sticky note down in 1 minute.
Lots of nice names here on this earnings board to talk about. Apple, chief among them, getting this upgrade from Bernstein ahead of its earnings on Thursday from market perform to outperform. So nice look here. Apple also having some AI news potentially in discussions with OpenAI. So nice look there. We also have Roku getting an upgrade from Seaport Research after its earnings last week. Shopify trading up almost 4% here after this upgrade from Citigroup, and Stifel upgrading AT&T. Downgrade, Lululemon kicking off the list here with a downgrade from Barclays. Jefferies Financial downgrading Southwest, Wells Fargo downgrading Schlumberger, and last but not least, Barclays giving Ulta Beauty a downgrade here to end the list today, guys.
Interesting Roku with that upgrade, because the reaction to earnings was anything but positive. It was like a trap everybody kind of moment if you bought it in the aftermarket, and then flush City on Friday after it settled down, bouncing off the 56 level, but we sort of mentioned this as a potential flat bottom break. If it can hold on to 56, I think it's a great support area for Roku. Obviously, breaks actually don't happen unless it gets above, in the case of upside, or below that particular price. So we'll be looking at Roku, and we sort of said that. I really, really do prefer to see when stocks get to levels like this, if you feel the bigger move is in one direction, to sort of wait for that. So with the pressure on Roku, and I think the trapped earnings, I just feel it's a little bit bigger of an opportunity if it breaks the low. Support level like that holds, I'm probably not going to trade it. I'd be looking for the flat bottom break here on Roku. Upgrade or not, doesn't really matter to me. It's just about the potential for that level break on the daily.
We'll talk a lot about Apple as well, but one name that we looked at last week that I liked at that $70 level, which is now gone, is Shopify. It was on the sticky note down there as a day trade, but it's turned out to be a great level to hold and support. Nice little smiley face to the upside here. Good name, Shopify, up to $74, $75 again. Wouldn't surprise me if we get going. When do they report? Let me check my trade ideas. Make sure you get trade ideas through Trader TV. Hit Trader TV 20. You can see right there. All right, I wanted to look up Shopify. When do they report? So let me just quickly check this out. Okay, you can't type it in there. You actually have to go like this. Shop, OP, nope. Shop, May 8th. Okay, so we're going to be later next week. So Shopify coming through. I feel like this is going to be a good one. Again, nice little smiley face bouncing perfectly off of that 200 period moving average, which did have support down there as well. Wow, that's pretty sweet. Good job if anybody got long on Shopify right there. Here we go. Highest spot of the day coming, hopefully, for Tesla. I do have an offer, and it's at 195. Let's see how high Tesla can get.
All right, let's get into everything else we need to know here. To start things off on a Monday, Shrev's going to lead us off with a look at the markets.
51.31, guys. That's where we close out on Friday. That takes us to the bottom end of the consolidation low, late Feb, early March. Let's see where the resistance is. That 50-point level has been looking at us in the face all morning. Right above that on the 4-hour, we also have the 200 period. So unless we really break aggressively and hold that 5150, let's say 5100 as support.
We were saying before we came on this morning, potentially a big week here coming up for the market. We're at a key spot on that chart you just saw. And also, I mean, Apple, Amazon, you get the Fed on Wednesday. Lots to consider this morning. If you haven't done so, grab the watch list, absolutely free from us to you every single day. If I zoom in here on the daily chart, it's that little tick way up here. So monster gap this morning, 13.5%, as we were just seeing there with Sean. Skyrocketing, I don't know about that, but according to this story anyways, more than 10%. Now, if you're just joining a little bit late, again, China getting a restriction lifted, or Tesla getting a restriction lifted from Chinese officials on data going to and from their cars, essentially, to their servers. So that's kind of freeing the way or paving the way for FSD over in China.
Yeah, it's a good look here. So we'll have to wait and see exactly how they roll it out. Initially, there were some restrictions, like it was in China, the full self-drive, but you couldn't use it. I think you could just change lanes or something. Now you're going to have the full gamut of options. Really, the holdback here was the data concerns. The Chinese government was worried that Tesla would misuse the data, no longer concerned about that. And also should mention, keep an eye on Baidu. They are going to provide the navigation software for the full self-drive, so they're up on the day as well.
I heard this conversation on the weekend, but give me your thoughts here. What do you think is the biggest opportunity for Tesla going forward? Cars, FSD, robots?
Robots.
Really?
Yeah. I don't want to iron. I know you don't want to iron.
Yeah.
I don't want to cook.
I just think the underlying opportunity, if they can, I mean, there's a lot of hurdles to get over to get this approved and get to a point where the technology is safe and even in North America can be rolled out. But
what do you think?
I think if all that can happen, FSD is by far the biggest opportunity here, and the robo-taxi idea is by far the biggest opportunity here, but there's a lot to get through before that happens.
Yeah, it's hard not to, I agree with that, because if you really think about it, the FSD is something that we can see around the corner. Right? Like obviously, the notion of like a robot helper in everybody's house, you know, if you think in terms of when would that get implemented, I just feel like it's a little bit far out. But in terms of potential, it probably long term would make a ridiculous amount of money for them. I just rather be looking at the FSD as a shareholder myself. But like the thing about Tesla, and we've had this trend line up for a while. So if you look at the last year on Tesla, just pull up the chart, it's made the same high 3 separate times. Each time we've tagged, Fabian, thank you. Each time we've tagged the top of this range, so there's the high we made in July. It tagged it a second time. Since then, you've double bottomed. Each time you got into the bottom or the top, you've retraced the entire way. But it didn't happen in January, but we essentially tagged exactly to the trend line. Just connect those two lows. Now, does it mean that we're headed to $240? I don't know, but I would not be surprised if we are. Today, 205 is where it's at. So if it sees 200 break, 205 is where I think the fade would be. But I looked at it and was like, okay, well, where are you wrong on the long? And I was like, 184. Like I went back and looked at the previous resistance levels and said to myself, okay, well, the 184 level is where I know I'd want to fade. Sorry, where I'd want to be getting out if it faded down that far. So if it can hold on to that, I'm looking for a dip buy. But I wanted something in the mid 80s if I'm going to try it in front of the 184. I think it's got a wide range today, because I don't know if I'd be looking short unless it's over $200 today. And that's a lot. That means a 20% move before I'm looking for a retracement to want to short in Tesla. So I think you gotta, whatever your normal trading range is on Tesla or what your expectations, maybe triple that today. And I think that would be somewhat reasonable. You know, like if you normally trade Tesla with a dollar stop looking for $3 to $5 moves, just maybe at least double that, maybe if not triple that when looking at it today.
All right, look, the number one name here on the sticky note, we're already long. So, I mean, this is already a good little trade for us. We're already $1 and $2 in the money, which my stream deck is not working. So, I mean, it's been a good trade here. We're going to stay long. I feel like we could sit here and talk all, I think this, I think that. But honestly, this is just a trading show. Here's the market, 185. If we got down there, that was a good long. But obviously, we said play through 190 as well. So that's what we did. It went through 190. We played it. We got long. Now it's at 192. I think it's a pretty easy trade. Go find the sticky note for some more notes. But there it is. Now it's 250. $1, $2, $3. We're looking to do that already here to start the day. You know, thank you for watching. Let's see what happens. There's still 20 minutes until this market opens, and we still have another 20 until the imbalances. So 25 till the market, 20 to the imbalances, which could come a sell side. But there we go. We just touched 192 again. We could take that 250 or 230 right now, right there at 192.50 was the high. Let's see if we can now, you know, get there it goes. Break that even more here. So good trade to start the day with Tesla.
All right, more upside here for big tech. Apple included 2.6% on the gap this morning ahead of most important part of this chart. I know it's tough to see, but up there, 3 days. We get earnings from Apple. Bernstein with the upgrade going to outperform $195.
Yeah, the Bernstein analyst Tony Sacconaghi upgrading Apple to market for to outperform from market perform. I'll get this right. And $195 price target. He likes the company's endeavor here into AI. They are chatting with OpenAI, adding some features to their new release of the iPhone expected this winter, Brendo. But keep an eye also on May 7th, the iPad launch event, in addition, obviously, to this Thursday.
Yeah, we're going to get a bunch of stuff coming up here in the next few months. It was that last name. I just glanced past the last name. Good job.
All right. Well, Apple, I think pretty soon is going to have a new entrant into the party with, I believe, the Wickens household will probably turn to Apple at some point.
I heard something
right there. Yeah, they all come home. All right, watch out for Apple. Even I did. Apple up 2.5%. I still think we're starting to go higher here. 173. I like the name. It is sticky note idea number 2, and that is just to get the hell long on Apple. And I don't know where dip buys into VWAP. I'll be here for that. We chose Tesla because we woke up choosing violence. But if you're going to choose, you know, peace, I think Apple should give it to you today. Just a little floating around. You want to buy some dips here. Not super exciting in the pre-market. But when the market's only up 0.4 and Apple's up 2.6 and we're ready to rock and roll, I like Apple here. I love the AI talk. I think you want to get long this name. I wrote down 172.50. Just because, to be honest with you, that's kind of where the move started. And then we had some support, I believe, in and around 172, 170, 150. Yeah, so, you know, I like this dip buy opportunity. We're going to have to get long somewhere. So 172.50 is where we're going to start the party. I don't think we get that opportunity, so we'll probably have to play a break. But early, I'll be on Tesla. But this break of 174 is also what we wrote down. So we have 2 trades here, and it actually says 2 trades, 172.50 long and 174 break. So those were 2 trades there that I want to look at for Apple. Looks like we're going to get the 174 break long to begin with.
Every single day, Apple's got like if you look at the first 15-minute candle, it's at least $1 every single time. So, you know, I do think there's a good chance to get that pre-market low play. As far as I'm concerned, like the 171 where we closed, sorry, not where we closed, but where we had the tops last week, which was on Friday. As long as it's above that, I love the news here. You have that going for you. The other thing you have going for you is you have a bounce off of a double bottom. I know the 50 period sitting there and all that good stuff, but it's a double bottom on the daily chart that you're recovering from that I think gets to this 178. Like, test this for a third time, 178, and that could easily be today. But if it's in front of 171, I'm only looking longs, and because there's usually been about $1 worth of range, and I mean, that's on the lower end. You're actually seeing a little bit more than that every single morning. I think it's very reasonable to get a 172, which is those pre-market lows. These are just overnight dark pool dumps coming off at like Friday prices. So I want the first dip buys off the pre-market lows for me on Apple. Not really looking short. I mean, it's got to get to 178 before you get to that big resistance level anyways. It's kind of like Tesla. Like, it's so far away from the resistance that you got to be looking for the dip buy. And I like the recovery play. Both of these two names are in the midst of recoveries when you look at that daily chart.
All right, Amazon here coming up this week as well, 1.5% here this morning. I mean, we were touching on this a little bit, even overnight. This thing gapped up early on this morning, showing all kinds of strength going into the weekend, even with that huge reversal last week.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, I was trying to chart this thing overnight, and it was moving on Blue Ocean. It was like $1.50 higher than the close on Friday, so I stopped charting. Now, the reason why I think we're moving up here, obviously we have earnings coming up this week, so there could be people loading up the boat in anticipation of earnings. But keep in mind that we also got that headline last week with respect to the NBA. So live sports now a big thing. We saw Netflix doing that this summer with the Jake Paul and Mike Tyson fight. So yeah, good look here with ESPN and ABC partnering up with Amazon.
Yeah, very active here to start things off this morning, guys. 1.2 million shares already.
Amazon.
Yeah, I like the deal for them. Obviously, you know sports are what you got to have live, and the battle's been ongoing, I think, recently for them. So I think that's going to be good for them. At the end of the day, I like 180 level. That was kind of that key price area to trade off of last week, and understandably, it was more of a sell off the 180 than anything else. But if you pull back in, the only issue with this is if you pull back into 180, I just feel like you've got the news with Apple if we go dip buy hunting. You've got the news with Tesla if you go dip buy hunting. And if Amazon gets down there, I kind of like the other two more. So that'll be the reason unlikely to be here first. But support turning into resistance and resistance turning into support, it's the same kind of story. But give me the catalyst that Apple's got going for it with AI integration, OpenAI into the phone, which everyone's been waiting for, and that recovery, and then Tesla, which is basically just squeezing people because everyone thought Tesla was under a lot of trouble. So I'd rather be dip buying those two, but there's nothing wrong with that 180 level as a nice area of, let's call it concentration when it gets down there. So if it bounces there, I would not be surprised. I'm just going to be in something else.
Yeah, I won't. I like Amazon ahead of earnings. We'll slow down on trading it up that much here today, but we'll look at AMD instead. The Nasdaq right here, we just don't have any chip names on the board, but we'll be talking a lot about them today, so don't worry. The Nasdaq's falling in again right now into some of these pre-market levels that we've held, but still well above VWAP. So I still feel like we want to watch out for 17.8, which is way down here. So that could be a play coming through. I wrote down on the sticky note that I liked AMD up at 158.50, but the thing is that we were looking at that, looking to break 160. The Nasdaq has now, in the last 8 minutes, gone straight down, and AMD has basically gone, this is the daily chart, waterfalling down. I thought we were like getting all this out of here, and I do like these dip buys. That's 155 right there. Like, that would be awesome to get something like that. I wrote down 158.50, which is where the 200 period moving average is. If we look to see what we did on Friday, this was the top. So for me, I like this area right here on AMD, but at the same time, as we had mentioned similarly to Apple, this name here on Friday broke 156 and went down $3 before getting up 6. So, down into here is also something to be watched out for. So 157 or change there. Now, it's a different story looking at 158 when you're up at 160. I still like this level. Maybe you start the trade there, but ultimately the best area for me would be somewhere around this 157 area for AMD.
Just reading through some numbers here for Sofi. Their full year adjusted revenue beating, but only very, very, very slightly. So that might be the one issue here. But they raised their forecast. So if you missed it, again, Sofi out this morning here pre-market. Initial move was higher, I guess, on the numbers, but the forecast coming in kind of in line on the revenue side to slightly lower even. So downside here, again, the call on right now, but Sofi pretty active.
Yeah, when I started charting this or started actually reporting on this in the morning, it was up 4.8%. So yeah, big move down here. What really caught my attention was the loan origination grew 22% year over year. It was mostly with students and those looking to refinance their mortgage, which is interesting. I think those are the two groups that they were trying to hit. Earnings did well as well. $580 million they brought in net revenue. The street was looking for 559. EPS also beat. They printed here 1 cent EPS. The street was looking for -5 cents. And the guidance, as you mentioned, Brendo, it was a little bit in the light section. So looks as if maybe that's what we're selling off.
Hey man, it's 2 cents versus a 5 cent loss expected. So yeah, 2.39 billion to 243 versus 237. So meh.
And ball don't lie, the price doesn't lie either. So we can want it to be one way, but it's the other way. It's down 6% today. If it gets down 10%, then that'll be around the $7 level. So if it goes to short sell restricted, that's at 7. That's where I want to be buying it, to be honest. I mean, it's support on the daily chart. You'd have an SSR bounce off that level anyways. So yeah, I was in and out of it, paid some fees on the stock. I was in the wrong name, but yeah, I'm just going to wait at 7 even. I'm already there at 6. And if I see it get down to like 1s and 2s, I'd probably add at that price, give it a few pennies underneath the $7 level, and then go from there. If it does rally, there is that $8 level. That would make some sense because it closed at 787. So a fade up there into that would make sense. But the way it's trending down, I just feel like the SSR bounce play could be there for you on Sofi. We'll let things calm down at the open. We'll see if there's an imbalance on it, probably something small. But yeah, I'll wait for the $7 level. If I'm catching a falling knife, I want it to be in the right spot.
Yeah, and if at some point today I could feel my hands, I probably will put bids down there for $7 even for Sofi. We had sort of talked about that earlier when we looked at this about a half hour or so ago. That, you know what? I would love, and it's a true story. I came in, I was like, oh man, they're not going to like this. And by there, I know that there's a lot of people in our chat that are long Sofi and believers of this name. Anthony Noto and company have come and diluted this company a lot. And today, you're not getting the numbers that everybody wanted. I feel like we could get a lot lower than where we are here at 7. Let's just wait for it. Trading earnings names are hard enough as it is, let alone one that just bounced off the 200 and now broke the 50 and is trying to go lower as well. So we still are going down to the downside. Yo, what's up, Donnie Zimbabwe? So we've got, was there just one super chat? Okay, yo.
He's got a couple.
Oh, he does a couple in there. Okay, what's up, Donnie? Sorry about that, man. Missed you. All right, a little bit of time left. Yo, please, yo, he says, yo. All right, please, I see NVIDIA falling. I have exercise shares. I didn't close at 8:30 strike. What's up to 900? What's up to 900 or rejecting? Okay, so I just talked a little bit about AMD, but because of the super chat, let's go over and quickly look at NVIDIA. Look, I've mentioned this before, Donnie and company, when you get over psychological levels, like 900 is going to be a pretty key spot. So obviously there's going to be a lot of option activity there. So as you get closer and closer, people get more and more anxious about that strike price. Last Friday, you had a monster move up 6% back up there on weekly expiring options. So now it's Monday, so I feel like today we actually could dip down again until traders decide to buy back into those 900s. So I don't know when they expire or not, but for me, and I know I said I'm a buyer of AMD lower, but I could see NVIDIA flushing a little bit as well into the open, 865, 860, where we do have a little bit of support. I don't think we give everything back from Friday, but still a nice move up. To me, this just looks like there's a lot of buying in here almost immediately, straight up, and then a leveling off into the afternoon. Feel like that was a lot of excitement for those exact options that probably you're holding. So I would just say watch out for NVIDIA, possible dipping down. The market's up today. I've got bullish feels, and NVIDIA's down. So that's not a recipe for success for NVIDIA. Should be going with the market, in my opinion. Man, I need some of those, like those Buffalo Bills, Green Bay Packer hand warmers.
Yeah, I'm.
Wow. By the way, the
I've
Dallas
even done
Cowboys
my
solved their running problem. Did you see that?
No, they did not solve anything.
They got Ezekiel Elliott.
Why are you making fun of the Cowboys now? Even I feel bad the Cowboys have to run.
You got Ezekiel Elliott.
I know, I feel bad for them. It takes a lot for me to feel bad for the Cowboys.
I heard they signed Emmitt Smith potentially coming out of retirement.
That would
as well.
be great for them.
I loved Emmitt Smith, by the way.
I echo your concerns.
Is that
about,
Oklahoma, Emmitt Smith? Where's that guy from?
No, Oklahoma State was Barry Sanders.
Barry Sanders.
Where was that? Actually, I don't remember where Emmitt Smith went to college. I should.
All right.
But I have concerns with NVIDIA today, too, because of that same thing. However, I like the 860 and 850 levels look pretty decent on the chart. Like, it's all you could just be pulling back because of how ridiculous the move was on Friday.
Was it Florida?
And you have some weakness in there. But I like 860. That was afternoon or late morning support, and then the 850 levels where we broke out from.
Gotta tell Rob, 'cause
we get down there on NVIDIA, I'd probably be looking for bounces. But on the chip names, yeah, because we're not really talking about them, I like ARM again if it fails 103. So going back to the
he's
low
out of
now.
here.
Why did I get a yellow cup? I've never even seen
Rob
a yellow
was
cup
Rob
before.
was also going to get them.
It's like very McDonald's.
You might have two coming. All right, cheers.
It's like
I said I was bullish. Now I got the red cup. I'm
This is
changing
a
my
very.
mind.
Yeah,
Oh, this
okay.
feels good on the hands, though. Oh my God, Florida. Yeah, Florida.
He was a Gator. Okay, there you
Yeah.
go. Yeah.
As soon as
Barry
I
Sanders,
said that, I was like,
yeah.
no, okay, it's not that.
Barry
And
and Thurman Thomas.
I thought Florida Stayed at some point. Well, your hands are freezing too.
My hands have been freezing.
Yeah, okay.
I have like
Why is it-
goosebumps on my arms.
It was gorgeous yesterday. Although we had three baseball events rained out this week. We had a game early Saturday rained out, and then a coach's clinic yesterday, and a practice rained out. Oh well, it finally gets going, and then this happens. Ketchup and mustard. Yeah, that's right. That is.
Yeah, or that.
Oh man, this is nice and hot.
I know. I say McDonald's, but it's really ketchup and mustard.
Yeah, McDonald's. McDonald's reports this week. We'll talk about that in a minute. All right, crypto. Yeah, what's up with that? 62.5, boys.
Yeah, down slightly here, along with some equities tied to it. But, I mean, we're right at this support level. Once again this morning, Sean was mentioning about 62, 62.5. It's bounced off here many times. But if you look at individual names, as I said, same thing. Mara down here. IBIT's going to follow, obviously, the price as well, gapping back to daily support again.
I think this is going to be like the third or fourth day in a row, Brendo, that we're going to close red here on crypto. Coinbase also getting a comment today from HC Wainwright, dropping the price target from 250. Raising the price target, it looks like here, from 250 to 300. So, yeah, it had a nice little positive catalyst, but it is still down about 1.88% on the day.
Yeah, the halving comes and goes, and it's been kind of a ho-hum type of trade ever since.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been very boring.
The halvening, you say.
I would say for crypto. All that said, maybe we're just gearing up for the next leg. Maybe look as long as we're underneath 65,000, it's kind of hard to look for like breakout style trades. So when you've got that overhead resistance, just want to put that line in there and hit save. When you've got that overhead potential resistance and you're inside the range, play for the inside. For Coinbase, that means the 240 level. I really don't think there's any chance you see the low 200s here, so I think it's the 240 level, and you look for that for a bit of a fade trade. In terms of like maybe giving yourself some kind of a long, we already know what Mara did off of the bottom. Well, it did a liquidity grab again on Thursday, where it bounced off of like 17.5 and then went rallying. So if you look at that level, that looks pretty reasonable for potential long. But it's the Coinbase 240 that I think I'd be a little bit more interested in. If you can't, like I said, if you can't break 65,000 and if it's going to be boring and inside, then you look to go long support and short resistance. So Coinbase 240 would be in there. Don't have a ton of like things that I like short outside of, short the pops on Intel every single day. But Coinbase 240 at least gives you something today.
Yeah, I was still trying to find out some levels for Tesla here because that's come back into 190 again, 189 and change. So that 192 is going to be a level. We only have a couple minutes left until these imbalances come out. So could get down to the downside if we break through this 188. 188 is a key level, obviously, but this 187.50 is where VWAP is, so watch out. As Tesla's come right back in here, we knew it was going to be a pretty volatile morning for that name. We can look at Mara. I mean, you know, Coinbase is obviously going to be a good look today as well. But Mara, you know, a nice mover. We talked about that buy down here at 14.50, but now we've sort of stopped at 20 again. You want to talk about Donnie Zimbabwe and his NVIDIA question. This is something similar at 20 bucks, where again, it's come up, bounced his head, what, 3 times now against 20 and now is pushing back. So unfortunately, I think this one does come back into the 200 period at some point, off of earnings, off of the halving. So unless crypto starts to go, I do think that Mara comes down into this 14 area and does look to be a buy down into that area. We are now long some Apple. We got filled a decent position there at 173 as it just came in on those imbalances. So it looks like they will be some sell side imbalances coming through right here. Just quickly, Tesla, big downside sell as well, 400,000. So the market's starting to get hit now. 500,000 on Tesla sell. Apple with the sell. Amazon, as we talked about, with a small buy now, but it was much bigger before. Tesla and Apple leading the way. Let's go, Brendo.
Real quick, guys, Altimmune, ALT, I saw a couple of people mentioning gapping to the downside this morning. This thing's had a huge move going back to December on some weight loss drug rumors that they were going to come out with a product. Looks like that has gone by the wayside, or at least the analysts are saying that a little bit negative this morning about whether or not this is actually going to come to market. So right back to daily support here for ALT.
All right, guys, we are talking about the gap and go strategy all week and all the variations thereof. Perfect in time for earnings season. Catch that with Adair and I today on How to Trade at 11.
Yes, sir. And with about 3 minutes to go, looks like, oddly enough, for reasons unknown to me, Mullen made a little bit of a move here today. I didn't see them on the imbalance locator or anything like that, but remember, they reverse split, so it's pretty thinly traded, up 25%. Yeah, this can, I mean, it can squeeze because the float's really tiny. So I'm looking at the daily chart, like 420 looks really good if Mullen can hold above that. Actually, check that, 410. So if it can hold above 410 at some point at the open, this would be a potential squeeze play on Mullen, but I didn't really see the catalyst in there. I'm on the bid of Apple for the open. We got 3 minutes to go. We have some time. That pre-market low 172 going to possibly come into play. I mentioned pop and fade every single day on Intel. Now, it was a relief rally because it's SSR. It'll be short sell restricted again today because they were down over 10%, the 32.5 zone. So Friday's like morning high. That's the spot that I want to look for the short. If it clears out those Friday levels, I get out of the way. Short sell restricted because these guys got pummeled on Friday. That's where the area of caution should be because of that. We also like, well, Tesla's starting to come back in here. All right, Tesla, I'm bidding 185 already. As you said, like Google, Neo are the biggest ones on the imbalances because Apple already seemingly paired off. Tesla's 190, but that's smaller than when it came out. So you're already seeing some of these imbalances start to pair off. So Tesla, I'm looking for a 185 on a dip buy. Whatever your expectations are for volatility on Tesla, double or triple them today.
Yeah,
It's already up 12%. The top could be over 200. If it pulls back in, it's not even threatening going red. It could be down $15 from here and it would still be up on the day. So you have to keep that in mind a little bit as we trade some Tesla today. Going to get some dip buys locked and loaded, ready to go. And SoFi is already at 730.
Oh, no.
SoFi could see $7 off the open. We call that pie in the sky. It's not pie in the sky, the USSR on SoFi.
All right, so we're up 30 cents now on Apple with a much better position, obviously, than our Tesla trade here. We'll take another piece out if we can get something at 30s, which we just did. We just got another fill there at 38.39. Now we'll wait to see if we can get this even higher. I'm going to offer in the 70s to see if we can get something out then at 174. So Apple holding fort right now with less than a minute left. Good dip buy opportunity there. We knew that we liked Apple on the dip. The problem with Tesla, of course, is this is going to be like earnings season all over again here, up 12% right now with Tesla. I'm going to get out of it on a 187.50 break, and then we'll just work on it from there. Take the L. If it breaks, go, work on something else. We're actually going to be flat on the day right now, even holding this position because we have the Apple trade. So hopefully Apple and Tesla will get back up. First out for Tesla is going to be at 190 now. Good luck, everybody.
Yeah, good luck. We got about 20 seconds to go. It's a big
not
earnings
190.
week. It's a Fed week as well, although we expect absolutely nothing on Wednesday.
Yes,
except for
right.
maybe some fireworks and some questions to be asked as to what the timeline might be. Adara is on the bell. Let's
Here we
get
go.
this party
Good luck.
started. Tesla flying. Apple making some power moves. We got Amazon on tap as well. But in 2 and 1, ring it.
Yeah, good luck, everybody out there today. It should be a good day, I hope, anyways. All right, Apple, there we go. Tesla does flush down. You did have to get settled there off the open, so we will take the loss there on Tesla as it does flush down through 187 as the market figures itself out. Apple is building off of that level. So Apple right now trying to build off 173, and here comes Tesla into 186, 186
Wow.
and change. Possible flush in here for Tesla. Let's wait to see.
Yeah, I just got my first fill on Tesla. That is absolutely flying into the downside. Apple's kind of chilling right now. We already mentioned.
Whoops.
What was whoops?
I put the wrong price
don't
for
like-
Tesla.
And as always, sit in Intel short is the way to go. So that's already starting to fall. You guys can see it. Intel's already to the downside because that's what they do every single day. But Tesla pulling back in. I got 86 halves into this 85
yep, same.
if we want to be able to pick up some more. You know what? I said on Friday, if you want to short Intel, you sit in it. Be willing to sit in it at the open, and I just didn't do it once again. So I'm going to get on the offer. I'm going to try and short the pops like we always say into the pre-market lows. First available pop is the strategy. I feel like I say that every single day on that stock.
Yeah, Intel's been a funny one for sure. Yeah, so I wanted to buy more through 187.50, that level that broke on us, the VWAP, in case it went back to the upside. But I did get long right here at 186.40, so it just triggered early, wrong price. We still want to get something lower there at 185. That just hasn't filled out yet, but Apple is really cruising. We're doing the damage on Apple right now. We were lucky enough to get filled on that one. So we'll be 1 and 1 here and basically flat on the day, pending, of course, what does wind up happening here with Tesla. We could buy a little bit more right in and around here. I don't want this to get too out of hand because I still am bidding some more down near 185. And then after that 185, if we lose that, I mean, maybe this news isn't as great as we thought, and we're going to have to wait for something a little bit lower. But for me, yeah, 185 is coming in a little bit quicker than I'd hoped for. Watch out, I guess, for 185. Possibly. Yeah, I would love for Tesla to get going. We're almost a dollar club in the money here with Apple as well.
Yeah, Apple hasn't even dipped at all. So yeah, your opportunity to get the long was pretty much right away. Unfortunately, Tesla just bounced off the 85. I was able to get a scalp trade out here at 86.5. I'm waiting in front of 88 for the next level. Nvidia is starting to fall, although it's bounced off 869. I liked an 860. Doesn't look like we're going to get that anytime soon. So it's just Apple for me for the time being. But let's go to Adara.
With keeping an eye on Philips here, PHG, these are the U.S. listed shares of a European company, but this one, nice volume here right off the open and gapping up about 35% after its earnings. They also announced that they had settled this ongoing U.S. litigation, now been settled for $1.1 billion. So nice move up here, worth watching PHG, guys.
Oh my gosh, guys, yeah. Sofi's do, but right now, Apple. Let's go. Apple's a big one right there. What's up, Adair? How are you doing? Right there. Let's go, Apple. Nice move there as Apple's now $1.20 plus in the money. And now Tesla's going up to the upside as well. Pays a man his money, says Elon, as we get back up to the upside right now. Let's go, Tesla. Nice dip buy opportunity there into, as we talked about, sticking out level on a level that I know Neil liked as well with Tesla. So let's go, man. We are now, yes, sir, cooking and rocking with more shares. We just bought more up there. There's our 187.50 triggering in again. So this time we're buying higher here. Probably a problem as we were just $2 in the money. We did take some out to the upside. Now we're longer on Tesla as that starts to go. And the man with the chicken is now in the building. It is Sharif. Here we go. 187.80. Let's go. Come on, Tesla. Let's get going to the upside right here again. We're doing it early. Let's hopefully we don't lose late.
Tesla absolutely flying now off
baby.
that open. That's the wrong cue. there's a better one than that. But we got the 185, got 85.45. It's breaking out 88s. Once we're through 89, I think you got the pre-market high locked and loaded, ready to go. Sofi did not get the $7, but that's like a yet thing. AMD just broke out 160, so that's the only chip name looking relatively strong, as NVIDIA is tanking right now. So I like the 850 level on, 860 and 850 on NVIDIA. You're seeing it start to tank. AMD looking strong, Intel looking like an absolute dog. Coinbase, we're looking for a fade on Coinbase. No pop to be faded. Coinbase down 3.6%. No offer out because it's now $15 or $12 away from our level. So Tesla's working. It's about 2.5 in the money, and SoFi is so very close to $7. It just bounced off 715. It's not quite SSR yet, but 10% down seems like it's going to get there. It feels like it's going to get there today. I shouldn't speak in certainties. There's always a chance that it's made a low now, but I think we're getting $7 today.
All right, guys. We'll just do our little emoji where we go like this to everybody. We give the salute because, I mean, that's exactly how we're feeling right now today. As we said, we were feeling bullish. We have our sticky note trade number 2 for us here. Here it is right here. It's Apple. We talked about wanting the long. It gave it to us, and it is absolutely fan-damn-tastic here to hold the rest of the day. We are now cruising right now. Huge trades alert now. As Tesla, guess what just happened to Tesla, baby? It went dollar. So we're now $3 in the money off that bottom. But the thing is that we got greedy. We got greedy. We told you what we were going to do with Tesla. We chose violence today. We added to the winning position. How many times do you see your boy do this? Not often. That's called confidence right there. So there goes Tesla. Nicely done, up to the upside. We'll spin it right now. It's another hot dog cannon kind of a day over here with 2 trades. And they're both absolute monsters, as there goes Apple right now up to 175, now $1.80 in the money for Apple. We just took Tesla out for $1, but Tesla's really, I guess, $2.50 or so. Let's see how high Tesla can go. Next stop, 50 period. Man, maybe we'll take something out there at 190, but I'm looking at 192 for Tesla, man. That's what I'm talking about. It's a monster day. We didn't need this one, but we will take it as we'll slap it up here. Nice little opportunity there for Tesla on this long, baby. So it's an absolute monster, Miss A.
Mullen still really strong here off the open. MULN up about 32%. This does have a short float of about 20%, but there also was a catalyst here announcing that the California Air Resources Board did approve their Mullen 3 vehicle for this zero emission truck and bus voucher incentive project. So basically, incentives can cover this Mullen 3 truck. Nice look for MULN, guys.
Oh, Mullen's still powering. If it holds 410, that's the level I like, but I want to see it calm down off that open. SoFi is getting down to that $7 level. You can see out here, it is now short sell restricted through $7. Well, it hasn't broken 7, but it is short sell restricted. Tesla's holding 89s. We definitely like that. But I have to get into Intel here. Whoops, let's cancel those. Do not need offers way out there. They have 0% chance of hitting at this point. But I want short back into 3150. You can see relative weakness here. There's no question about it with Intel, as I'm trying to grab this fade trade, and it just won't even go. Tesla, it's more about management at this point. I want the pre-market highs.
Oh, nice out.
But I don't know if we're going to be able to get that one here. So we're going to stick with it. I just got Intel for the first time on a fade, but I consider that a fail because we should have been sitting in Intel the entire way. I shouldn't be only getting into it now. That stock continues to be an absolute dog. So SoFi long, but I'm only adding if I get tight to 1s and 2s, maybe even some 3s.
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to be able to wipe the smile too much off our face, but Tesla, we just got some out up there at 189. So we did really good to get all the way up there, man. We got a 189 print right there, so that's 180, well, 188.90, 188.50. Good outs all the way up for Tesla. So there's a buy right there. It's going to be hard to see, but that's our last buy upside. So that was, hopefully a decent opportunity there. I have no more offers now. We're really printing now today. I mean, look what just happened to Apple. Look where we're long. Sharif, this is 250 right there for Apple. Hell yeah, says Fabian. Hell yeah, says Neil. Hell yeah, says Sharif. Hell yeah, says Adara. This is what we're talking about. Hell yeah, what's Big Patty Ice saying back there? Let's go. I mean, this is what we're talking about here. 2 for 2, it's deuces. It's a violent day in the market. I mean, imagine Apple's 250 in the money and the market is doing this. Okay, so we were bullish on the names that we had, but we have to start rethinking about this because down goes the market right now. Let's just be careful. AMD is the one on my mind, but Tesla's up here at 190. That's getting to be pretty juicy up here. We're well in the money, but also well aware that the market's tank city right now. So thank you so much to Vlad. What's my dream car? I don't know, man. Hopefully, I don't really have a dream car, to be honest with you, but I'll think about that. And right now, I'm just in this zone. Nice move for Tesla, 189.75, huge move up, $3 in the money Tesla off of a reload, and $2 in the money off Apple. Hit him, eh?
Sirius XM here up over 3%, getting an upgrade from Seaport Global to a buy rating ahead of its earnings tomorrow morning. SIRI on watch, guys.
Siri reports
Siri,
as well.
not
So Tesla,
Siri.
I'm going to lock this in if it can't hold 189. It can't do any worse than $3.50 here, but it is getting a little bit top heavy. The market's tanking, by the way.
Yep.
And we are getting a little bit top heavy. So I want to make sure we lock in these profits. Intel, we are the only thing that we're looking to be short here, and we haven't even gotten anything in the 40s, is this Intel trade. And I got to sit somewhere in the 40s. If we're going to get a pop, then this is the name I do want to be short. It's absolute nastiness when it comes to some of the chip names. ARM, we missed our chance on ARM as well. ARM just tagged $100
Kablam.
into the downside, so you know it's getting nasty with them. I only want to be short this name, but I don't want to take the low.
Oh, man.
So I got to short the pop back into 103. First available pop. My stop on Sofi is underneath $7 for anyone that was asking. Brian was asking in the chat.
What's up, Brian?
Give it a couple pennies underneath the $7 level. I'm long here at 6s. I missed my chance at 1s when I was getting the Intel position, but I will be back on the 1s and 2s for Sofi. So still the same thing. Sofi, Tesla long cannot do any worse than the 189 at this particular point. So I liked it at 185 for the dip buy, waited patiently for that to come in at the open. Tesla is choosing violence, but the market's even more violent, and it's in the other direction. So I think locking in the profits on the long makes some sense here. Should have more shorts. Should have more shorts than just Intel at the bottom.
Yeah, I'm glad. It's always nice when you come in and choose violence, and so does the stock you're looking at. So I do like that kind of a talk right there. Yeah, Tesla is what we thought it was. And there it goes back down, breaking through now. Horrible break back down. I don't like that at all. Pretty violent move as the futures continue to go low, 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 low. So on that note, bye-bye, Apple. We'll get something out more again at the top for another one. But we are not reloaded. So Travolta's like, what's the next trade? Okay, so let's do that then. All right, there goes Apple out of a little piece right there. Obviously, we just saw Tesla dip in as well into VWAP. We could try a little bit more here. I don't want to get too carried away with this trade. Actually, you know what? I'm going to wait on this one. I mean, the market is, going to treat these stocks however they want to. And like, if this market was ripping, this Tesla long, I think would be an absolute monster.
I think it'd be at $197 right now.
Yeah, exactly, but it ain't. So when that's the case, we have to ease back a little bit here and sort of lower said expectations. But at that point, we should have just bought it. Right there, yeah, lowered expectations. That is a good
Mad
segment.
TV, old school, baby.
Yeah, we like that one for sure.
Look, this might be an opportunity, though, on Tesla. Look, for my style of trade, it does this wick through 190, then I'm locking it in there. If it bounces off VWAP, we join the VWAP party. Otherwise, with the market weak, wait for your price. And my price is 185. So we're going to go right back into the 185 level and see if we can't grab that. Intel is probably going to $31. And then after that, let's just say it's going to get bad for them, especially after AMD reports. But down 2%, it's the only thing we have short, and I think that's a bit of a disappointment. But if you look over, look at Apple. Okay, I got to cancel this dip buy on Apple. Why? Because A, it's not getting there. B, it's just a distraction to look for anything but like the previous breakout. So if it dips, breakout was 74. So like the way back in here would be VWAP to 174. The market is now red on the day.
Oh, yeah.
Meta 432. So sometimes you just got to look to where can you join the party? Like Tesla long has worked, but I want something else. I've got SoFi off the bottom here, but that's not, that's like a gimmicky play. That is an SSR bounce play. This is not me trying to follow the market. This is bounce. If it gets to VWAP, I'm laughing. If it goes halfway to VWAP, I'm happy. So I need something else, and it's got to be a short at this point. ARM, I had to be patient for. I'll wait about 5 more minutes before I start thinking about another entry point on ARM. I just realized I should get some offers into SoFi into the 20s, and then get some offers into VWAP as well, because this particular play, I do really just like it to VWAP here on SoFi.
All right, I have to figure out some stops now because we are back into Tesla. We're in the money on it, so it's fine. Well, we're flat on it at 187.50 right now. I was thinking about just where we sort of got in there, a break of 185 or so for this name. So let's remain in this if we can for Tesla. I do have an offer here at 90s to get out. There it goes. It's another 50 cents there for Tesla. So let's slap it up, and we're back into the highs right now. Highs for the net for here for the day. 189 and change, we just bought a dip. But see, these two kind of cancel each other out, but then we get out at the top. So right now, so far so good here as we wait to see what's gonna happen with Tesla. I'm at 189.50. Maybe we'll go up to 188.90 again. See if we do get that push up and then give up that 50 cents just in order to get out. Wow, man, I need to. I need some of those heating pads for show. Good out for Apple, but Apple continues to rip higher for sure. If this market rebounds, we already mentioned how much we loved Apple down there. Should have held it all. Obviously, 173, still in the
Amazon
money, $2. Amazon shooting the moon as well.
No.
No? Oh, going downside.
Amazon's down.
Okay, that was not
it's at
on my radar
180
today.
So Amazon just dipped into that 180 level and was trying to recover it here. So we talked about this. If it bounces off 180, that was a spot that we liked. There's it trying to put in a bit of a higher low. It closed at 179.62. So holding around this price would be basically holding green, which is always a good sign. So I'm actually in. Remember I said like there's a decent chance that the market were to dip. I'm probably buying Tesla and Apple first. Well, guess which one didn't actually go? That's going to be Apple. So I am dip buying Amazon instead. This local bottom, 179.40. That will be the out. If it makes a fresh low, I'm just out of the stock. It's just that simple. Unless it's holding above 180, I don't want to be adding to that position either. So one more thing here, Intel just made a bit of a double bottom there, 31.10. Some buyers stepped in. I took another leg out. I'll wait for VWAP for a retracement trade on Intel, but we rang the register there. Tesla, great. Intel late, but still a winning trade. You just had to be able to short the first of it. Like the first place that it slowed down, we just shorted it off of VWAP, and that's the way that stock goes. So the new position for me is Amazon. It's now trying to hold this 180 level. As long as it's here, I want to look for a place to add, but you see it's still kind of weak here. The market's bouncing, and it can't seem to hold above 180. Once it's holding above 180, then we can add to that position. Just one more, and I gotta check in on Alibaba. I like to dip buy into 75. Looks like it's not doing it here yet. So I want to be patient. I mean, Alibaba on Friday, you really had to wait for it till about like midday before it tested 75 even. I think we're doing something very similar today. I'd say a bit of a disappointment because with the Baidu news, that was really flying as well. What, DJT making? Okay, that's not. In the chat, I just saw Tom H put in DJT 111. So for a split second there, I was like, what the heck are you talking about? There's no chance it's at $100. But DJT is up. Respect to them. Probably not going to be trading it myself. Apple, if you're looking at VWAP, you really do have to wait for this one. 174.70 is now where VWAP sits on Apple. Yeah, you're going to have to play the patience game because this one's off. It's gone at this point.
Whew. I mean, we just got a 189. What did we just get there? We just got some tea, and we got a 189 print right there on Tesla. Oh, man. Okay. By the way, Apple, 1, 2, 3 right now. We only have, the only names we've traded so far are the two names that we had on our sticky note. And that's good enough for me so far. But we have to, Apple's getting a little exhausting here, and I want to kind of wait The only reason I say that about Apple, it's like, I'm not, what else am I going to do? I'm just holding a small piece, 10% of what's left of this. Obviously, wish we had a little bit more. Tesla, I don't want to keep getting in and out because we can easily lose what we made. If I just keep on buying this dip and it doesn't go back, which is why we have 2 outs right here, then we're going to give it all back. Because when this comes back in here, my out's going to be, I have to set the out. We still have a decent position. We have about half of this. 184-ish or so as the out, but like that bottom's 185 and change. I'm wondering if we just do throw in the towel in and around 185. So let's be careful with this position on Tesla, make sure that we monitor it, but that is going to be a stopping zone for me. Let's just go back over again to the sticky note because why not? We did have a low bid here of Alibaba, but we were going to wait for 74, so that could be something that we look out for. And then Palantir, we wanted a nice little dip opportunity into 2250. What is the low for Palantir? Are you kidding me, Big Patty Ice? 2250, the low here for Palantir. We'll see if we can get a bid in and around here right now, as it just got rinsed down to the downside exactly. Well, 5 cents away from that level. We should probably go long, but here we go. Tesla back in trouble long.
Yeah, the 87 is a higher low, but I'm still sticking with the 85 for now. ARM just made, get off Amazon, because if it holds 180, we're going to get into it anyways, but it doesn't look like it wants to do that right now. ARM is right at $100. Bit of a spread going on here. I only want to be short this name, and it just did a huge wick through where it broke 100, got to 130, and pulled right back underneath. So this might be a short off the 100 level. But it would be such a tight stop because I have to get out at 150. So the offer is starting to get down below, so we're going to get there. Amazon's still long. Sofi still holding the $7 level. Tesla obviously could give us back that fill at 185. It was so strong, now you're underneath VWAP. I'm waiting in front of 185. Like I've pretty much not really going anywhere else here on Tesla, so we're still sitting on the bid. 85's got to have to be it. And Amazon might give it up. This market's starting to look down again. Give me some, I'm going to try and get into this ARM underneath that 100. I want that one to the south side. We just can't seem to get it.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I'm just new position here in Palantir, just a very, very much of a starter position. We're going to have to, well, wait a minute. We did have some bids there at 157. Or sorry, 157, 2257. I had too many shares there. Let me put another one there as we put it back, and then we'll watch out for potentially, you know, we didn't get too many, we didn't get filled down there. Let's buy some 60s. We just punched into 60 there. Let's see if it goes. All right, so starter position now on Palantir. Again, I don't mind that, but I'd mentioned that this was a problem spot for us, and so be it. I mean, now comes Tesla. So coming back in right here, you know, play the momentum, play all the like, you know, the hurrah and everything early on this name. And then when the air comes out of the proverbial tires here, pun, yes, intended, but not that they're losing air in their tires. It's more like the stock price right now. But what a great run Tesla's had from those bottoms. So remember what we had said. Like, I'd still thought, we still know that the EV market is weak, but this move to China sort of solidifies that AI stance that we've all been trusting Elon with. So I really like the long here, but up 11% on a story out of China, I wouldn't be surprised if people kind of say, not BS to it, because it's going to be true, but let's see the impact that this actually has. Because, again, are they going to run and start to buy more EV names there in China? I think EV is not going anywhere, and it is obviously a thing of the future. This is not a hot take or anything. But we're through earnings now, so we have to wait to hear reports of exactly what JD, Billy, all these companies, how can they, again, start to monetize with this deal here and allowing some of the data to now flow through Tesla into full self-drive capability into some of these Chinese names. So yeah, as I sit here and watch this, it's not nice as we pull back in just a little bit into 185.50 again.
Yeah, 185. I'm still, gimme. We're not there yet. It just broke 186. I'm not really moving the bid. ARM, we do have. That's a new position. We took it back underneath 100. It really didn't give you any shots at VWAP in there. I wanted this one short. Maybe we could have had a 103, something like that. If we get 99s, we're going to take some out. Then we'll look for the 98 level if this continues to flush. Now here comes Tesla. We're going to get long Tesla. It looks
The
like
problem is
almost any
everybody's
second
getting
now.
long now. That's
Everybody's probably looking at that same long opportunity down here,
everybody.
which makes sense. And if it can't hold 185, it's going to be a crowded trade down here on Tesla. But is what it is. Sometimes when there's a trap, all you can do is spring it because you like it. So we're back into Tesla. Amazon is still chilling, but it's about to make a fresh low. There was one bounce on Amazon, and now it's about to take out that bottom. It's held a couple of times, but I do not want to add to this position unless we're back above 180. I'd rather add on strength than continue to catch a falling knife. There's SoFi's holding on, $7. It's held line pretty
that's
well.
a wrap.
It's short sell restricted on SoFi, and it's bouncing off 7. So if it can get above 7 a couple more times here, maybe the 05s, 06s, could be an opportunity to add to this position as the market flushes and it's holding on for dear life. So I got 2 shorts on, both chip names, but the longs are getting under pressure here. Oh, there goes Tesla, 185.
Yep, there it goes.
That was fast.
Yeah, so we got out of our first tranche at 185.50 break there. And then we got into another one right now against a 184.50 bottom that was just made. So if, you know, obviously if we don't hold, then we are gone on this one. We'll take a little piece out back up to the upside right there. But we've been doing okay at this level. We didn't really lose anything yet. All we lost was the opportunity to get out all the way up here. Sucks for sure, but still an L is an L. So there's a little piece back up, right up to the 200. Now it looks like it wants to fade against that bottom. Like I said, we took it once, we got out for flat right there, and now it looks like it wants to. Here we go, 184.50. We'll go red on Tesla, trying to dip by twice. And we talked. There it goes. Nope. We talked very soon. We talked about this as a potential hazard for this stock as the market kept coming to the downside. At some point, people are going to look at their portfolio today and be like, wow, you know, Tesla 12, 13, 14, 15%, whatever it was at the highs potentially could be something that we choose to sell. All right, one last little look there for Tesla. Let's see if it can go up. We're long at 185.05.
I just regained the 85 level, so I'll take my shot back. And it's similar to Amazon, man. I'm a buyer if it gets back above 180 on Amazon. I'm a buyer as long as Tesla continues to hold 185. It broke it once, but it did not make a fresh low, so it wicked back through. I get back in, and we're going to give it to the local bottom. So it's more like the wick trade. I don't mind having the stop in there and getting stopped out at the bottom, but if I'm going to get wicked out, I'm probably jumping right back in 10 times out of 10. ARM, we got one bid, and then it's right back up. So I'm going to wait for the 100 level if we're going to reload this. And then if we're still in Intel, obviously Intel's kind of chilling out, lower highs. I'm sitting at VWAP here, but I like lower highs anywhere we can get them on this. Amazon, there we go. Amazon's starting to hold that 180 level, so we're going to be adding to Amazon.
All right, Palantir, sticky note trade number 3 right now. Tesla long, Apple long. We in the money now with Palantir again. So let's go. I hear Big Patty Ice giving some props in the back as well. So there it goes. Nice trade. I hope this guy's long with me. We bought 55s, 57s maybe was the lowest we got there. So remember when we were sitting there and I was like, we don't want to take it. Well, we put it back in there, and we did take that there at 57. So not a good fill the first time for sure at 64, 65. We talked about that being a starter position. Not a good one. Thing about it is I'm trying to work my way around all of that. That's why the Apple trade was a really pretty good one. The fact that it dipped in there and then got us long before the open was pretty risky, but we took that fill. We were waiting for 172.50. We would have loved to have loaded it up there, but we still got a very decent amount of shares down on that downside for Apple, which created this move to the high side opportunity for us. Here we go again for Palantir. We'll take some more out at 68. I mean, I would love to get that 75. That's where my next offer is, in and around 75 for the AI monster that will be realized into the S&P 500 at some point. That is going to be PLTR. 185.20, nice move back up to the upside. Let's wait to see what happens.
Yeah, speaking of what happens, Amazon did do it. It regained 180, holds a double bottom. I said, we're only adding on strength. So didn't want to add bulls underneath. It did the nice little roundy face, broke the 180 level, held a higher low. We grabbed more shares, took some out in front of the 40. Now we're going to wait for 181 and VWAP on this name. Looking pretty good. Tesla, we jump right back into it after the wick bottom. Needs to break 186 though. This needs to get above 186, test VWAP, and then it looks a little bit more exciting. And SoFi, SoFi ends up holding that $7 level, that SSR bounce play, which we said there's only one place we're trading SoFi today, and that's going to be SSR bounce. We're starting to get out in the 10s. VWAP is the target here on SoFi. Again, you're risking just underneath that $7 level. So you get 20, 30 cents on this. You got to be at least a little bit happy with the play on SoFi. Not expecting the moon here. Obviously, I'm a little bit disappointed in the stock in a general sense, but the SSR bounce play working very, very nicely. Worth noting, Google just held VWAP. So that's starting to show some signs of strength as well. But the longs are back.
Yeah,
Tesla
we are
off the same level. Will ring the register just like before. Patience. Tesla, Amazon, SoFi, all three of them just had to be patient off your dip buys.
Yeah, man, we're getting excited around here, baby. It's another $1.50 in the money on Tesla. It's a 2-spot on Apple. And it's Palantir as we go to the upside. We're loving that one. We're cooking up another one. The first one is Apple. The second one is Tesla. The third one is Palantir. It's a 3-for-3 kind of day, and it's over to the desk with A. Boys.
Both the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ starting to come back a little bit here, kind of bouncing just below positive on the day and now kind of trying to make that comeback. We did have a lot of individual names very strong today, Tesla and Apple among them in terms of the mega cap side. On strong catalysts, we also have Apple, Amazon, and AMD among the names on watch for earnings this week. And of course, Wednesday, we have the FOMC meeting. So lots of anticipation for what's to come later in the week. In terms of individual names moving today, we do have Baidu trying to hold on to this upside here, up about 5% on reports that the company is going to be partnering with Tesla for mapping and navigation as part of Tesla's move into FSD in China. Next up here, we have an earnings name on watch, Paramount, PARA, up 5% ahead of its earnings report tonight amidst ongoing reports of potential mergers with Skydance Media and the potential firing of CEO Bob Bakish. So PARA absolutely on watch. Last but not least, Carvana here, CVNA, ranging a little bit, but up about 3% after getting a price target increase from TD Cowen to $70. So lots of names to keep an eye on today, guys.
So much to watch. We talked about this, earnings season or earnings week being not as big as last week, but there's a heck of a lot going on because you have week 2 and then upgrades and downgrades off of all of those old earnings. So Amazon just want to be a little bit cautious here as it comes back up because here's what I'm seeing with the market. NASDAQ bounce is really good. Like you're bouncing, you're up about like 40, 50 points off the bottoms. And this can't seem to get to VWAP here on Amazon. So a little bit of caution for me as it's off the 180, but it's not flying the way that I'd like to see it. So I'm probably going to get something out in front of the 180.50 again. I'm not adding to this position. I don't think you add if it doesn't look as strong as you're liking. Intel still chilling. Lower highs here, so we're short 2 chip names. ARM's at the money. Intel can't even get to VWAP on this bounce. So I think we got to be back into shorting in the 30s. I've been waiting in front of 31.40. I don't think we get that. VWAP now sits in the low 30s. That's where we're going to have to hit. SoFi, it's chilling about 8 cents in the money, printing some 16s there. My next offers are 23s and then up at like 27s. VWAP's at 736. So I think that's where we can get to. Going to put some offers in front of VWAP on SoFi. So the SSR bounce play working pretty much as expected.
Yeah, I put another offer here up near 187 for, nice trade out there on Palantir. We just took some out in the 70s again. But that stopped again right there ahead of VWAP. So let's put another offer in and around there, 186.85 or so. I actually put one at 187.40, hoping that we would break. That's like right where VWAP is. But we didn't break 187. I thought that was going to be a good little bump up there. So in a little bit of factor of greed, we waited for that trade and didn't come through. So now let's put one at 186 and change. I'm getting the feeling like this could be a really big day. So I want to kind of wait for that. So one more out and then no more after that. I think Tesla could go back up, into somewhere near the highs of the day. So let's wait to see if Tesla gets going, especially if these futures go. I really think this is a great opportunity to watch this stock, continue to climb higher here. But, in effort to feed the family and pay the bills, I will take another piece out here on Tesla as it does come back up to the upside. Hasn't been the easiest of days trading, but we're 3 for 3 with Tesla right now, Palantir, with a great buy for Palantir, honestly, that 22.50. Like, we just, people are always asking where do we get these levels and all that kind of stuff. Kind of I just look back in, try to find some stocks that I like. If there was any dip buy opportunities for theirs, where would I be? The important thing about all of this, though, A, it's having confidence. B, it's knowing that your style makes money, so you go with it. And the second thing is, and I just want to show everybody, to me, this is probably the most important thing, and it just says it right here on the sticky note, and it's this word right here, bullish. You know, like the stock market's the stock market. The NASDAQ is down. I'll have to see, I mean, obviously the ES is going to be down as well. But it's the names that you're looking at that give you those feels. Like we did not look at AMD today. You know, because the market, we know that's not going to be part of it. Tesla has the great catalyst that we like, and 185 has been cash. So we've waited for that. We've got those dip buys, and that's been a really easy dip buy area that's given you multiple dollars multiple times. And then Apple, I mean, with their report coming Thursday, we loved all the AI talk here. We talked about that. We liked the levels that Apple was at. I thought Apple was is the next one. I think that. So, and then Palantir, again, the fact that we were bullish gives us this trade, but if we were bearish, it's almost as easy of a trade up here at $23 to go short. So this is why, for me, it's not about, look what I'm doing, because you can see the numbers. We're putting them up all the time, or the trades. But it's the process, so we could teach each other to go. There's people talking there about my strategy in the chat, Neil's strategy. That's what it's about. Figuring out your own strategy, and at the end of the day, only Neil and I can look down, you know, at the P&Ls and judge, is our strategy working? So you guys can see what we're doing, ask us anything you want, but at the end of the day, we have to respect our main ideas, and getting this tea was a fantastic idea because now my hands feel like I can actually start to feel the tips of them.
I'm
So,
leaving my heater on.
yeah, I think you just put your hands directly
Usually,
on
I
the
actually,
heater.
when I'm done my coffee, which I'm done it now, I turn the heater off because why would you have a mug heater
Right, you don't
on with
set a
nothing on it?
fire.
But I'm actually just going to do this and then have my hands on it and all kind of. I am cold, and yes, I made the decision to wear short sleeves when usually I have a sweater. You guys see it all the time. But just one thing here, SoFi, it's got a wall at 720, and it's not a lot of shares on the offer. Because, look, it's done 65 million shares, so like 60, 70,000 shares is nothing, but they're selling it for sure. So I just took some more shares out there at the 17 level, want to respect the strength that I'm seeing. SoFi just passed Tesla, for me, as number one, but it's really just about, like, that's a style of trade which has worked. So when that happens, you want to go back to the well. And the more it held 7 even, the better I liked it. So we had it first off to 7, but then it bounced a second time off of 7 even. And once that happened, you know, you're going to like to trade a little bit more, so we added to it. Because I was adding, I scalped out, which I wouldn't be as aggressive, but that's because I had added. Now we're back to the plan. Hold out for VWAP. We get it. We get it. If it doesn't get there, it can't be a loser. I was stopping out underneath 95, but now my stop is at evens. So it's held 7. My stop is now exactly at 7. We did get it. We had to stop out on the reload of Tesla. We got back out in because it was a wick bottom. I want to hold for VWAP now. So breaking VWAP and holding for 190 is the way I want to play this. So we're just trying to stick to the pattern. ARM could be, Tesla's going to be okay. Obviously, Intel worked initially on the short, but I got a reload on ARM here, and this can't hold 100.5. I'm jumping out because all of a sudden the market's looking a little bit stronger than before. So the aggressive short early, and then we had a reload. But if it gets above 150, I think 103 is reasonable. And I like that short at 103, so I'd have to get out of this trade and get back into a new one. Dara? No.
Sorry about that. This came out here just after 10, so new catalyst here for Boeing. BA receiving a $178 million contract from the U.S. Air Force to produce 7 aircraft and provide training and support. So nice move up here for BA on that news, guys. Keep an eye.
Boeing, go trader alert. Number 3, Palantir. What's up, Big Patty? Everybody there that's on this Palantir and on the sticky note going tres up right now. As there goes Palantir, man. We just get that nice fill on that upside there. Long 22.57 right now. We almost nailed. I mean, we did nail the bottom. We have the bottom, but as was written on here, good level there. 50s. Tesla, just a quick little update on Tesla's. Apple still $3 in the money. That's going to be my pride and joy today is going to be Apple. But Tesla could really get going, but we just did exactly what we said we would do. Spin it. Sharif sent me a video, and a shout out to Good Vibes Sharif, although that was his name the other way. He sent me a video back, I think it was 4 years ago, where I was talking to somebody in the chat who wanted me to spin the money. And that individual was Sharif. So that was pretty cool because I was like, who's this Gobriel guy? Sharif Gobriel. And then he sent me it in the message that he texted me over the weekend that he had found that clip. So that was pretty cool for that one.
Because we thought it was...
yeah, we thought it was one of our old
There's a famous... there's a former trader with the same last name that traded on our trading floor. It'll be traded on our trading floor. He was here at head office. Infamous at times. There's some stories that are fun with him that are probably better for a podcast than this. But yeah, we love that. We love the fact that Sharif came from, just being any other viewer of the show, which you guys are all fantastic, to wanting to trade here. Next thing you know, he's sitting behind us with the gun show going on, and then now he's teaching lessons every single day. He's going to be talking about gap and go. That said, Tesla gapped, but it didn't really go. Yet is the key. So the gap and go usually would be you make that move and you break out the high. But we're still in the pocket. Really, it's holding on to support. All it has to do is crack VWAP, then hold some higher lows. It's still same bottom, lower highs. And if that happens, I'm not reloading 185 a third time. I think we gotta, there's no we. I think I am going to back away from reloading it a third time. I'd rather be, it's weird to say, but I would rather buy this higher if it starts holding VWAP than try to go into the same level on the long. I just feel like that's a little bit dangerous there. Meta making some power moves, but I wanted to check in on Boeing because Boeing going up is always worth celebrating because they stink. The 172 level was a big one. Just want to see if it's anywhere within it. Yeah, 172 is still the big breakout level for Boeing. If it gets there, I think you can really fly. Pun intended, actually. Let's be real. I like that pun. So 172 is a key price. It failed it, but that's a pre-market failure of that price. Come to the chart. Like, that's all pre-market, then it dumped. I still think the 172, it hasn't really been tested much off the open. So go Boeing, but if it doesn't get there, I don't trade it. Intel, if you're short something, it should be this. It's down 2%. It just curled at VWAP. I mean, like, what more can I say? It's trending to the downside, but 31 could be support on Intel. So I'm going to get bids back out in front of that.
Like, it's only 10:11, and we are having a day. Like, I looked down, I was like, oh my God, we must almost be done. Not even close right now. This Tesla has a lot of freaking room to go right now, and we're decently loaded up here off the 185. So again, I keep on talking about Palantir 2250, but we wrote down Tesla 185, and we have it once, twice, thrice. So here it goes, right up to VWAP. This is that move that we had thought potentially could happen, but unfortunately, ifs and buts, but we still have over half of the position from that bottom as we get back into some of these levels. Right now, 187.50 and change. Next stop, like, I really, really want to see this like 190 again. So I'm going to put an offer up near 190. I don't think that's unreasonable to get that level. So we're going to go 188, 189. Let's go 189.79 or so, as that's a decent year. We'll see if that can get filled up $2 more higher, and then man, oh man, will we be cooking right now. Apple at the day's high. I mean, this one, yeah, this is working as well as there goes Apple. But again, the market's made a huge move back. We talked about 17.8 is where we really wanted to put some shares on. Fortunately, we didn't get that low, so we're not into the futures or anything like that. But are we cooking right now or what? It is a fruit salad kind of a Monday. Go get your fruit salads, man. You get pineapples in there. You get mangoes. You get those strawberries flashing across the screen. You have whatever you want today. This is a fruit salad Monday. You treat yourself, everybody, to whatever you want today. Congratulations to everybody who's been trading today. You deserve it. Go out and get yourself whatever you want. There it is. Buy yourself a nice, as Jim Cramer says, buy yourself a nice little sweater. Buy or mean something, send it in here. Do whatever. Buy something for somebody and get it in here ASAP. Today, Bang! Unless you're I love you, my wife, but you can buy something as well. Let's drop some of this down. As there it goes. Neil, it's a 1, a 2,
Bye-bye.
a $3 winner for both Tesla and Apple right there. So let's go, man. We're near the high of the day, Neil. This has been a beauty of a day for some specific names.
It's probably the best day for momentum, I'd say, because you had it in every direction. You had it on every stock you could want.
Yeah.
You know, whether it was Tesla, whether it was Apple, SoFi. Well, I mean, I'm not happy with SoFi in a general sense, but SoFi off $7 has been a great bounce play. Unfortunately, it's not a good thing for the stock. As a shareholder, I'm right back to where I was when I started because this is exactly the price time long. My personal account, like I don't know, I think it's like 711 or something like that. It doesn't really matter. But even to the south side, I liked one thing short, and it was a big one, but we did miss an opportunity on Intel, and I've said this, I'll say it again. Sitting short in Intel in the pre-market makes sense. I did exactly the same thing that we saw before, like look at this flush. So I'm always looking to get better, and we're always short this one on lower highs every single day. It seems like that's all we're doing, but it's still going to be working out here. Tesla 185 was the first thing I wrote, and that's the first place we bought that sucker. We waited for it. I didn't want to chase it. One of the things we mentioned was whatever the normal range is on Tesla, double or triple it. So when it was trading at 190s, just waited for the 185 level. You can see it hold the line down there pretty well, at least for now. So let's see how far this bad boy wants to go. We're not going to get that Coinbase trade at 240. But if I'm watching crypto stay weak, maybe we got to look at the pre-market tops there for Coinbase. I want to see some other things short, just in case all this euphoria stops at Friday's highs and the market cannot stay green. I'd like to be short something that isn't just Intel.
Yeah, that is true. You always want to try to spread a little bit of risk out here on some other names. So, with that being said, you know, I still want to make sure that we can find the right names here to get back into. We did definitely identify, of course, a Palantir, which has been fantastic. Now 20 cents in the money, but again, in an effort to potentially look elsewhere, let's try to do that right now. Oh, Marissa may do roasted cauliflower tonight. Booyah. Booyah on that one. So should be nice. But if there are any, Ramin, there should be some leftovers coming through. Okay, 190 and change. I mean, the kids, yeah, we'll see. Hopefully there's some leftovers. I'll figure out the sauce. I'm going to ask her what the sauce is. She always makes like either some kind of a curry or something like that, but we'll see what's going to be involved there.
You know what's not bad?
Roasted cauliflower.
I like when you do cauliflower with like buffalo.
Yes, that's, let me see if that's what
I'm a pretty big fan of those. Like I don't like cauliflower unless you do it sort of like with a really good flavor and sauce, like something a little bit strong. So buffalo for me is the way to go. But Snapchat apparently is still good. Yeah, we were like, this is one we liked on Friday. If I had realized, I didn't realize this dipped into the 14 again. It was 14 and go on Friday. It's 14 and go again today. And we said this could be the case. Big earnings names with big moves. You look day 2, day 3, and it's just as good as day 1. So there's your dip. It goes to exactly, well, 14.03 is pretty much exactly $14 in my books, and it has a chance to test this high. I don't want to take a breakout on the stock. 15's been resistance. But if you're looking for the pattern up, VWAP sits at just underneath 14.5. So joining the party would be about there. On SoFi. We'll let it get back in. SoFi, we did take, I'm out of like 75% of SoFi. It just broke the trend right in there, so we took some out. I don't like reloading at the same price on an SSR bounce because the stock's down 10% for a reason, because they don't like the report. So I will not be reloading this. It can't turn into a loser, but I'm not looking to reload at the $7 level just to be
oh my God.
Clear there.
Okay, so about the buffalo sauce, it got leveled up. That's that buffalo sauce. This is with tahini halloumi. Do you even know what halloumi is?
I do not know.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Neil. It's with tahini halloumi, pine nuts, and pomegranate. Okay, this show is done. I'll be back. No, wow. Okay. That should be really, really exciting. Yeah, halloumi is a cheese. It is. Oh my God. Darn. All right, we're excited for that one, but let's go on to trading right now. Thank you, Marissa, for that update. That's dangerous. Danger. That's you know you got a good one. when that's what's going on right there. Okay, so ARM is back to 100. In the attempt to potentially short something now, because we're only long. And you know what? I'm actually looking at 187.75. This is kind of hung around here a little bit to the upside on Tesla. So let's see if now we can, okay, here we go. I was gonna say, let's see now if we can start to break a little bit here on Tesla, back up to the upside. Man, our net is absolutely Sailor Mooning right now as we continue to go to the upside with some of these plays. Good trade there, 350 now, plus on Tesla. Apple's the one that's coming back in a little bit. We have less than 10%, but in and around that level, something like 7 or 8% left of this Apple trade as it's falling back in. But honestly, the only thing that real matters to this one right here is this level. Well, Ramin's coming for dinner. So shout out, what's up to Molfar? You can't come today. We're gonna have Ramin, and then we'll start to open it up to viewers. To come to my house for dinner. But yeah, right here, 188.50 coming through at some point there for Tesla. Could be a decent spot as it's really, I almost think there's like, it almost is acting like there was some news here. Moving around quite a bit right now is TSL to the A.
Yeah, it just made a bit of a left turn. I hate the fact that it's doing this on exactly the same trend. So look, obviously the long's been good, but if you were just look at the last two peaks, like it just needs to break 188.5, and you've broken this downward trend since the open. So with this, it's either 185, show me strength, hold VWAP, break it out, and we look for more longs. Apple is at VWAP. Never check that. Apple's beneath VWAP actually, underneath 175. All right, I'm waiting for either 174 or right back above. It's got to either hold VWAP, get back above, or I wait for 174. Tesla looking strong. Intel's fine. It's Sofi that just made a bit of a bounce off 710. All right, I'm going to get on the offer in front of that 720 level again on Sofi. It just feels like there's still a little bit of weakness to that name. Intel, still kind of cruising. It just tagged VWAP. I scalped some out at 3120. Do we go how many times you go to this well? I feel like it has to be less when you get higher lows. So we've put in a couple of higher lows here. If it goes to the same 3140 level, I always say caution if you're shorting the exact same level and it's showing you trend into that level, then at some point you want to back off and just respect the fact that, hey, that's great, it's working for you, but higher lows when you're short can mean some trouble. So I don't know if I reload this one a third time, especially with the market looking a little bit strong. We'll ride Tesla and Sofi for now and just be patient as we go back to Adara for the small cap recap.
This is a throw with regards to Tesla. Seeing a couple Tesla headlines circulating on social media right now in terms of that move we just had. One of them is that Tesla has filed its definitive proxy statement, so that means that voting can begin for Tesla's 2024 shareholder meeting. The other story, this initially came out earlier but currently circulating pretty heavily on social media right now, is the Supreme Court has declined to hear Elon Musk's bid to throw out part of a securities fraud settlement with the SEC that restricts Elon's public statements about Tesla. So a couple notes there coming. The main one seeming to be that Supreme Court declined to hear Elon Musk's attempt to throw out part of the securities fraud settlement that would restrict Elon Musk's statements about Tesla from the SEC.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you there, Adara. Ooh.
Yeah, I'm still having a hard time hearing Adara, so I'll get that figured out. And it must be one of my settings in Unity. But we did take some more out there on Palantir. So let's go, man. We are, I mean, despite the market, although the market's up right now, not like really up on the day. It's pretty flat since it's up from Friday, but on the day it's kind of where we opened up, even a little bit lower since we opened up near at those highs, but now it's trying to get it back going to the upside here. So we've only been 3 names long, and they're going to be PL 1, 2, 3. Apple, no, I don't think Palantir yet actually. Apple, huge trade. Tesla, obviously both Neil and I have this level, so that's going to be a big one as well. And then Palantir, which, you know, wasn't as confident about this name, but would have liked to get more shares. I actually had more sitting there near 50, but still a decent trade. And we have 3 reloads and all the way to the upside. It's pretty decent. Problem is we got out too much here. In and around 70s when we were like, oh my God, we're like 10 cents in the money. But it's a good out. Went right to the 200, right to VWAP, right to the 200, right to the 50. It's been a good one for sure so far today. So yeah, we'll continue to continue to be happy with the performance, but always looking for a little bit more. I think it might be time to flip over into that chip game and potentially start to look at some of those when we get back. We had to look at ARM, but Tesla's a little bothering me because it's not getting above this 188-ish area. So I'm debating getting another piece out of Tesla, and with this move down, I think we will try to do that up at 187.50. So, all right, back over to the screen here with Adair as the market's coming in a bit.
Russell 2000 looking stronger than both the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 as of right now today, up more than 0.5%, although, again, falling back a little bit, feeling the effects that are also hitting the S&P 500 and NASDAQ right now. Overall, nice look, though, for the IWM. Some small caps moving today include IBRX, this is Immunity Bio, initially running last week on some positive trial data, now getting a price target increase from Piper Sandler. Nice look for IBRX. We also have Mullen Automotive, MULN. This one does have a market cap of 20 million and about a 20% short float. They also announced that they're going to have they're eligible for HVIP incentives for EV trucks for its new trucks. So nice look there for MULN. Last but not least, Soleno Therapeutics, SLNO. This one's still very strong after receiving breakthrough therapy designation from the FDA for its Prader-Willi syndrome treatment. Also worth noting, they have a short float of about 9%, guys.
Ooh, we like short floats, but speaking of shorts, well, we'll get to Sofi in a second. I'm out of Tesla. It did that same thing. Lower highs, maybe we test the 185 again, and now that we're out of it, I wouldn't have reloaded down here if I didn't take profit, but because we're out of the position, I might give it one more shot to bounce off 185. It's just lower highs that was holding that trend line, which I drew and is now gone. Let me just do that and then hit save so it's there the next time we look at the stock. But yeah, taking profit when it broke that consolidation down. Again, trade your own style of trading. 185 bounce, it curled there. I'm taking the scalp trade on trend. And then the same thing the second time through, just trying to maintain profits. I took another leg out of Sofi. I'm now down to 20% of the position. It put in a higher low. At this point, I'm not stopping out at 7. If it curls off of 708, then I'm out if it breaks 708. I just happen to have 707 as a price because that's the last price that I bought. I was on the way back up. So it's kind of like that last in, first in, first out, right? So the last position is all I have left on Sofi at the 707. Still looking for the VWAP bounce play. Intel's chilling, but no breakdown in. This is where it's 10:30. You got to be patient. If something's still inside of the range that you like, you can take it again. If it's not, back off. Eventually, Amazon got to VWAP, but it did so without me. I got that fill 180.30. And then right in here, it broke underneath 180. I decided to tighten up the stop. I'll be frustrated. I mean, obviously, it's still actually it was a decent entry point. I think I was patient enough with it, but it'll be basically flat, small win, but it got to VWAP. So if you stuck to the plan better than I did, you definitely got the win on Amazon. It just felt a little bit weak to my estimation, and that's why we're out. So Tesla 185 for a third time. We'll see if it's a charm. But I'd like to see it actually bounce first. I don't think I'll just be sitting there in front of 185 this time. I'm going to give it a little bit of a chance to fall in and then bounce off at the level. It's the one price I wanted to buy this thing. And if it breaks it, I don't even have an obvious level outside of like 180 flat, pre-market lows. Like you don't really have much of anything else here on Tesla if it does fail that level.
Yeah, no, we just we're still in the money on it. We're still in the money $1 on that bottom, but we did give up that top. And we were talking about that, trying to pray for that move back up to the upside. But then once we broke VWAP, that was great out there. So 187.30 should have definitely been out. We're going to wait for 187 now, play back up to the 50 period. But we still have our outs if we break lower. We're not going to be super stubborn with it. We do only have 10% left of a lot of names. So one of them is Palantir. We just got 89s. There. So we'll hold the rest of Palantir. Maybe it's a little more than 10%, but we're going to hold on to this one, see if we can potentially get a move through 23 and then into the day's high that we wicked up early. And again, I feel like this is a name that I said the shorts and the longs both won. If you were thinking that, hey, Palantir was a little bit too excited early, up that 3% or 2.5%, it did fall all the way back in. And that's where we were able to, of course, take advantage of that. So we'll still hold out that we can get this going here on Palantir. But again, wouldn't surprise me if it does fade back inside just a little bit. Apple's the one that's come in for sure, for sure. This has not been a nice move back. That 176, if you look at this on, I mean, sometimes it's just like you're kind of just data mining it up here, but like maybe potentially up there at 177, there was some support. The resistance, the high of the day is 176, so I still feel like there was more room to climb there on Apple, but a pullback into the 200, we will reload that on Apple. We don't have anything. I mean, 176 didn't really give us a reason to pull it back. We were going to be more cautious if we got to 177. That was close enough, 176 and change. Pull back into this level is good for me, 173.70. Unless the market just absolutely collapses here, which it doesn't look like it's going to, although it feels, give me that feels with Tesla. But right now, Tesla and Apple, the two longs, we've only had 3 positions. Tesla long, Apple long, Palantir long, a couple times of each. But it's Tesla right now that is dropping well in, man. I mean, our stop is that 184.50. So, you know, we could wind up losing on this last position. We pretty much have the bottom of the day for Tesla. Will that continue to be the case? It's not looking like it.
Well, what's a little bit surprising to me, but I guess maybe we should have, I don't know, maybe SMCI should have been more on the radar, but it's up 2% breaking the highs. They report tomorrow, I believe, along with, I want to say it's Tuesday, but I'll double check it in a second. What's crazy is, like, I see NVIDIA looking not that strong. AMD's kind of mixed. You already know about Intel. So for this to be breaking out, I'm a little bit skeptical, but it squoze before. We all know that. I didn't want to get to another squeeze name. We talked about Mullen potentially making a run for a squeeze. I said if it can hold 410, I'd look for longs in Mullen because it does have that small float. You're at 380. It's already starting to look a little bit weak here. So after the open, there was one shot and then no buyers above 410. It's bottomed out. Needs to start holding VWAP, otherwise my attention is clearly going to have to go elsewhere. So Mullen, I'd say nothing burger. Tesla, it's at the 85 level now. It's showing signs of bouncing. So this is starting to look pretty solid. This would be a higher low if it holds 185 quarter, which is what it's doing right now. I do like higher lows. So a bit of a curl here happening off the quarter. I'm going to work back into Tesla. Third time, maybe a charm here. SoFi is now back at the 720, but remember, there was sellers at 720 before. I've already taken some out in front. It needs to punch through, then we'll get that VWAP.
Yeah, let's get that third time's a charm for sure, hopefully here on Tesla. As we'll go a couple more than that, but one more time, I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out myself here. I am looking for a little bit of a dip bid right in here in for Tesla, but we haven't done the greatest on this. We still have half the position. We should have got some out there. We were really looking at these things with rose-colored glasses on. Again, we'll try one more here at 50, then I have a little bit lower, but so far, not really able to reload much on Tesla. Has to pull into 185.50. We're gonna go over to crypto update. Maybe when we get back, we'll have an answer one way or the other on Tesla 185.
Of course, we had Bitcoin ETF, a spot Bitcoin ETF approval in both the US and China earlier this year, or at least Hong Kong. Now Australia, according to this Bloomberg report, also looking to get these spot Bitcoin ETFs expected to be approved by 2024. Self-managed pension assets also could be part of what will be flowing, or part of the inflows into these potential new spot Bitcoin ETFs for Australia. So another country looking to get involved in the spot Bitcoin ETF movements that we have so far in 2024. In terms of Bitcoin itself right now, on its 4th straight day to the downside, we did have this wick a little bit lower here below 62,000, but right now we are decidedly above the 62,000 level, just below 62.8. We have Ethereum around just below 3,200. So nice look for Ethereum, down though about 4.5%. Solana down about 4%. Ripple down 1.5%. Dogecoin down 5%. All of these cryptocurrency related names very weak today, guys.
I mean, Google's making higher lows. Tesla's making the same one at 185. And we've already talked, Apple's trying to hold on to VWAP. That looks pretty solid. I mean, it dipped, it didn't give 174. Once it was out, it's like either VWAP holds or the breakout price holds in terms of a setup for me. So the latter seems like it's still the case. If this can't get above VWAP, I don't love it as much. We almost never look at Microsoft lately. I feel like Microsoft's been a really boring stock, but today, Look at the 400 level. Liquidity grab underneath 400 on Microsoft, and now it's stair-step to the upside. So you look left, or you look left and the market goes right. You look somewhere else, and all of a sudden Microsoft could be the one to go. I was so sure that this would be mostly an Apple story if we're leading higher, or like a Tesla story. But those things are pulling back, and suddenly you've got some names that are almost forgotten starting to lead the charge. That said, I'm not going to jump away from it. Until 85 is gone, then this is the level we like. So VWAP's at 187. That means offer in front of 187. And then if this trend breaks, you can see the 191, 192 level on Tesla. So let's get back into the upside, Tesla. I mean, it's been the party so far. I don't see any reason why it should stop now. Been a pretty strong one there. Yeah, let us know if there's anything else you guys are trading. We looked at a few small cap names, but the one that I might have gotten into, Mullen, seems like a nothing burger now. So I'm going to stay away from that.
All right, yeah, for Tesla to start to run up here would be pretty sweet. Like you guys, like I always hear Neil say this as well, we always talk about, trading your own style. So again, we'll take more shares, get some out here on that bottom play of 185. We just took some out at 185, 60s or 70s, just taking 60 or 70 cents, 40 or 50 cents on this play. And then we'll see if we can get back up to the upside now. So we're just kind of getting rid of, we have to average in. So the fact that we're still getting out here are still like $+ winners on that piece. But now we got to deal with this last piece. So hopefully this will start to climb. We are now at the highest spot we've been at all day now with this Tesla move. So Palantir up at basically highs right now. Despite its opening range, that's been a really good trade there. Out at 90, out another piece there at 85. Tesla's starting to work now, trying to go back $1. And then I'm going to wait for Apple down to 174, 175. What else you guys want to talk about? What's Coinbase doing as we get to 63,000 here? And again, we talk about this all the time. Make sure you find and go help out realtrading.com as our #1 sponsor here. Go find it, the same platform as us, trade like us, trade with us, trade smart, not hard. And you want to talk about trading smart, it's almost like this sort of slogan there changed everything to how I'm trading now. 3 ideas that I've had today, and they're all the same ones that we built when we got into work. And that was, call this work is kind of, when I came into the office, right here was, look at the 3 we have, Tesla, Apple, Palantir, right? AMD we've left alone for some reason, and Baba's nowhere near 74, but it was these plays right there that we're sticking with, and now you can see it's really resulted in a more focused style of trading, and I'm much more comfortable and happier with this one. C Report Global, yeah, that's right. I just see Siri. I was just seeing another thing about Siri because I know that Adara brought us this story that they were popping a little bit, but the volume's not doing anything. I was just
really
noted that it's potentially going to break this 315, 316 area. Right to the downside right now. So I don't know. Again, as an investment, no, I don't think the business is that solid, but as a play, yeah, maybe you are breaking that bottom there. Yeah, because there is a short float. A decent one on that one. Almost $1 in the money right now with Tesla.
24.5% is the short float on Siri.
It's monster.
That's not a joke. But sorry, this ANVS, it just popped up here that it's halted down on a circuit breaker for the second time, down 15%. But the volume is really, really bad. So I was just checking out, see if there's anything there. The problem with squeeze names, it's not really a problem. It's just what you look for to have happen. If you want a stock to squeeze or short squeeze, you need to break resistance levels. I say this all the time. If it's not breaking this top at least at 18, if not 330, there's not much to sink your teeth into, and that's why 5 million volume, not bad, but if it's not breaking the 30, I'm not that excited with Siri. Doesn't mean it won't happen, so I'm going to keep it up on the radar just in case. I just took some out halfway into VWAP there on Tesla. Needs to break this trend. If you're above 188 and you're holding bids above there, then you've got a trend line break, and at that point, there can be a long that isn't the 185 level, but until then, it is 185 or bust on Tesla. Sofi, the SSR bounce plays, finally, okay, now it's back to the 20 level. Still some sellers at 20. I'll join. We just took some out, just got instantly filled at the midpoint, so I guess that means there's some bias to that price. But I'm still looking for the VWAP play here. With $7 into VWAP is the plan. We have taken a bunch out before VWAP because it hasn't looked as strong as I would have liked. So bad earnings for SoFi, but it doesn't mean you can't ring the register with a specific trading strategy. It went 10% down. It held the even dollar level pretty much exactly with 7.00 as low of the day. And whoa, you got a dollar play here on this DNA stock. This looks a little bit spicy. DNA 30 million in volume. I don't know what the short float is on this stock, but it's always interesting to me when a stock holds above $1. So if it pulls back in, there wasn't a lot of support here before, but it's VWAP now at 102. So if this thing were to dip back in, I like the volume. I mean, the liquidity looks fantastic on it. It's not like it's thin or a big spread. So DNA is on the radar, maybe for a VWAP bounce play on a small capper that could go. Still just same positions on. Intel's working short. SoFi, and then Tesla needs to break 188 to get that trend break to the upside.
Yeah, let's go Tesla. I am waiting there this time at 180. I mean, we've done really well off of this 185, man. Like we said, this is basically 3 times dipped, 3 times bought, and every time worked. The last time shallower than the first. So that's what's making me a little nervous as the 200 periods up here at 188. We should probably just put one at 188 and just call it a day right now. Let me put that 188 flat, basically. If we're able to get that, that'd be pretty cool. And then we'll see if that does hit. So 188 for Tesla incoming. We only have 10%, less than 10% now of Palantir, as that's coming back in a little bit. And we're waiting for Apple 174 right now to come through as well. So that should be interesting. Apple 174. If that gets down there, we'll like that one for sure. Check in on the biggest and the baddest of the Chinese names that we've been pumping for a minute. Not pumping, but talking about it. And that's Alibaba. You know, we're long in our own account down there in the 171-ish, 71 area, maybe going to 171. But Alibaba nicely done off that bottom. Whoa. $75 today. Great level there. We wrote down 74, hoping that it would collapse. But the market did make a nice move, but it was such a strong one into it that the fade out wasn't actually that dramatic after all. So for right now, we're just going to hold out. We do have a great position, I feel like, anyways, with Tesla. That one should continue to work. Pan W, I think, was smoking.
Go Pan W
as well. Yeah, we definitely had talked about this one. Shout out to my guy Chris Brecher, who keeps giving me credit for this. But Pan W just continues to work. Not huge, not great at all, but still not too bad.
It's not that good.
No, it's not that good at all, but it's still okay. We like Pan W. And then Nike, of course, is another play that we're trying to watch in and around that $90 mark. Now down to 94, but again, trying to hold out. I want to see, wasn't that bottom 88 or so off earnings? But we still do like that play as well. Come on, Tesla, man. It's another $2 cash cow there for Tesla. Congratulations, everybody that has just kept on reloading there off that 185. It's naturally going to be number 2, I guess, P&L stock here today. So added together. All right, let's go back over, well, pending, I guess. This name could really rip right now. I don't think we're done on Tesla. I'm going to wait for 188. I know you have your out around 190, you mentioned, or?
I want a high of the day.
A high of the day, yeah.
Like 192 is the high of the day.
I'm going to try to get in and out of a few of these shares before then. I do have an offer at 188 and then nothing else after that. Let's see if we can really get going here, Tesla. 188 and change. We'll see if we can get it, but over to the screen now with Adara.
Quite a few sectors with some a bit of a positive tilt to them. We have some strength in health technology, finance pretty strong, producer manufacturing, lots of strength as well. Process industries, communications pretty strong across the board. Utilities also really green. So quite a few decidedly strong sectors. Retail trade a bit more mixed. Amazon to the upside, but you do have some weakness in Costco and Target, so that is an interesting one to watch out for sure. We also have a lot of weakness here in this technology services sector across the board. Meta, Google, Microsoft all weak after their earnings last week. Oracle, Netflix also to the downside as well. So very few upside in this technology services sector. Electronic technology worth noting as well. Apple to the upside after reports of continued AI discussions with OpenAI and also an upgrade from Bernstein. But a lot of these chip names weaker ahead of some big reports for chips this week. AMD and Qualcomm among the names set to report. So as always, chips are definitely going to be in watch heading into the rest of the week, guys.
Is now at 188, so there it is. This will be that trend line break. So as long as you hold it, if you hold a bid at VWAP, that's breaking the trend on Tesla. So it needs to go now. I haven't strayed away from buying 185, but the only way it happens is if we break this trend and hold above it. So when that's the case, we're going to try to add to it. There's another name that's going to be breaking out a little bit here. That's going to be Alibaba above VWAP. So this has been a play where if it gets to our dip price, we buy it. It never got to 75. That was the price on Friday. Never got there today. Now we like VWAP here. So if Alibaba sees VWAP and holds it, we're back into that party. Randy, appreciate it. I'm just going to use this to heat up.
Yeah, it's a big
really.
one. Hopefully they're still hot. Randy, we are absolutely leveling Tesla today. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Look at these dip buys at 185. Look where we are right now. Starting to rip up higher, higher, higher. And it's been a print factory over here. Next time is brisket time. Yeah, it's not. That's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. This is, tell everybody what level this says. Tesla, what does it say, Randy?
Oh, baby. We got Apple at 172.
Yep.
Tesla 185.
Yeah, we're at 189.
Palantir at 22.
50.
Look at that.
Yep. Good so far. All right, back over to trading though, Randy. We'll get to you in a second. Thank you so much for the coffees, and maybe we'll have a nice little sort of powwow with Randy later about some of these automotive names. So check out Randy.
By the way, the chart of NIO looks so bad right now.
Oh man, look at Tesla, guys. Ooh,
oh my goodness.
All right. Yeah, I don't know, whatever you guys want to talk about, man. We already, in the beginning of the day, we talked about Tesla. Someone said, I think it was YZ said, oh God, now Sean's just going to be short Tesla all day. Nah, Tesla is now my #1 stock, only longs. We've gone short nothing today, absolutely nothing. It will be a very, very big day for me, probably my best morning of the month. And we are having a great month. So really happy with this one, man. We're really seeing the board well and nailing these things. So again, thank you everybody for watching and continuously supporting the show. We put a lot of work and effort into this every single day. So what you can do is make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe. We have Gap and Go coming through. If Neil and I talk a little bit too fast, or you're like, man, how does Sean come up with this? Or how does Neil do that? You're going to be able to figure out more strategies. Find out what strategy works best for you. I give mine free every single day right here. But hopefully you'll learn something for yourself. And that's really the ultimate key. Understand where you make your money from. The rest will just fall into place.
Exactly. Like it's all about just trading strategy, entries, exits. Sometimes you might adjust when the market tells you something. Like obviously you're going to see if this market was breaking out the highs, we might have a little bit of a different approach with Tesla. The only reason that I've been taking profits that's shy of the pre-market highs because the market's essentially sold at the open and holding a lower high. Tesla's doing the same thing, but everything has changed if it holds VWAP here. Just like last time on this same move, come to my chart for a quick second there, just to give you an idea what my thoughts are on Tesla. It's the same as the second time we had this long. It holds a consolidation above. If it breaks down, I'm getting out under 187, and then we might go for a little 185 again. If it holds VWAP, I'll look to be a buyer off of VWAP if it starts bouncing there. Very similar to what I'd like to do on Alibaba. Intel's continuing to look weak, but it's still stair-step to the upside. I just took some out under VWAP at 25s. I have bids at the low of the day, and then we'll work back into that one if it gets back up to that 3140 level. SoFi, continuously, every single time it fails 720, I get a little bit more out. And I said here, there's a seller at 720. It's not a ton of size on the offer. It's just that they're refreshing it every single time and selling a bunch in the midpoints in the dark. So if you're long off the 7 level, 720 has been it. Mr. Fabric.
What's up, Fabric?
First of all, I love the name. It's a little random, but we'll take it. Thank you. You made 20K. Let us know where it is. It could be anywhere. It could be Tesla, it could be Apple, SoFi. I mean, I don't know. You guys let us know. There's a lot of opportunity in this market today. And the best part about it is it's Monday, and we had like SoFi earnings this morning. And we got a lot of bigger things coming. I mean, when we talk about AMD, we'll be talking about, obviously, Apple, Amazon. But I think the big one this week, volatility-wise, could be SMCI. Like, I feel like we don't talk about that stock enough. And SMCI could go $100 in terms of a move. And that actually wouldn't even be that big because that's just 10% on SMCI.
Yeah, nobody making 20K around here. That is a fantastic trade and a fantastic day. So congratulations to you for that. Some of those numbers that some of you guys put up are monstrous. So again, a big congrats. And I guess you could have easily done that if you had the confidence in Tesla and wanted to put some money down there. But for right now, the only thing that is left to do today for me is hold on to some of these trades. We're going to see Tesla moon, and I told you today was going to be special and that we chose violence with Tesla, and that's exactly what we did. But we're going to choose lunch as well. So what is for lunch, many of you say? Wrong button. There it is. Okay, today's a pretty good one. I mean, if you've been trading today, we'll go 3 for 3. So there are a couple chicken dinner winners on the market today, and there actually is one for lunch as well. Today should be okay. I mean, I've been a fan of this when they brought it through. We don't ever get it because we're on the lunch, the salad. So that means that some jerk chicken will probably be on our salad tomorrow. So tonight is jerk chicken with Jamaican rice and sweet potatoes. So a little bit of rice and peas there, get some sweet potatoes going. The sweet potatoes should hopefully, for A over there, where's Miss A? The sweet potatoes should be like a nice little, counter to how spicy it is.
I have a small problem with that.
It won't be spicy though.
Rice and peas is not Jamaican rice.
It says Jamaican rice.
I know,
I said rice and peas.
I know, but it's going to be rice and peas, and it's just a West Indian thing. And I'm not just saying this because my family's Antiguan, but you hear a lot of stuff it's like Jamaican, this Jamaican. No, it's just West Indian. Like all West Indians eat rice and peas. I don't know if you call it Jamaican rice and peas, but it is what it is. You can say Jamaican beef patties because that's more their thing. But come on now, Jamaican rice.
Hey, this is why I'm giving respect
rice
to
and
everybody,
peas, baby.
No, that's the thing. I didn't say Jamaican rice.
Bajans eat it too. I mean, everybody eats it. It's all good. But it's all good in the hood. Wow.
This is a big day.
Like the Nasdaq is under a little bit of pressure. I just want to note we've talked about Tesla and Apple. Obviously, they led the way, but Google's starting to give up VWAP here, and this is disappointing. A, because Alphabet had the big up move on earnings, and now you've got 2 straight days of essentially selling it off. I mean, like it's stair step down, hold, and then stair step down. If it follows the same pattern, like look at this, support turning into resistance on Google at 170. Yeah, like Alphabet kind of looks like a sell trying to fill in this gap, and I wish that wasn't the case, but that's what the chart's telling you. So if you're looking for some afternoon ideas, I do feel like Google might be on the other side if we roll this one over. Now, obviously, we like some Intel short, but let's get to the desk one more time with Adara.
Nice red candle to the downside here right now for the DXY, continuing to top and turn in that range we've seen since about mid to late April there, April 18th, basically 105.60 up into 106.20 area. So we're very much still stuck in that range. Only piece of economic data we got today was the Dallas Fed Manufacturing Business Index for April. This coming in slightly lower than the previous number, negative 14.5 versus negative 14.4 previous. So slightly lower here, but the bigger numbers are going to be coming later in the week. Tomorrow we get Chicago PMI. And then we also on Wednesday get the JOLTS job openings. And on Wednesday we also have the FOMC meeting with a rate decision. We're not expecting any rate cuts there, but it is certainly going to be worth keeping an eye on, especially for Fed Chair Jerome Powell's comments on Wednesday. On Friday as well, we get NFP. So more interesting data going to come later in the week. Also worth noting, the Japanese yen absolutely on watch. Yesterday, we had the Japanese yen have its first slide below 160 since 1990 and then have a sharp resurgence. Some people speculating this could be related to currency interference there. So here is the yen to the USD. Massive move down yesterday. Nice move to the upside today, guys.
Yeah, the USD, I mean, wow, it's been flying around, but actually today I wasn't paying too much attention to it, to be honest with you. I haven't looked at rates today. I can see Bitcoin on Sean's screen, otherwise I wouldn't have looked at Bitcoin at any point today. That's the only reason I even know Bitcoin's at 63,000 or under 65 is because I look over and I see it there. Because it's really just been sticking with kind of the ideas. You knew Tesla up 10% was going to be the one, and we traded at one level. Like one level, that's it. If you like 85, you wait for 85. Look, I like the pre-market highs up here. I do feel it has a chance to break it out. I did say there was one place I would short it. I don't know if we get there, but it was above 200 into 205 on the daily. We mentioned that, but didn't really show you the daily chart. It's possible. Like, I wouldn't write that off, that it's impossible we could see a test of the 200 level today. If that happens, maybe we get a VWAP dip. If it breaks out the high, I would look for some kind of a break and hold of the 192 level. But my offer is out in front of the high of the day. Once we get it, I will be out of the stock looking for the next trade. Sofi, I'm going to be out at break even. I'm now down to about 12% of that position, so we've been scalping it out the entire way on that name. And you know what? Apple's finally starting to come back in here. So it's almost at VWAP. Nice little dip. Didn't really get to 174 where I like the breakout price, but it could be holding VWAP, which would be a great sign. I mean, if Apple holds VWAP and breaks back out, this NASDAQ should be able to get back into the high of the day. But needs some help from Apple, which has been kind of quiet for the second half of the morning.
Yeah, I'm still waiting. We're still $2 in the money. Apple will still be, well, yeah, I mean, Apple's still going to be my P&L number one, despite how many load ups we got on. Well, Tesla probably will be. Tesla will be, but Apple's still right there. We were able to do really well on this one. Luckily, we let it go all the way up to this 175.50. That was really key. Not that we did not do anything. We are waiting now for a reload here on Apple to come in. So hopefully it can come back into that 174. And that's a spot that I'm willing to look at this trade on Apple. So one more spot to come here on AAPL, and then we'll deal with it after that. So 174, hopefully a little bit of a dip buy. I'm the same way. If Tesla can get up to 190, 191 and change, we're going to get out of that. So it looks like that is starting to go. We said we'd look at some chip names. We haven't done too much of that here today. So let's have a quick look right now on some of these chip names. I mean, this is why. We had said 164 as a possible high spot for AMD. We're obviously getting nowhere near that. So that's not going to be happening. And then we did write down 158.50, which is where VWAP is. So I feel like that's been holding pretty good. But again, remember right off the open, we said like, oh my God, this market's coming in. And we're not sure that we really wanted to get too much involved with chip names. So I think we did pretty good. Now it's trying to give us this base. If we're going to stay short bias, which I'm not sure yet, because we're still long Tesla, we're still long Apple, we're long Palantir, then I think we're going to go over to this name, giving us a lot of areas to look out for. 160 and change, so on and so forth here with AMD, and then back in on NVIDIA as well. Another one of those looks, not doing much, but up to 875, a possible level for AMD. So yeah, a few things happening now, but
Look at this chart.
not like overly exciting to me right now.
Boeing doesn't even have, like, this is a 15-minute
Boeing
chart.
not moving either?
Oh, it's moving.
Oh, it's moving.
It doesn't have a red candle on a 15-minute chart. Like, this is really going. That 72 we're talking about is gone. We're at the highs. I'm not punching highs at 11 o'clock. That's just a general rule. I don't think it's the time that you want to be going long at the high of the day. But we're now in the zone where you consolidate here and go sideways. I like it above 172. I probably like it at VWAP as strong as it's been. But this is the reason. 172 was a brick wall. It did one little fake out on earnings above 72, but that was mostly pre-market. So this, I think it's rarefied air up here where you can hold the 72 bid and look for a push maybe into that earnings high. Up 3%. There was like a U.S. Air Force contract. It was like 178 million. I mean, like, it's not big, but as we were saying before, like with Boeing, any news that isn't bad news is good news. So the fact that there's no bad news today is probably good for the stock. And if there's no bad news tomorrow, that's also good for the stock. I like you, Boeing. Let's get back upside. I'd love to see it hold VWAP on any kind of a dip. Tesla's now starting to get into that 190. Oh, it was NIO I forgot to mention. Look, NIO, like everything else, all the Chinese EV names, it gapped up. Tested big support at just in front of the 480 level. Failed it at the open. Failed VWAP. I think if we get a chance to short this at VWAP, this would be a name I like. So, kind of up on sympathy with the Tesla news. You had XPeng, Li Auto, all that good stuff. They were all strong. NIO finding its way back down to the lows. I think this can be a nice little scalp trade. I have 460 marked off, but that's essentially just VWAP. I need to get 58s or 59s, though, on NIO. Sofi will come out. I'm not giving it back to, I said I wouldn't give it back to 7 even. It kept on putting lower highs. At 720, it just never broke. So it was a good long on SoFi. It'll be my number 2. Mostly that's all we're trading today was Tesla, SoFi, and we got some Intel still working short. But if it gets through $7 again, or it gets to $7 again, I'm not looking for another reload. That SSR bounce play is the first time it goes. After that, you can trade any way you like it, but when I'm looking for that SSR bounce, it's the first time and then the first time only.
Yeah, I'm not going to reload. We were just talking a little bit there about Palantir as well. I'm not going to reload this too much, guys. If it falls back in, it falls back in. We're just in our, basically our chilled out moments here, waiting to see if the market wants to go and which way it does want to go that way, if it wants to go that way. So I'm going to be pretty patient with this trade. The market's not doing a whole heck of a lot. We have the gap and go strategies. I'm interested to hear all about those. So that's coming with Adara and Sharif. That'll be up very, very shortly. In fact, in 1 minute. So I want to say a big thank you to every single person that continues to support us every single day. You can find Neil's trades early. You can see us all there on the board. We do have more Trader TV Live to be able to watch that. Let's freaking go right now, Tesla, man. I mean, this 185 level that sort of we had written down there was pretty cash. Just bounced off 190 with a little bit of a wick top. That might be some kind of an indicator right there. We are $5 right now in the money on Tesla. So I expect some big trades also coming on the midday show. If they can find something, we'll wait to see them. More about learning, more about education. That's what it's all about. I'm excited to hear about this as we get ready to go. I'm excited to see Adara's face if she tries that chicken. That should be a lot of fun as well. Maybe I'll bring her over a piece right there. You can have a lot of fun with Adara and I on the recap show tonight, so that should be a lot of fun. Plus, we had a great podcast.
You opened that can of worms, Adara.
Yeah. No, because the thing is that it's like my kids, they don't like spicy food, but then the more they try it, now they're like, oh man, this isn't that spicy anymore.
Exactly. You have to build into it.
You got to train your taste.
It's like anything else, right? Like you've got to work yourself into it. If you enjoy spicy food, then you have a little bit, and then have a little bit more, and then a little bit hotter, and you'll be good to go. But again, the flavor of the day is with Tesla. I think that continues. It's trying to pull back, but yeah, good moves on Tesla today. Hopefully we can get that 191. But let's get on over. Gap and go with the Professor and Adara.
Thank you very much, Neil and Sean. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as the Midday Show. That is your girl, Adara, right there. And I'm Sharif, and as per usual, we're going to wait for everyone to come on over from the other stream, and I've got some commercial playing in my ear, so that's no good there.
Love that.
All right, we got Matthew Booth. Ding dong, you're welcome. Come in, always open. Cairo, good morning. Pitchbull, Naps, JC Finance, and the world's greatest moderator, Bears versus Bulls. Even the Chilean Nightmare, Bing Bong, in there as well. I see you, sir. PB, we got Peter Panda, Sebastian, Stupido Bitcoin. We got Rodrigo Pita, as well as Mark's Trade and Investing. There we go. We got the Pawns. We got the Fawns. We even have Hold My Beer. Not sure why you'd be having a beer. It's a little early around here, but I'm sure it's 5 o'clock somewhere. There we go. We got Fiddleback. We got Stock Up. Sofa Monster. I see you, sir. Christopher Holcomb, ND Trade. We got Atif Tabat, PC Hoon, Pop, and Short. I like that. Nick Houghton. We got Jimmy J, Scott H. What's up, Scott? Haven't seen you here in a minute. Christopher as well as Paul Milligan. Everybody joining us today, couldn't be happier to have you on this beautiful Monday. What is up, Adara? Good morning.
Good morning. How are you this fine day?
I'm all right. I'm chilling. Everything's good. You know, it's not really sunny out. Weekend was good. Weekend was chills. How was your weekend?
My weekend was really good. The weather is really confusing in Toronto. So yesterday I walked to the mall. It's like 16 degrees. I made the decision to wear a tank top, which was you might think, hey, kind of weird when it's raining. But I was really warm. It was the type of weather where even though it was kind of rainy, you could wear a tank top and be fine. Not that I would recommend that because I should have brought a sweater because the mall itself was pretty cold. But yeah, the point I'm trying to make is nice weather, confusing weather. It's getting into summer, and I'm so excited to trade here today.
I like it.
And
Dan.
it's triangles.
Yeah, I know. We'll get to those.
Okay.
Dan, the man Emmons says, very astutely, NQ chopping through VWAP, 500 times. I was just about to get to that, Dan. Let's show them what I'm talking about here. Fabian, this is the chart of the NQ, and this white obscure line that you can barely see because it's being covered by all these zigzagging wicks, which are also white, is the volume weighted average price on the NQ. It's hanging out here at 17,891. We've been up a little bit. We've been low a little bit. It looks like we were topping tail to the high side, topping tail, bottoming tail, I should say, to the downside. Very bamboozling, I would say, on the future today. So I'm going to steer clear until I see a good setup. I'll get to my trades in a second. But if we could just cover the big movers on the day. You saw Apple, obviously, with that headline. And the Bernstein nod up over 3 1/3 was up, I think, almost 4%, maybe close, when it did touch 176. Also, the monster Tesla getting that big, nice move up. That 185 was where everyone was looking. Beautiful double bottom at 185, having issues with the $10 level at 190. We're going to keep eyes on that. The pre-market high had us well above 190. You can see there we got into about 192.5 there in the pre. So we'll watch the stressful one today. NVIDIA still kind of having a little bit of an issue, rejected off that 877, which is the Friday close. I will go over some of the small cap gappers that I have, and there are quite a few, but we have this lesson to start, guys. We are talking about the gap and go strategy all week. We're going to be talking about all the different variations thereof. There are several. So make sure, if you are interested in this strategy, to join Adara and I all week. We think it's a very apt time to be doing this type of lesson, seeing that as we are in the middle of earnings season, and oftentimes we do have gap ups with the aftermarket and even the pre-market reporters. So let's get right to it. So the gap and go strategy is a popular technique for day traders, capitalizing on price gaps between a security's closing price. This is what defines a gap. The security's closing price one day and its opening price the next. I'm talking about that 4 p.m. print from the day prior, and I'm talking about that 9:30 a.m. print today. Those are the two data points upon which we judge the gap. I don't care what the pre did. I don't care what the aftermarket did. It's the closing prints that we are talking about here, okay? Here's a breakdown of the key concepts. So let's understand these gaps. We always want to define some of the basic terminologies first for all the newer traders. So gaps occur when the price doesn't follow the usual trading pattern because it opens up above or below the previous day's closing price. So there are two main type of gaps. There's more, but we're just, for our purposes and talking about gap and go, we're going to talk about the gap up and the gap down. So the gap up is obviously where the price opens higher than the previous day's close, suggesting to you that there is bullish momentum. There's a reason why we gapped up. Likewise, there's a reason why we gapped down. So the price opens lower than the previous day's close, suggesting to you bearish momentum. And thank you, Adara, for always adding these in. There is a gap up there on the Nifty 50. And if you're familiar with the stock market, you know these are Indian stocks, okay? So there you go. There's the gap up usually on a bullish catalyst. We usually wouldn't gap up unless there was a bullish catalyst. Conversely, there's the gap down. We have the closing price here on the Nifty, and then you gap down on bad news. That's what it looks like on the chart. Why does it work, though? So the gap and go strategy assumes the price movement causing the gap will continue into the opening session. It is an assumption, sure, but it's one that's, you could say it's based on logic. Right? We have a bullish momentum in the pre or came out in the aftermarket. It only stands to reason that that bullish momentum continues to push the stock up. How we profit on it and what levels we get in, an entirely different story. So for example, a positive earnings report might lead to a gap up, something that you catch on the market recap show. This week we'll have Apple, obviously, on Thursday. You want to make sure you catch that. And then traders the following day, say Apple reports really well Thursday night. They're going to be very bullish, likely. Friday morning, unless, there's something in there that prevents them from being bullish. So that is what we're talking about there. So how do you identify these gaps? Well, first things first, you need to get yourself a scanner. You need to get yourself a pre-market scanner, because on the pre-market scanner, like I'm about to show you, you're going to have a gap column right here. See this gap column on my pre-market scanner? And that tells you how much it's gapping up. So you can filter by what is gapping up and what is gapping down. Just like I can see my gap up today on, what is this stock? There was something there, 70 some odd percent. So look at DCPH, that buyout that everybody's trading. DCPH is gapping up 72%. That's because it got the nod from an interested buyer. So it gapped up aggressively. Something a little bit more, let's say, less aggressive, SLNO gapping up 24%. There's also HWH gapping up 22%. So that is what we're looking for. You need to have yourself a pre-market scanner. You sit there in the pre, you filter by the gap percentage, and you know what's gapping up big. And then you can look at your news blotter and figure out why it's gapping up. And then you can do your technical analysis, see where the key areas of support and resistance are and where you want to get in. We'll talk a little bit about that. But you need to get yourself a pre-market scanner so that you can be able to search and see what is gapping. So that's the first order of business. Second order of business, you're going to look for stocks with sizable gaps. There's no hard and fast rule here, but the book that I extracted this from suggested that it be gapping up between 2 and 4%. So that you could keep your eye on that. You could filter by the gap. You could, on my scanner, I can say show me gaps, show me gappers ranging between 5 and 10%. So I can insert that requirement. So that's how you identify the gaps. And confirmation is key. Not all gaps, guys, are created equal. Look for additional confirmations to confirm the trend. You want to keep your eye on volume. Higher trading volume alongside the gap strengthens the move's validity because it shows a lot of people are looking at it. When Adara does the pre-market watch list, she's got one eye on the catalyst and the other on volume because she wants to make sure that the market cares about this particular catalyst. So you need, just because you're gapping up doesn't mean that it's not going to get faded. One eye on the gap, the other on volume. And then obviously you want to find out why it's gapping so you can make an assessment as to whether the news headline is bupkis or the real deal. So significant news or events released after hours can typically explain the gap. And there you go, another very good chart over here. This is where the closing price was on this particular name here, EA. It looks like this is a chart of EA, and then comes the opening print, and we gap up aggressively from 81.80 to well over 82.25. So that is your little gap up there. So what are the entries and stop losses? How do you basically trade this specific type of setup? So your breakout entry, you enter the trade after the price decisively breaks above or gaps up or below for gaps down a key level like the pre-market high or low. So you're having to do a fair bit of charting. So you opened up your scanner, you know that whatever Apple is gapping up 3%, I'm just giving you a random name, right? And then basically what you're gonna do is you're gonna chart the pre-market levels or the aftermarket levels if it moved in the aftermarket with the highs and lows. Just like I do with my pre-market, with my small cap gappers, I want to know that there's a definable pre-market high, and I want it trading above the pre-market high after 9:30. So you're going to do that same thing for these gappers. You're going to identify the pre-market high or low, or the aftermarket high or low started moving from yesterday. That is your first order of business. And then your second order of business is you're going to have to place your stop. Where is your risk management stop going to be? Always have a stop loss, goes without saying, to limit your potential losses. Place it below the gap for long positions on a gap up strategy, or above the gap for short positions on a gap down strategy. So if the gap gets filled here, your trade is no longer valid and you should not be in the position, right? So that's what you're looking for. Does the gap get filled? Yes, you should be out. So you have to place your gap at a strategic place to get you out if that gap gets filled. Think about that all the time because you don't want to be on the wrong end of these trades. So how do you take profits and where do you exit? So there's no hard and fast rule, obviously, for profit taking, but consider the following factors. Your target price. It should be based on a realistic profit level based on technical indicators or chart patterns. Where is that key area of resistance on the daily if you're long? Where is it on the 4 hour? You should be charting that. Where is are you above or below the 50 EMA? Are you above or below the 200 EMA? If you're below them, you need to account for those if you're long because they could be key areas of resistance. So target price has to be based on sound technicals. You'll also have to have a good eye on volatility. You have to monitor the volatility. So in volatile markets, look to take profits sooner to secure the gains as quickly as you bumped up for the long, as quickly as you could find yourself either at break even or negative, especially for these small cap gappers that are around for a good time, not a long time. And your trailing stops. Sean doesn't typically use trailing stops. You see Neil employ them a little bit more. How you employ your trailing stops is, so many different ways. You could use average to range. You could basically use a percentage trail. So many different ways. Apprise yourself about the different methodologies to use trailing stops. Okay? But you should always remember the risks, especially with the gap and go strategy because of the nature of it. It's gapping up, so it's moving. I mean, it could retrace and you could see that whole thing wiped out. You need to be cognizant of that. So the gap and go strategy can be profitable, but it also carries with it inherent risks. There is the constant fear of the false breakout. The price might not continue in the direction of the gap, which obviously leads to losses. That's why for the longs, you have your stop loss below the gap fill, and for your shorts above the gap fill. Once that gap gets filled, you need to be out. Speaking of gap fills, sometimes the price might reverse course and fill the gap entirely, negating your trade, and that's what I always worry about, basically. So this strategy is best suited for experienced traders. I gotta tell you that with intraday volatility, paper trading can help you, figure out what your strategy is on this and what methodologies to use. So hope that helps, and we'll be talking about the different variations of gap and goes all week, Adara.
Yeah, I think it's also like a great week to talk about it, as Sharif said, because A, we do have earnings. B, the small caps seem like they're going to be giving you some spicy opportunities as well. We did have quite a few small cap gappers and small cap runners today to talk about. So I think there's certainly ample opportunities to use the strategy in your trading. I do have a couple. I'm in my second trade of the day, and I'm going to talk about those in a moment. But first, I want to address some news stories. Shout out to Darwin in the chat for bringing up this Roblox story with Walmart. I'm going to pull up the exact headline, but let's look at Roblox's chart here so we can take a look at that. Roblox and this Walmart store basically teaming up to make virtual e-commerce a reality. As of today, Walmart's able to sell physical goods directly to users inside Roblox, as reported by Digiday. So nice look there for Roblox continuing to climb to the upside. We also had Microsoft as well with a story. Apparently Copilot. I don't think Microsoft reacted as much as we saw that nice Roblox move up there. Yeah, Microsoft making Copilot available to all advertisers. So thank you, Darwin, for those stories. Right now, Microsoft continuing to curl down below VWAP. For me, though, today, the theme of the day right now has been chips. Instead of chips and dip, it's going to be chips with a rip, because I've been trying to trade these chips short. I had my NVDL short still in it, risking about 10 pennies, because I did like that kind of move up here. If we break into 37.10s on NVDL, I'm out. But I was really just trying to take the fact that we had kind of had this stutter step to the downside. I noticed we did bounce off that 9 EMA a little bit, so that's where I'm trying to get out. If I can take 10 pennies and I'm risking 10 pennies, I'm cool with that. Initially, I was trying to get closer to 25, but as long as I'm still trying to make more or equal to what I'm risking, I think I can live with that. What else are we? I do just
Bro, what do you even say to that?
Dandelions,
I'm liking
super
that.
chat. How do I trade the gap between my teeth? Maybe like braces or Invisalign. I don't know. But thank you shout out to Invisalign. I had braces as well. So yeah, shout out to dental work, I guess. Well, your sister's a dentist, so there we go.
Yes.
Shout out to dental work, and shout out to Dandelion. Thank you so much for the super chat. The other trade I had really quickly, I'm just going to talk about before I throw it off to our pal Sharif, is SOXL. So I was super proud of this. This is the type of scalping I need to do. Like when I look at this chart now, I'm like, I'm pleased as punch. We got involved here. I was watching that 9 EMA hold, and I was like, Adara, this could be a long, but also these last couple wicks were very bearish. We had 3 bearish candles in a row. Trying to take this. I took this right off to that VWAP bounce, and then I got out. 20 pennies. So happy with this trade. This is the type of scalping I need to be doing more of. Right now, though, I think we're going to babysit NVDL and hope this turns into an NVDW. What are you looking at right now?
I'm looking at the Amazonian right now. Nice looking double bottom brewing here. I'm going to risk about 20 pennies. So my out is going to be the break a low a day, which is 179.39. So the reason I'm getting into the Amazon is, I'm sounding like Obi, the Amazon. No, the reason is, for real though, there is a decent looking double bottom. It doesn't mean that it has to actually manifest into a double bottom. And quite frankly, if I get anything out of this, I'm gonna look to take profits early. That's probably in front of that 180 area. So look for this closing print here on Amazon to hold on the day. This thin one line over here at 179 and 2/3. That is Friday's closing print. We've been down here a bunch of times. We've held up, so I'll keep my eye on that. I'm also interested in this possible dip trade on Apple. So I love this pre-market consolidation top for whatever reason, 173.80. Seems like a bizarre level to have a pre-market consolidation top at that level. Essentially, let's see if 174 holds. There's the 50 period, there's the whole dollar level, but this is the level that I like, 173.80. Now, this could be the wrong level. 174 could be the level. We'll see. But I want to see if this top will hold here on AAPL 173.80-ish. I'll probably set up a dip trade to, you know.
Bless you.
Yeah, bless you, Ram. What's going on? Did you need the reactant? I have some with me today. Okay, I'll get you in a sec. All right, well, there we go. We got some out there of the Amazon as it does hold that level. Now I'm going to be keeping my eye on 174 on Apple because I like that 173.80, but the market doesn't care what I like. Right now, it seems to be holding up, at least for the moment, at 174. What is the low of this candle? 173.98. So yeah, broke by a couple of pennies and then up about 15. We'll see what it does. But I do like that level on the Apple. All right, nice move up here for the Amazon. Here comes 180, so almost 40 pennies in the money on this one as it pumps up there. Good looking double bottom on AMZ. And don't forget, guys, this monster here reports this week. What day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow, thank you, Adara. Yeah, so this monster reports tomorrow. And yeah, we'll have to see if the consumer is getting squeezed, how cloud spending is doing, because that's really what we're going to likely hear from them. Obviously, AI is going to be another interesting story. Here comes 180. I said I'd get everything out at 180, but I lied. I'm going to hold it.
I like that.
Yeah.
Why not? Shout out to you trying to get that express delivery of profit there, beak wedding. Shout out to Sharif. Also, so there's some things I want to look at for people. We have IBIT bull flag, asks Mr. Longshorts. So let's look at that. IBIT. Let's see if we can get into a bit of IBIT. Okay, I like this and I see where you're coming from. Whew, okay, I'm getting excited. Also, I got into my snap short, which I'm gonna explain in a moment. So we had that nice little bull flag here starting 35-ish, 35.20-ish, going up to 35.90, so implying about 70 cents of profit potential on the breakout if you are a proponent of the measure the flagpole for breakout type of strategy there. Right now, though, we're riding this 90 EMA beautifully, seeing some consolidation. Yeah, I mean, you never know how things are going to manifest, but I will say it has the makings of the bull flag. The only aspect of it that isn't super bullish to me is the fact that we're down in the day. We know usually, and again, it's not always going to be perfect, but usually when you have these bull flag breakouts, it's going to usually happen when we're already up on the day. But we are in an uptrend, and this was a nice setup. So I will give you that, Mr. Long Shorts. I do think you have a nice setup here for a bull flag. I just want to concede. I think if we break below the 90 EMA, that's where things would get dicey for me. But right now, we're riding the 90 EMA, higher highs, higher lows with that bull flag setup. I say nice look. We also had Microsoft being mentioned by Kyle Burdett. This is a nice short off the 90 EMA as well. This is something I'm going to have to look at. I'm not trying to trade these super expensive names because I just went live, but if I can find a way to trade this Microsoft, thank you for pointing this out, Kyle Burdett. This is a nice move to the downside. Lower highs, lower lows, rejecting off that VWAP and 90 EMA area. Really quickly as well, I'm going to address the trade that I am currently in, which is the Snapchat short. Now, someone was saying, does Snapchat look like a breakout? This a little bit earlier. And honestly, what I'm seeing is this kind of curl to the downside. I don't love my entry point here. I think I probably could have waited a little bit. We're going to give this about 5 pennies because that 1480 area was, for me, an area that we had a lot of resistance earlier. We had these wicks to the upside that we really couldn't see materialize. So I like that as a stop. I want to take minimum 10 pennies here, 1465, and I'm saving a piece for the dream. I have enough to save a piece for the dream for Snapchat. So I am pleased as punch. Hopefully we'll be able to snap a picture of a happy face there. And hopefully this long doesn't disappear in 10 seconds, or sorry, this short doesn't disappear in 10 seconds or less, as Snapchats are wont to do. There we go. How's Amazon?
It's really good. We took.
Well, as per usual, though, Adara, we took out everything before it stopped going up. So it's up right now nicely, knock on the door of 180.20, so 180 and a fifth, making its way onto the 10 period on the 5 minute. So look out for possible resistance around here. There were multiple VWAP rejections earlier today on the Amazon from the south side. As we kind of tanked off this level. I was, as you know, I've been trading in the sim in the morning, basically trying out a new thing where I chart everything overnight, and then I come into the morning and I have my levels. These are my levels. I charted Meta, Microsoft, Google, and Amazon yesterday. I'm not going to chart all 8 of them every day anyway. So I did have some decent trades off that level today on Amazon for that 180. So actually doing it live now, we'll keep an eye on that. So Amazon, nice double bottom right there, coming into 180 and a fifth and finding resistance there. So we got out of everything there. But there are also other ones that are coming into other support levels here. Now, I'm not inclined to punch long at lows for some of these Mag 7 names, but specifically, I'm looking at Meta and I'm looking at goggles. 167 on goggles just got broken. 166.99 is the LOD on GOOGL right now. A nice rounded top. Michael Moss would be, salivating at the short on this one. At least I'm just assuming. So yeah, nice rejection there of volume weighted average price and the 169 level it looks like. And what was earlier support there in the pre at 169, 168.90. Ended up being resistance after the bell. Love when that happens. Pre-market support flips to resistance on the flush, so keep your eye on that. And then there's Meta. So Meta and Google, very similar chart patterns today in the sense that the pre-market bottom there acted as resistance as well. So same thing, and it's down, rounded top at the lows right now. Meta and Google have very similar looking charts. They're also down very similar percentages, 2 3/4 for Google, while it's 2 1/3 here for Meta. The soft one as well has a similar chart, kind of down with a rounded top. It didn't make lows. So Microsoft is defending 400, and that was a key level that I had on Softy when I charted yesterday. So have a look here. Here's what I wrote. I said short sale at 410, long at 400, and I did take that 400 long in the sim this morning, and it printed decently. I think it was like a couple of bucks. Yeah, I got like $2.50 at the high there. Yeah, it was just sim money, but it's good practice. Yeah. Anyways, these are all my other support and resistance levels on Softy. You can have a look at that. So Softy, Meta, and Google, I want to say very similar looking charts, even Amazon as well. So be careful with that. Tesla just printed a new high a day, so did come into those pre-market tops. Look at that pre-market top there at 905. The high there is 192.50. We just printed 192.40. So we're almost through that pre-market top that we printed at 9:05 a.m. Tesla, 14.25%. Wow, Elon Musk. Should have been buying more. Remember when I told you last week I'm going to start buying 2 and 3 instead of 5? Yeah. What a time to say that. The worst time to say that.
So you still have lots of shares though, because you were buying them
decent, but I would have had way more if I was buying 5 at 140s, not 160s. Yeah. You see what I'm saying?
Like, hey, at least you per-Tesla-pated. At least, you know what I mean? You did per-Tesla-pate.
Of course I did. What's the look over there on your side? I like that short.
Thank you. I am really happy with this. I did take out half my position around 1469s, not as a what's life without whimsy move, actually because we really were struggling with that level. But now things are coming in. I'm so happy. Please just punch. I want to see what we do here. If we bounce off the 65s, they'll get out here and I will have no qualms. I will be qualm free. I will be pleased as punch. Yeah, I'm just really happy right now. This is a nice look. Someone earlier, I think it was John Van Sowers in the chat saying, oh, you guys don't have any longs today. I know Sharif had that Amazon long earlier, but honestly, A, I am a little bit short biased, and B, I think there are lots of opportunities for shorts in this market right now. That's going to be my honest answer. But I see what you mean. Like, it really depends on what you're looking at. There were a lot of great longs as well. Qs are still up on the day, though we are seeing slightly a slight downturn in those. I'm still eyeing those for a potential short the pop type move. Also go long the dip. I have no problem with that, but I do think I am a little bit short biased, and if I find short plays, I'll take those. Please just punch. Took my 10 pennies on that. I got out because I noticed that we were kind of seeing a little bit of a bounce, and that was a massive area earlier, that 1465. So happy with that. I'm also looking at the SOX L, and the reason I'm looking at the SOX L is because, well, A, I was looking at it earlier, but B, look at this, like these 90 MA bounces. To me, this looks like this could break. This could be a flat top break. We have this flattish top here at 40.15, higher highs. The only thing though is I'm always very cognizant of patterns on ETFs because they don't always come to fruition, right? So you do want to be very cautious, very careful, and make sure that you have everything adding up, all the confluence stacking there as well. What else is, there's something in the chat I wanted to look at as well from someone. Someone was mentioning, someone was asking please reiterate the moving averages you utilize. I use the 9 EMA and VWAP. I know you use the 10 EMA and the 20.
I use a bunch, so I'm just going to get to them super quick. I don't use them all the time, right?
Makes sense.
So the green, the solid green, they're all exponential moving averages. We're day trading, so I want to weight the more recent price action more than historical price action. So the green, 10, the yellow, 20, the white is VWAP, the red is the 50, and the blue is the 200. That's what it is. Those are the solid lines. The horizontal dotted lines, those are all pivot points. I may or may not use them, but I'm always keeping an eye on the exponential moving averages, whether on the 5 or on the 1. Tesla's absolutely flying to the high side. 193.12. I assumed that there would be a bit of a battle here at the half dollar, the 192 half dollar, because a lot of shorts, you have to make the assumption that a lot of people were getting short here in the pre, even though this candle at 905 only has about 518,000 shares. And I say only because this 5-minute candle here has 4.6 million shares. So Tesla doing shareage. But you have to assume, that people were looking at that level and could have taken options, 0 day to expiry options in anticipation of this acting as resistance. So I figured there would be some price action battle here. Alas, there was not. 193 got broken decisively. 193.12. We're fighting to stay above the whole dollar right now on Tesla. Great move up there for the name. As we inch closer to 200, we could see 200 maybe by the end of tomorrow. I have no idea. We have that, what's it called? The FOMC meeting coming out on Wednesday when Papa's going to get on the mic and we're going to hear market moving things usually. So anyway, keeping an eye on these names. I didn't cover the small cappers, so let's get to them before they all fade away and they're no longer tradable. So as I say that, look at that, DNA. This one was a big mover on the day, closed out at 86 pennies on Friday, broke $1.13, and now it's trying to hold up above $1. It is, though, below the volume-weighted average price at $1.04, so not tradable for me. But for those interested in the $1 trade, either the break or the defend, it's at it right now. 101 is the price level on that. AGEN, A-G-E-N, this is a holdover from last week. You can see this one was moving from last week. It's at high day, Katina, man. 14 and a quarter, AGEN printed this morning. AGEN, breaking down below VWAP, trying to find support at the 50 period right now. Not tradable under my rules. That is unless it takes the volume-weighted average price at 13 and a quarter. So AGEN. The one that looks awfully tradable, though, and is pamping over here is PACB. It hasn't done the most amount of volume I've seen on the day, but the chart pattern looks awfully good. The volumes did drop off for whatever reason on these two candles, but has since picked up again. I'll be looking for something around the 160 to 162. Couple of reasons. That is the crest top there on the bull flag at 161, and then I also have the volume weighted average price right at that level. So if we do have about an 8-penny decrease, here on PACB, I will look to get long at 161 or thereabouts to defend that previous high. So PACB on watch. JANX as well, JANX. Look, they're not big, huge movers. This one's up 11.8. Looks like a nice move, though, off that 47.5 close. We got up into 53.80, almost 54. Now we're super sideways for whatever reason south of 53. So interesting here, 53 seems to be acting as a top on Gen X. Do with that what you will, but it's putting in higher lows, holding the 10. So kind of two different countervailing points. And last but not least, Adara, MULN, I saw you bring that to us this morning. It's right back above VWAP here at $4, a little bit below, a little bit above. I wouldn't look for this one to absolutely respect VWAP like we do with some of these other small cap gappers. It's got its own thing. And then Holo, true to form, Adara, Christmas tree retracement off that 310 touch.
Yeah, Holo is just always trying to like hollow
Hollow up a trade.
Come trade me. Oh my gosh, it's gonna be a great time. That is the most bamboozling little stock.
Is it?
The amount of times that I see this on the morning gappers, shout out to Trade Ideas when I'm trying to do the watch list. Like it is so often, because half the time we'll tell Sharif, will be like, hey, Holo's trying to move again. And Sharif will be like, oh yeah, because it usually doesn't move. But sometimes I'll say it. And then an hour later, Sharif will be like, yeah, so Holo's up like 50%. I'm like, oh. So you really never know with Holo, but it's always something you want to keep an eye on.
Yeah, why not?
But half the times, its moves up are very true to its name. It's a hologram. It's all a mirage, and there's nothing real to back it up. So be careful with Holo. Also, I looked at iBid here again from Mr. Long Shorts, who mentioned that bull flag earlier, and I said, yeah, I think this is actually a pretty good look. Now, we did have that nice continued move up. However, this is a little bit of a topping tail candle. So that's one thing I will be cognizant of. But like I said, for me, I think just the way we rode that 90 MA to the upside on the way up, I think if it stays there, could be a nice look. Again, not advice, just my take on the chart. But also, I want to talk about SOXL. So I got out of SOXL. I'm really happy with how I handled this trade, I have to say. It was a losing trade, but it was, you know, Neil sometimes said, like, as long as you execute the trade properly, your losers should be boring. Do you know what I mean? This is boring. So I'm really happy with it. I took it because I liked that 90 MA hold. I was risking, like, under 10 pennies. I said, if we break below that 39.95, we break below 90 MA. If I'm taking this because we're writing the 90 MA, I don't want to skip below it. So that's exactly how I executed the trade. Pleased as darn punch. Lost a couple pennies there, but I'm still positive on SOXL. This one a little bit too bamboozling, so I think it's asked to be removed from my side charts. You know, SOXL, if you're not gonna betray or hold up any levels, you really were only even on my radar because I opened my screen and there you were holding a level and looking nice. So if you're not gonna do that anymore, bye-bye SOXL. If anybody's seeing anything looking nice today, let me know. I'm always looking for stuff to take a look at. AMD at VWAP says 1320 Wolf. Let's take a look at AM Dizzle and the AM Destroyer of Worlds. Let's see how it's doing today.
Interesting range possibly here, 159 to 160. There's been breaks of the range though. Have you seen that?
That's true. That like I like a range to be a bit more consistent.
Right.
That's my thing. But I totally see what you mean. 160 around here. Like given the way I do my ranges, I probably say like 159, 89. But for a normal person, you could say like 160 and then down into 159. That's a nice range, but you're right. It is not super consistent. Because we've had breaks lower, we've had moves higher. This is, yeah, and it honestly was a kind of nice little uptrend heading into this 160.40. Then we had the kind of slightly bamboozling wick. Now we're trying to go towards this VWAP bounce. So I totally see what you're looking at there, 1320 Wolf. I want to see what this does at VWAP. MCRN looking spicy, says Rushab Shah. I'm so sorry. MCRN. Oh, sorry, MCRB, apparently. MCRB. McRib. McDonald's earnings are tomorrow morning.
Oh.
So take a look at that. Oh, this is a 90 pennies. This is a nice look. It's a really nice look for a penny stock. Couple bounces here off that 83 level. Then we see higher highs, higher lows. The only thing are these wicks are a little bit stressful. We have repeated times where we're having these wicks significantly higher than where we close. So to me, we can still hold that 90 MA and it'll be a nice look, but this is a little bit bamboozling for me to want to dip my toes and get involved, take a bite of the McRib at these levels. How are you doing?
I'm looking at Meta. Meta is tanking, guys. Looks like we broke Friday's low because on my charting yesterday, the low on Friday was 432, 431.96. That didn't even, we didn't hold up there. We didn't hold up there at all. We tanked with aggression. Now it's going to be whether 430 holds on. Technically, LOD on META, 430.05. That coincided with an aggressive move down the future. And it has been a bad few weeks here for Meta. Look, I was charting this yesterday on the weekly, and I don't know. Let me show you the 4-hour here because, well, since selling off, you know, typically what happens is you get like this rounded top after that big sell-off, right? So you have an earnings sell-off, and then you get a rounded top, and then we start coming right back down. So You know, we could see Meta 400 by the end of the week. It's a possibility. 429.30 LOD at the moment, but it is putting in that rounded top, and it is rejecting the 10 period on the 4 hour. So we're putting incrementally lower highs and lower lows now. And the reason I'm talking about this, and even though like it's not, you know, we don't trade on the 4 hour because we have to be flat on the end of the day, but it's good to have a bias for a particular name. You know, you come in every day the last few weeks and Tesla's been selling off every day. So if you had that short bias on Tesla, you know, as of late, you've done well. Today, obviously, a different story. So Meta looks like, you know, I may be looking short on Meta from, well, not now on, for a little bit. I want to see how this 430 area resolves. Sure, we got a 429.14 print, but that isn't the end of the matter. That's like 10 pennies on a couple of dollar name or whatever. Anyway, let's see what Meta does at 430. I'm not going to say it's going to give up the level quite yet. I want to give the $10 level a bit more respect. So if it jumps up above it, I could be persuaded to get long, especially if this candle here closes as like a hammer candle or something bullish of that nature. The future did hold up right at Friday's close, so not surprised that it did find support right there. It didn't earlier, but that was the IB. That was the implied balance low, and there was a lot more volume happening at that time. So right now we do hold up at 17,845, right back into 17,855. Bit of a hammer candle there, but you know, not really nothing to write about. We're talking about 10 points here. So that is the look. 174 could be coming in again on AAPL. It did seem now, it's kind of hard to see what it's rejecting here, whether it's a 10 or the 20, but it's kind of ranging a little bit between 174, putting in lower highs. Does it get another bounce at 174? It did on this occasion, so we'll keep an eye on that. The level that I like better than 174 is this 173.80. Again, it takes us to the pre-market high consolidation top that we held for quite a bit of time, from like 8 till basically 9:30. We couldn't break above this level. 173.80, 173.75. If 174 doesn't hold, I'll be looking at that, Adara.
Yeah, I'm looking for this CSSE. The Piper saying natural gas. I'm not seeing CSSE. I checked Amex, and wow, New York. I checked the NYSE and Amex. This is the NQ, but this is actually chicken soup for the soul. I can pull up the USO though, for sure, for natural gas. Or is that UNG? That's UNG. Let's look at UNG, UNG, and see how that's going. Yeah, this is a nice stutter step to the upside and strong volume as well throughout. Like right now we're having a little bit of a dip, but pretty early. We just started a new 5-minute candle, so we could get that volume up. This is a nice look here, continuing to bounce off that 9 EMA. Nice stutter step to the upside. Do I want to play UNG? I don't like it because it's the Widowmaker, but I do like this continued move upside, but I also don't like that we're near high of days. I'm conflicted, but I think UNG gets a spot on the side chart because I just want to see what it's doing. I want to see what it's up to. So shout out to UNG and shout out to the Piper for pointing out natural gas. For me, IWM asks DMOS. I love the IWM. I used to trade this one very frequently before I went live. Yeah, the IWM, okay, so this is my main look on this one is lower highs. This initially, and I pointed this out when I was doing the small cap recap, looked much stronger, and it still does. It's still stronger than the NQ and the SPY. Right now, they're getting a little bit weaker, decidedly below VWAP and the 9 EMA, and look where we rejected. This was a nice support area here, right below VWAP 199.70. Look where we're having that little rejection now. It's going to be right at that previous support area, 199.70, continuing to jump to continue to skip, hop, and jump to the downside here. I want to see if we continue to go lower, what we do at 199.35, because that was another previous support area. But right now, looks like we're struggling to hold onto these gains here for the Russell. It's going to have a little bit more of a hustle 2000 to continue this move up, guys. How are you doing?
Look, good. No trades. Keeping my eye on Meta and keeping my eye on Apple. So Apple did hold 174 for now. Let's see if we can get long on this Meta. I like Meta possibly into 433 if I can get filled here. So I did get filled at 21s. I like it to around 433 or thereabouts. Let's put a beak wetter there at the 50s, and there we go. We take profits already. So that was a quick 30 pennies, and now we're about 60 pennies in the money. Let's go Meta. Let's go up into 433 area. The reason I like 433 or 432 and 3/4, I should say, so correct myself there, is that is the bottom. There, I don't want to say in the pre, that was the support area bottom that we put in earlier on. So that was the IB low around 940 there, 432 and 2/3. So we'll see if we can get a move into that area. And then before we find that resistance, we also have the 10 period in and around there. And if you look at some of the way these things trade, they tend to, magnetically return. The OB, the one, the Knob has mentioned this in the past. They tend to magnetically retrace into some of these moving averages. It's not a hard and fast rule. We'll see what Meta can do. I like that 430 level on Meta. Alas, though, didn't have that. We talked about that super quick there, but I wasn't able to get Meta at those levels. So we'll continue to watch. Yeah, so I missed my trade on Apple, 30 pennies above where it was. So another 174 defend right now on AAPL, about 35 pennies off that level. I don't think I'm going to take that again, though, on Apple. I don't think the third time is going to be the charm. In addition, I have this descending what's it called? Trend line that I think, may hold up. We've been putting in continuously lower highs on AAPL, right? We had that double top that everybody saw, 175.90, 176-ish, 6-ish. Since that time, we've been coming down off those levels, and so I'm unsure exactly how to feel about any long here on Apple. In fact, I'm thinking possibly short here at this 174.50, 174 and a third. So I'll keep an eye out on that, Adara.
Yeah, I'm still keeping my eye out on a plethora of things. Still taking a look. I know I borrowed that word from you, but it is a really great word.
I don't own it.
But I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't have to pay like trademark or something like a Paris Hilton
Right.
situation. Happy to hear that. But Snapchat right now continuing to get interesting. I should have gotten short, but I really just kind of quickly took a look at this chart, so I wasn't prepared to punch. I did like the fact that we had this massive bearish wick here up. And I don't know if this is a real print or a dark pool, but we did have that very bearish wick here up to that previous resistance area that I like near 1480s, then continuing to the downside. If we keep protecting off the 9 EMA, this guy's still on my side chart. So Snapchat, might have to snap up some short shares if this move to the downside continues. I was really proud of that 10 penny short we had earlier on Snapchat, executed it the way I kind of wanted to. Not the way I kind of wanted to. It was that I executed the way I wanted it to. I'll give myself a little bit more credit there. Nice. Thank you very much. Yeah, Kyle Burdett, I didn't take Microsoft just because I'm trying not to trade these Mag 7 names quite yet until I get my footing, find my sea legs a little bit more in the live, because I'm just not super comfortable taking these mega cap stocks yet, unless it's like an NVDL, say, or a TSLL. But no, I totally see what you mean. We had that nice curl to the downside there, then had the bounce off the 400. So, really nice look. And thank you for pointing out this bear flag earlier in the 15, which I'll show to everybody here. This is the type of stuff I need to be looking at more. What are we doing on a wider scale? If I like a move, even though I do scalp more, I still want to see what kind of general trend we're doing, right? So shout out to you, Kyle Burdett, and hopefully you are printing. You're almost in the dollar club there if you took that 400 bounce. So thank you very much for pointing that one out. What else is happening? Yeah, lots of people shouting out Tesla and Sean's analysis of said Cybertruck. This Tesla continuing to the upside near 195, and this is a nice. Well, it was a bullish looking candle before I started talking. This could get interesting though. We have that move near 195, high of day 194.80. Now we are struggling. The per candle range per candle, that's what you call it. The range per candle here getting incredibly spicy on Tesla. This previous candle opened 193.45, getting into 194.50. That is, or 194.80, sorry. That is a 150 range, $1.50. So this is you could get in and out of the dollar club in one candle in TSLA right now. So things are getting very spicy. I need to be getting involved in the short. I'm very mad I missed that TQQ short. I was liking it here, and then I wasn't really sure because we did make another higher high. Should have taken that VWAP projection. But you know what? Woulda, coulda, shoulda. I like that 65s area still, so because that was an area we struggled with a little bit. So if we come back to 65s reject, I will take it. Also, Nicole Harris.
Hotlanta.
Super chat. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. SPY up, AMD earnings, J Powell, and bond auction crash. I made a model. 517 level for Tuesday, 496 for Wednesday. Info actually correlates with options chain, so this is very cool. Options, I know very little about options, so I'm always appreciative of when other people come in with options related stuff. I need to look up that options chain. I'll take a quick look at the SPY, see what you're spying on the SPY right now. This is, okay, so you said 496 for Wednesday. That would be around, okay, that's an interesting level because that was an area we bounced off earlier. So I think 496, also a nice little chop and churn we had going back to February. So I think that could be a very spicy look. And then 417 for Tuesday, that's going to be up over here. I like this because that was some, I mean, I know, you definitely know more than what you're talking about than me, so I'm just looking at these levels and smiling and nodding. But I do like that 517 area. That was certainly a little bit of resistance going back to a couple weeks ago, April 12th. April 9th, April 12th, that was certainly a resistance. Then we had to have some continued support here that we see on this 496 level. So I think that's a very nice look there. Shout out to you, and thank you very much for your support for the show. Nicole Harris, shout out to ATL.
Shout out to Hotlanta. Not bad. We did really well on that meta trade. Trying to short Apple at these levels. I'm looking for a 174. Like, I don't want to call it a flat bottom break because we have a bit of a descending channel now on Apple after that big news. And it's gapping up quite aggressively. And I do like it as a short, possibly into this 173.75, 173.80. So since that time, we've been making lower highs. And that time, I mean the double top that we put in at generally 176. We've been making lower highs and lower lows. So you could play that channel like I'm trying to at the moment. If it breaks 50, I'll look to get out and then get back in on a possible VWAP rejection if it doesn't hold the channel as I am anticipating it would. But we're gonna have to figure out a way to weasel our way in on Tesla here. I mean, I don't want to look short, obviously, but that 195 area is coming in fast and furious here. 194.89 now, the LOD on TSLA. And I feel like the double bottom here at 185 on Tesla is exactly the opposite of the double top that we got there on Apple. I wonder if they happened at the same time. So what time did this top happen? 9:45? Oh, wow. This is like almost the exact same time. So what time was this top? 10:10? And what time was this? 10:30. So it's a little bit different there. Yeah, they're not exactly the same thing. What's going on there, Katina, man? $10 mark on Tesla? So the Katina man's $10 in the money there on TSLAs. He took that monster 185, and we just touched 195 there. HOD, there goes 195. Looks as if 195 and a half is coming in. Tesla on the way up, looks like to 200, man. I'm going to have to go look in the personal account, see how much I'm up on this. But to be honest with you, so disappointed I wasn't buying more. But,
I get you per Tesla pated.
Per Tesla pated.
Per Tesla plate, don't anticipate. So you did, for Tesla plate, don't and Tesla pate.
I like it.
So shout out to you there. I mean, still awesome that I know you got involved and you had your whole plan for how you were going to trade that. So nice look there. Now taking a bite out of the apple to the short side. So
we'll figure it out.
Yeah, we got this. TQQs, I am trying to get involved. I know I said I liked the 455.65 as a short, but then I was like, if it holds up as a long, get long. So we're going to get long, because initially I liked it as a long too. I just missed out on the opportunity. Sorry, I liked it as a short, then I liked it as a long. I've had a lot of thoughts about this level, apparently. But I do like this level. I'm cool just taking it to that VWAP rejection. We're going to take about 10 cents. I'll get ready for 74s. And also for risk, this kind of wick we had down here into 57, I'm okay with. So we're going to be trying to risk about 8 pennies, trying to make about 10. I am okay with that. I do have a bit of an otter risk to reward structure, that is for sure. But my whole thesis is always going to be, as long as I am trying to make equal or greater to what I am risking, I can sleep at night. So that is the plan there. For my TQs, I'm aware I'm taking it at kind of a spicy level, but you know, as much as I could maybe lose out, I could also do well on it, right? So I want to take that opportunity if I see something that I like. I am cognizant, though, of the fact that we generally do have some lower highs here and a massive VWAP rejection. ANVS. Brad is asking about Brad Aldman saying ANVS to the downside and Novus Bio. Okay, it announced data from its study Okay, efficacy in the CGIC endpoint was not reached. So basically, Brad, they had to study, but they weren't able to actually prove what they wanted to prove. So that's why it's down. So it's not just like the data was released, but it wasn't the data that they wanted, or they weren't able to prove the efficacy they were trying to prove. So that is why this one is headed to the downside. I hope that makes sense. 3.88 million shares, multi-halter to the downside, this one. Let's look at the daily here. Oh, buy a chart. That's cool. Bye-bye. We're going to pull that back up there for you. ANVS on the NY. But yeah, Brad, I hope that helps explain why, because I know you were wondering why this one was moving to the downside. That is why. They did have the data, but it wasn't proving what they wanted to prove. So that's why so much weakness here in ANVS. On the daily chart, right now, this kind of wiped out anything. That level, if we do bounce back up, that 9 level was a massive area of support earlier. That's really the only area I can see if we come back, but we already halted again in ANVS. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm just watching this Tesla thing. New high a day, 196.20. This thing is rocketing up, man. I was going to put a dip trade at 195, but doesn't look like it's going to be a dip trade kind of day. Look at this thing rocket up into 196 now and a quarter. You can punch at highs if you want. I mean, this hammer candle was a great area to possibly get a dip trade. To me, the best dip trade was this 10-period touch here at 191 1/3, but that's come and gone a long time ago. So I'm in this Apple short trying to basically take this 150 rejection. It does look like it's breaking the upward channel now. So I'm going to give Apple a bit of a short leash here, and then maybe we'll see exactly what it does at VWAP. 174.82 is where the volume weighted average price is on my chart, but I feel like it is having some issues breaking and holding above the above the $0.50, which is what's keeping me in this long. We're about flat on the short right now. Let's keep an eye on some of these other ones here. How many times are we going to touch this closing print on Amazon? So this possibly could be an interesting range on Amazon with about 180 and let's say just generally 180, maybe 180.20, 180.15 to the high side, and then this 179.63 to the low side. It's been ranging between that time for a little bit. It also had that same range earlier on from about 9:40 till 10:15 once we really broke through that range to the high side there. So that's a good look for anyone looking for a bit of a calmer trade. 400 absolutely held there on the soft one, and that is a trade that I missed. I have that level earmarked on my my charting yesterday for 400. It did break it earlier on, but that was on much more volatility. Now when we're a little bit calmer, look at the bottom end of this candle here, 410, 414. So that level does hold. So good look there for Amazon. I'm looking for a curl down here on Apple, but it does seem like it is a little bit strong, but below the $0.50 at the moment. So unsure what to make of this. Now, a bit of a topping till candle coming in here on Tesla. I'm not going to be quick to short this, obviously, but 196 1/4, and we dip down into 195 1/4. So we'll see what we get there on Tesla. All right, what else are we doing here? Well, we're still below the 50-period and VWAP on the future, and we did have a bit of a tendency to reject off either the 50-period or VWAP. It's hard to tell because the closing prints are south of VWAP, the wicks go into the 50-period. The 50-period a little bit higher than the volume-weighted average price on my chart here. So we'll see what the future does when it gets into the 17,890s or the high 8s. So, you know, right now it is having a bit of an issue breaking through that. So we'll continue to watch that, Adair.
Yeah, I mean, the future is so bamboozling, right? I can't believe I'm calling it the future. I am really caught up in this futures trading. So bamboozling. We just danced around the area I wanted to get out and then rejected with the viciousness. So I'm a little grumpy, but that's okay. We're still bouncing off that 90 MA. I have no reason to leave. We did move our out a couple pennies lower. So please, this punch, you cannot fool me, future. I mean, you can, but like, please don't. Thanks. So we're going to try to work smarter, not harder. Just move this down a couple pennies. If it wants to reject, that's cool. I can work with you. TQQs. Let's be besties. Also, shout out to Nicole Harris for another super chat here related to Tesla. $5 super chat. Jay Powell, I think this is supposed to be Elon, told us last week not to look, bless you, not to look at Tesla as a car company. Only bought one option on Friday, Tesla 175. That's awesome. Shout out to you. Thanks for the podcast. Thank you to Sean and Brendan for giving us that podcast every week. It's a great week. It's always a great podcast. Lots of humor in there as well. Lots of anecdotes, lots of lessons. Tesla currently near that 196 area. This one continuing to the upside. I have Tesla on my side chart because I'm looking at that. I know Jay Lee was mentioning a potential short on that, so shout out to you. But I do think that there could be some opportunities. I just never want to mess with Tesla. You know what I mean? I want to make sure I have all my ducks in a row before I get those beak wetters ready to go. So that's going to be the look. I'm trying to see what else is happening here. Reddit seeing some buying action, says Bonkzilla. Let's see what's happening there on R to the D to the D to the T. Reddit. This is a range. So I got really excited there. This is a nice look. Slightly higher lows. Trying to make higher highs. It looks a little bit bull flaggish. Did we have a catalyst on Reddit? Because this is gorgeous. No, we should call it green it today because this is all upside, up 6%. Not many red candles here except for that kind of continued bounce. Not seeing, okay, Elon Musk-esque facing widespread disruptions, but that was at 735, so I don't think that's what's giving this move to the upside. Nice look, though, really rangy. This might go on the side chart. I think we might have to put this on the side chart because I do like that we have these higher lows. I like that we're up on the day. Volume 1.7 mil, so not significant, but I have traded Eli Lilly on much worse volume, and this Reddit moving pretty nicely. 8 penny spread is another thing giving me pause, but not enough pause to not put it on my side chart. We're going to keep taking a look at this. How are you doing?
Good. Got stopped out of that AAPL trade there as it did make its way right back into the volume weighted average price. So we'll see exactly how Apple does at those levels. We got in the Cybertruck here at 08s. We'll see if we get the break of 196 at these levels. I'm also keeping an eye definitely at 400 on the soft one because, well, that is a level that I've liked on Softy for multiple days now. So we'll look to see if we can take something on Softy at these levels. So keeping an eye on both of those. Also definitely keeping an eye on the future at these levels. No question about that as we come right into the volume weighted average price again. So those are interesting. All those are interesting levels right now on Apple and on Tesla. Nothing really for me to report. What is everybody looking at? Well, yeah, we took a nice little trade there on Tesla through the break. So we're continuing to go high, holding this up now about 30 pennies. We'll see if we can get that move to continue. But like that 196 level is going to have to like break and hold. Otherwise, we could definitely get that flush through the bottom there on Tesla. So if we can make a nice little bump up, I'll look to flatten out around right there. There we go. So nice move up, just a nice 30 penny winner there on Tesla. So nothing really too crazy, just trying to keep it low key. Yeah, something's wrong with my eyes. So I'm gonna, my contacts are messed up here. So I'm gonna have to send it to you and go to the bathroom to take care of this.
Yeah, of course. Like as a fellow contacts wearer, I do understand the struggle. They're like very convenient in a lot of ways, but they also can be not a fun time. So we'll take over. We'll look at some stocks. If anybody's seeing anything they want me to take a look at, let me know. I will be keeping an eye on the chat. AV asking about Intel. It looks like a swing long to me, but I wonder what's going on with the same. So let's give you the Intel at Intel there. I to the N to the T to the C. They had earnings last week. Those were a little bit of an L. They did have revenue, that lots of price target decreases from analysts across the board following those earnings. They had a revenue miss and an EPS beat, also lower than expected earnings per share and revenue for next quarter as well. So bit of a bad look. This Intel right now, though, actually kind of spicy. We are down on the day, decidedly so, but we had that upward trend. Now we're kind of topping and turning here below the 9 EMA. Intel kind of a spicy look. Let's take a look at the daily chart to see the swing long here on INTC. Yeah, so this is interesting. We gave up a massive area of that 41, 42 level that we kind of saw a little bit of support. Going back, when did we first start seeing this support? This is going back to December 2023. That was a nice little support area. Continued to kind of happen. Then we had a nice little gap down. April 3rd, let's find out what happened on April 3rd to cause that gap down because I like to be informed. April 3rd, gap down. Oh yeah, announcing, this is when they announced the really bad revenue for the foundry. So that's when we had that gap down, gave up that 42, 41 area of support decidedly, continuing to head to the downside. I think right now, if we can kind of continue to bounce off of that 30s, because we did have that wick into 30s and came right back last week on Friday. So I kind of want to see what we do. Right now, though, we've been rejecting the 9 EMA for quite some time. So if we can reclaim that level, that could also be a nice look. Basically, I think Intel right now needing to get above some previous levels and find its footing once again for the INTC. Alvin Johnson saying Rivian puts. Let's take a look at Rivian. That one reports next week as well. I believe Tuesday after the close, I want to say. So next week, Rivian reporting, one to keep an eye on. The daily in Rivian, actually, this one finding some support here around 850. But right now, we're going to get some support on these markets from Neil for his lesson of the day.
Welcome to your lesson of the day. And what I want to talk about today is fitting. When you're talking about gap and go over at the desk for the midday, but over here, when you gap up, you've had a big move. But what happens when that gap or that move is an outsized move that's already pressing things like your average true range or your normal parameters for the individual stock? Now, there's some instances where you might expect an outsized move that would be 3, 4, 5x the average potential day. Sometimes it'll be 10x. Stock moves 1 or 2% on a normal day. Maybe it's moving 10 or 15. The question becomes, like, what do you do and how do you adjust your trading style when you have one of those days? Now, obviously, there are certain events where we can expect this. When earnings come around, you'll often hear us reference what's the expected move on earnings. You might see something expected move 7, 8, 9% when a typical good day is 1 or 2. So you already have it baked in on earnings that it's going to move like this, and you can be patient or have the anticipation for some wider swings. But what's that going to look like in practice? I'm going to give you an earnings one first, then we'll talk about something where you might not have seen the move as big of a percentage because it was post-earnings on Tesla. But let's start with Sofi, because this was a great example, I think, today of where you had to have the extra expectation of volatility. Now, Sofi was initially up on earnings. I know I'm showing you a chart that has it down 10%, and that's obviously nasty. But this is a stock that was up on earnings early in the pre-market. And if you look at the last 3 months on this stock, it is traded in the same $1 range. For 3 months, you've gone up, you've gone down, and it takes weeks to go from top to bottom. Now, clearly, in hindsight, you're going to see that it did it in one morning. Now, what you should be able to do here is when you sit down, and the stock was, when I sat down, it was actually gapping up. Gapping up, down doesn't matter. By the open, it was back to flat and working into the downside. When you think that a stock is post-earnings and going to make a bigger move than anticipated, you have to adjust your plan for the extremes. In the pre-market, you probably heard me say, well, $7 is going to be the level. And at one point during the morning show, it was like, well, if it gets to 7, that would be crazy. I think even Sean said that. But on an earnings day, if it's weak, and that's the level of support I like, then that's the level of support that you should wait for. When it's 5% away or 6% away, unless I like a short trade, you just got to do nothing. And reality is that can often be the best way to approach things is, well, I'm expecting an outsized move. If I'm going to be on this bid anywhere, it's got to be at the absolute best price. And it ends up getting down there. And if you looked at it since 9:30, this is 9:30. The only place you would have had good longs is off that $7 level on the daily chart. The place that it was taking weeks to get back and forth going into these earnings. The other side here is, okay, well, what could I have done better? Obviously, looking for a short opportunity should have been there. Remember on the daily chart, you pop on over, well, look at that top, that's the $8 level. I mean, hindsight's going to be 20/20, but you're here to learn, you're here to get better. If you think there's the opportunity for outsized moves, then suddenly a trade that you might not normally take on the short side is available to you. There's your $8 level, your 200 period sits about 8.15 up there, and you come in the pre-market right about 7 o'clock when a lot of that pre-market volume comes in. It dips down in. It bounces up at 790, which is Friday's close, and then right in here at about 8 o'clock, this is where things get really spicy. You actually see it pop, fade right at the 200 period moving average, and then flush. Now, pre-market trading is obviously different. If this happens intraday, there's a good chance I'd probably have taken a trade like this. But when it breaks this flat bottom, it's about $7.90 in here. Your risk is about 20 to 25 pennies. Now, on a normal day, you'd never actually want to risk 20 to 25 cents on SoFi. We showed you that daily chart. It takes weeks for it to go that dollar. But on a day like today on earnings, where there's no support till the $7 level, that's exactly when you can look for that kind of an extended opportunity. It goes a 1-to-1 to 750, or a 2-to-1 to 750, and then breaks down at the open. So there's an example where when it breaks here, you could have a stop, which is wider than normal, but on earnings where you're expecting it could have that over 10%, that's the day to shoot for it. It gives you the bigger move. So obviously patience and waiting for the best bid when it's going to the downside, but you can also maybe jump into some trades that might have a higher risk level in terms of growth than you would normally because the upside's there, right? It can move more, so sometimes your stop should be a little bit wider. So that's an idea there for SoFi. Sometimes it's not about earnings. Obviously, when things report, you get those double-digit moves, but there's other times where even good news probably takes you a little bit off guard. Now, Tesla is the example of that today, right? Like when I sat down in the morning, Tesla was already going ham. The ATR is like $8 on this stock. On earnings, we all saw Tesla start a big time recovery, and it's had a few days where since then, $8 no problem. Like you got 158 into 172. Like that's a good $14 move, almost 10% just a couple of days ago. So you already know it's got some two-baggers in it or double-digit moves in it. And it's been doing this since earnings. So that's the first key. Now, obviously, I know it's easy to say with earnings, it's a bigger percentage move. How are you supposed to know that the particular news about them in China is going to get that outsized move? The hint would be, what is the pattern since then? You've got one massive day with double digits. You've got two massive days with double digits. 2 out of the 4 last trading sessions have been that big. And then on top of that, you're gapping through some big levels. So you've got 2 reasons in terms of trading days before that can tell you it might be an extended range today. And then the third one I would suggest to you is it's trading in a brand new price area. This resistance, once it's through like the 183, 184 up here, you've got a massive gap of about $20. So you've got a couple of days where it's showing you that kind of oomph, and then you've got this massive gap, which if filled is even bigger than the move it made on those earnings. So in terms of anticipating it, you have some reasons why you should, and it's Tesla, it's known to squeeze, but what do you do for executions? And I'm telling you, it's basically the same thing as SoFi. That support level was $184 in there. If you look at those wicks on the daily chart, there's like 184, your top is like a 205. So this morning, when this stock is flying all the way up to like 191, 192 at the open, now, sometimes when it's stair-step up like this and you're expecting, okay, if it's a normal $8 ATR, if it does 4 or 5 in the morning, I'll be happy with that. So try to risk $1, maybe 2 at the most, but you're looking for $4 or $5 moves. That's fair. You might be looking at things like a 190 buy in that particular case because you still have room for it to break the high. You scalp some out for a couple of bucks. It breaks the high, goes a couple more. That's your plan. You stop out underneath like 189. Play inside of that pre-market range. But on a day where you're anticipating it could be double digits, based on the fact it's had 2 days post-earnings that it's done it, it's in a new gap range, which is like 20 bucks wide, which is well over 10%. In that particular case, if the dip buy is at the 184 support level, then you got to be buying in front of that. Because if you're trying to go long 191, 192 like normal, you're then holding it $6, $7 against you, which is a bit too far. Then you needed to really fill in that entire gap. So when you think the range can be wider and a stock is going to be more volatile than normal, it's not just about patience, because patience is always good in trading, but it's almost expect it to get to the price that it normally wouldn't. So if you like 185 and it's sitting at 192, then wait for it to get down there. And if it doesn't show you that move, then buying higher, you might actually have to hold for even more off of the top. If it holds a higher low and you end up taking a breakout trade, then maybe expect it to travel a little bit further. But it's more about the anticipation. On earnings, it's easy to say. We know it can move more. But sometimes you've got to be able to just look at the recent behavior coupled with where it's trading in the range to expect a little bit more oomph. And then once you have it, you'll see monster moves like this on Tesla and you can take advantage of it. If you're long at 191, it's difficult to turn that into a winning trade when it goes to 85. But if you're long in front of that 84 level, 85, 86s, you can have multiple entries, you'll have much more confidence, it's a lot easier to hold. But it only happens if you wait for it. 5% pullback on most days is not where people are looking to go long. But on this day in Tesla, it was perfect because it was going to be a day that it was double digits. So that's your lesson of the day. On outsized moves, you've got to have a different expectation in terms of where to get in, how much you have to hold it, and how patient you need to be. So as always, good luck in your trading. That's your lesson of the day. Careful with those outside moves.
Shout out to Neil. Awesome, eloquent, informative, all the adjectives you can think of. As always, thank you very much for dropping those hot lines, Neil. Appreciate that. All right, as Neil was doing his lesson of the day, the future weaseled its way back up to 17.9. And so I took a bit of a scalp trade off that initial 17.9 touch, and then on the TQQQs, not on the actual NQ contract itself, looking to see exactly what it does here. I mean, we're wicking into 17.9. We're not doing the take of the level with any vigor, so we'll wait and see. I've already got my stop put in on the TQQQs for the remaining amount. But that's not the only thing that was popping while Neil was dropping hot lines. There's another little ticker, and it goes by the name of Tesla. This thing is unabated to the quarterback, guys. 17% now. We're going to hit 200 today. I thought we would hit 200 sometime this week. No, it's probably going to be today. 199 looks like it's going to come in, or sorry, excuse me, 198 looks like it's going to come in super fast here. 197 and a fifth HOD right now. And this is a fake wick. So this did not happen. Even though it showed up on P-Pro 8 as well, it's showing up on my charts here on my platform. It did not happen. I was sitting there with a dip trade on Tesla when this supposedly took place, and I didn't get filled. And yeah, I didn't really spend a whole lot of time down there, so I'm unsure what to make of this bar. So you can basically look at it as having a low of 195.50 at this bar here. It didn't make its way down into the 10 period. So we'll continue to watch that, but Tesla is rocketing up. Also, the other thing that's making a bit of a move right now is the other monster. It goes by NVDA. It's had 3 different rejections on the 50 period, on the 5. It's right there right now. I'd rather not try to guess whether or not this is going to hold up here, or I'd rather just participate in the down move. That means missing the top. That means missing the top. That's fine. But this thing can move dollars, $5 in one minute candle. So I don't want to be on the wrong side of that. Anyway, it does look like it's holding up at the 50 period here for whatever reason. Keep your eye on that. If you don't want to trade NVDA because it's awfully expensive, you can trade some of its derivatives like NVDL, NVDS, NVDX. All offer the same kind of price action, but with obviously a different price. So it's a different stock. Keeping an eye on that. Down, go down, future. I'm looking for a 17.9 rejection here as we just dipped right back below it again.
Yeah, speaking of the NVIDIA move to the upside, I was trying to short this because I noticed we did have these lower highs and a flat bottom. I wasn't 100% sure it was going to be a flat bottom break, but it was still something I wanted to try to play at least into this 36.65 area. That was the bottom previously. Got involved at, I want to say 36.93, lost about 9 pennies. Really, I was just looking to see us break 37 with the viciousness. If we did, I was outie. We did, and I left. So nice little basic trade there. Nothing else. I was going to say there's nothing else I'm looking at, but I am looking at IBIT actually. So we'll talk about that. We'll talk about IBIT for a bit. This 9 EMA bounce, Very nice. I want to see us bounce again. Oh, we bounced. Okay, now's your time, Badera. It's now or never. Shout out to Justin Bieber and oh no, that's Never Say Never. But yeah, shout out to that old Justin Bieber song with Gaten Smith. I will never say never, and I will fight for forever to get this IBIT trade. I want to be getting out here around that just shy of 36s. If we could make 36s, I'd be pleased as punch. But I really want to watch. If we fail, I don't want to overstay my welcome because that's been my biggest issue. I am scalpier, and if I want to scalp and then try to wait and see, oh, let's see if we get any lower or higher, that doesn't work for me. So I really need to be acting quickly, acting aggressively, acting as viciously and swiftly as the market is wont to do. That's going to be the strategy here. If we break below this earlier area here, this 85s, I'm going to be out. So we're risking like 5 pennies or less. This is a very, but I feel like also I know, I want to address as well, I know my risk and reward ratios are very odd, and I know I risk very little, but I find that ends up being a better strategy for me because that way I just know if we get out, if we break below this area, I have to get out, and I find it helps me minimize my losses so I can maximize my gains.
Fair, absolutely respectable, and a sound strategy. So I hope you absolutely print on that, as I typically hope you do. I don't
Appreciate that.
Yeah, and so yeah, you know, I just have to put that out there. Send the good juju your way. All right, man. The monster known as Tesla continues to Tesla on up, baby. It is just ridiculous. It's a 198 now, 179, 197, excuse me, 94. I mean, the question really now is, do you take the short at 200? If we make it up to 200, I know it's an if statement at this point, but if you make it up to 200, are you looking short there, or is everybody going to be looking short at 200? And so do you not stand in front of this monster? In other words, so I'm short NVDL, I'm short the future, I'm printing on both at the moment. The NVDL was, I explained that to you guys, it was a 50-period retracement on the monster NVIDIA. There's more than one monster today. There's Tesla and NVIDIA. And right now, NVIDIA is yet again rejecting on the future. We're nice 20 pennies. Sorry, 20 pennies. Calm down, bro. 15 pennies in the money on this NVDL short. Let's have a look at what we're doing on the future. Back to break even on the future there as we dip down below 17.9. I should mention to you guys, though, that even though we're kind of doing the dance with no pants right now with 17.9, we are putting in higher highs on each successive 5-minute candle on the future. So even though we're not clearing it, I am a little bit, I'm not concerned, but I'm cognizant of the fact that we're putting in higher highs. And this is what I'm talking about here on the future. Even though you're kind of getting that 17.9 resistance, and that's to be expected, look at these successive higher highs. Higher high, higher high, higher. You guys get it, right? Higher highs. Now, keep your eye out for that 17.916 top, 17.91, whatever. This crest over here, if we get above that, then I think that fundamentally changes things. So we'll keep eyes on that. 198 coming in for Tesla now. 197.99 HOD. Looks like that's probably going to get broken any second. And I really do think we're going to hit 200 today on TSLA. All right, let's see if we can make another leg down here on NVDL before we cover the entire short. Pack my patience on that, but probably prudent to flatten out this trade here so that I can start the lesson du jour. So I'm going to get out of my trades because I'm not going to manage these trades while I'm doing the lesson. So let's start the lesson, baby. We're talking about the gap and go strategy all week. We're going to be talking about the different variations of it. Today, we'll just do a really basic introduction of what the gap and go strategy is and how to use it on an intraday trading basis. So just to start, the gap and go strategy is a popular technique for day traders, capitalizing on price gaps between a security's closing price one day and its opening price the next. So what we're looking for here is that 4 p.m. close on the day prior, whether it was a Friday or the day actually prior to our trading day today, okay? And then we're looking at what the 9:30 a.m. open is on the current trading day. Those are the two data points upon which we assess the gap. That 4 p.m. close from yesterday or whatever previous day it was, and that 9:30 a.m. So that's what I want to explain there, just so that we can all understand each other. So understanding gaps occur when the opening price doesn't typically follow the usual trading pattern. For our purposes, there's going to be two types of gaps. There are more than these type of gaps, and they're called different things. But for today's lesson, we're going to talk about gap ups and gaps down. Gaps up and gaps down. So the gap up obviously is the price opens higher than the previous day's close, which is suggesting to you bullish momentum. Conversely, the gap down, the price opens lower than the previous day's close, which is going to suggest to you bearish momentum. Why does it work though? Oh, forgot about these. This is how it is on a chart. So you can see here the Nifty 50. You have that bit of a top at 34,720, and then you gap up nicely there well above 34.8. So that's the gap up, and conversely here is the gap down. It's a bit of a chasm, so to speak, on the actual price chart, and that shows you either bearish or bullish sentiment. So why does it work? So the gap and go strategy assumes the price movement causing the gap will actually continue into the opening session. For example, a positive earnings report that got released on the day prior after 4 o'clock or on the day of in the pre-market might lead to a gap up with traders anticipating the price to keep rising. It's insane. So Katina, man, before you got back, I was talking about possible 200 short on Tesla. What are your thoughts? Do you think there's going to be a crowded trade? Yeah, crowded trade, right? He's not just sitting. He's sitting on that thing, you know? Shout out to the Katina man, baby. Who would have thought? $13? Well, we knew 185. I mean, I didn't know how much. Right, of course. He said he didn't really know how much it was going to move. Otherwise, he'd hold the whole position. So why does it work, right? So we finished explaining why it works. The sentiment is that it will continue to move up, and an example, obviously, is your earnings report. So identifying these gaps. So you're going to need to get yourself a pre-market scanner, and in the pre-market scanner, you can sort by gaps. So I'll just give you an example on my pre-market scanner over here. Look what's gapping up. So you can see this gap column over here, and then there's a percentage. So you have TSLR, which is obviously the Tesla long, 2 times long ETF. There you go, TSLR. Did you know about that one?
TSLR.
Yeah, so it's not just TSLL, it's TSLR.
I did not know that.
Yeah, on the NASDAQ. Yeah, okay. Interesting. This is gapping up aggressively, 22%, obviously because Tesla is gapping up. So the pre-market scanner helps you identify the names that are gapping up. And then you're going to look for stocks with decent gaps between 2 and 4%. Obviously, the small cappers have a lot bigger of a gap, usually, you know, sometimes over triple digits, 100%. So that's what you're looking for there. Get yourself a pre-market scanner, sort by gaps, and then look for something within the range of 2 to 4%, and then work off that. And confirmation is key. So not all gaps are created equal. Look for additional confirmation of the trend. So the first one you want to be looking for is volume. So what if something's gapping up? If nobody's participating in it, chances are it may fade. So you got to have one eye on the gap and the other eye on the volume that it's done. Now, obviously, the more pre-market volume that you see, the better. So keep your eye on volume and also look at the news. Why is it gapping up? Is it an earnings report? If it is an earnings report, have they held the call yet? If they haven't held the call on the earnings report, you may want to hold off trading it because the call often introduces new variables. You could sell off after the call, or you could go up even more. I mean, you have both possibilities here. So that's another thing to keep in mind. Why is it moving? Is it a news catalyst, or is it an earnings report? What is it? Identify it and see if it's something that you're comfortable trading off. And here is basically an example of the gap and go using EA. There's the closing print, and there you go, gapping up on high volume. So the volume here suggesting to you that the gap is legitimate because other people are looking at it as well. And so your entry and your stop loss. So when you take this trade, how are you going to weasel your way into this trade? So one suggestion is the breakout entry. So you enter the trade after the price decisively breaks above for the gap up strategy or breaks below for the gap down strategy, a key level, like the pre-market high or low. And that's why I said you get yourself a scanner so you can see what's gapping up and down in the pre. So what you're going to do, once you find something that's gapping to your liking, you're going to chart the pre-market high, the pre-market low, wait for that bell to ring at 9:30. If it's above the pre-market high, you're going to have to figure something different. If it's below it, then maybe you're looking to take the actual breakout of the pre-market high. Just a suggestion. Doesn't mean that's the only way to trade these gap ups. You can even take dip trades on them off key areas of support in case it goes red to green, for example. Okay? And your stop loss. Always have a stop loss order in place to limit your potential losses. Place it below the gap for the long positions and above the gap for shorts. Why is that? Because if the gap gets filled, then is the trade really valid? At this point, maybe the trade, a different trade is valid, but no longer the gap trade, because if that gap gets filled, that's not part of the plan, and you should be getting out of the trade. So for the longs, you're putting your stop loss below the gap. For the shorts, you're putting your stop loss above the gap. So how do you take profits and how do you exit once you've weaseled your way into this trade? So there are no hard and fast rules for profit taking, but consider these factors. The target price. Set a realistic target profit level based on technical indicators and chart patterns. If you notice, the particular name you're trading always seems to reject off the 200 EMA on the daily or the 4-hour, whatever. You have to do your homework here. You should be putting a profit target at that key area of resistance. Same thing goes for the support level. If you're taking it short and it has a key area of support, example, 165 on Apple, we saw that hold up a number of times. You should be looking to wet your beak on the short at 165, right? So make sure not only you're identifying these gaps, but you're charting it well enough to know where the areas of support and resistance are. And you should also have an eye on volatility. If the name you are trading is awfully volatile, and you can look at the average to range, or you can look at range per candle, so many different ways you can judge volatility here, you should be looking to wet your beak on some profits a little bit sooner in case things turn around. And your trailing stop, right? Gradually adjust your stop loss to lock in profits as the price moves in your favor. This is sort of a suggestion here, and a lot of traders don't use this. Some do. It's really up to you. Okay? And remember the following risks, guys, right? The gap and go strategy can absolutely be profitable, but it also carries with it inherent risks. The first one, false breakouts. So you take that break of the pre-market high, right? Because you found something that gapped up, you charted the pre-market high, you take the breakout of it, boom, it retraces 5%. So the false breakout is an ever-present possibility here and threat. And the gap fills, I mentioned this earlier, right? That's why you have your stop below the gap on the long and above the gap on the short, because if the gap gets filled, the trade is no longer valid using this specific strategy. So make sure you are aware of both these and others risk factors. And a bonus tip, guys, this strategy is best suited for experienced traders, mostly comfortable with intraday volatility. Paper trading here in the simulator can absolutely help you practice before risking real capital on the line and getting in some trouble. How it goes over there, Adara?
It goes well. I had the SOXL trade. I am pleased as punch. It was a SOX W for me and not a SOX L, so that's always happy to hear. That's how I've been trying to trade these the chip names mostly. I did have some NVDL trades, but today my most successful trades have been in the SOX L. I want to talk about this though because I'm a little bit displeased with myself. Not displeased as punch, mind you, but I think I was a little bit too impatient on this. I got out initially. I got in at 40.14, I was happy with that. I said we're going to give this until we see what we do at like 40.08, so we're risking about 6 pennies because there were a couple dojis there that were interesting. We got in here and we bounced beautifully off that 40.10, so I was pleased as punch. Then though I noticed we had a little bit of trouble at 40.24, so that's where I got out, took my 10 pennies. Then we worked back up all the way up into like 40.38, so it's like I could have made another 14 pennies there, but I'm trying not to have too much FOMO about it, mostly just have JOMO because now we're falling back to that level. But it makes me really realize, like Adara, maybe you want to be a little bit more patient. Maybe don't get out at the first resistance level you see. I'm still happy I took those profits, mind you, and I know that sometimes my worst trades happen when I don't take profits quickly enough because I am a little bit scalpier and rangier by nature. but I do want to be cognizant about that. So I want to talk about it. I am happy with the trade and I'm happy with how I execute it, but I do think it's still worth it for me to go and think, how could I have executed it better, right? Because we always want to grow and learn, especially at how to trade. Couple stocks I want to look for people. Baidu was mentioned by, I think, Elon in the chat there, so shout out to you. Baidu is, oh, this is nice. This is nice, but also I think this is a massive resistance area at this 107.26. Look where we got up to. First 5-minute candle, 107.26. We tried to wick a little bit higher here, but then we ended up closing a little bit lower. So this 107.26 to me, definitely a level. We go a little bit lower, break below into that 104.30 area, come right back up, bounce off of this VWAP and come back to reject once again 107.26. I don't know why this is a level, but to me this seems to be a level. I think what could be interesting as well is what we do at the 90 MA, currently around that previous resistance level at 106.65. Say it with me, confluence. So I want to see what we do here. I think this could certainly get interesting. I think there's always the potential for continued higher highs and higher lows, but I do think that this 107.26 could get extremely spicy if we have a break above there. I also want to quickly look at ANVS again for Brad Aldman, not to be confused with Sam Altman, but Brad Aldman, asking if there's any levels that I like on ANVS. I think, to be honest with you, Brad, given how much halting there is, it's a little bit harder for me to give you a clear level. I like that we're holding above the 90 MA right now, just below VWAP on the 5-minute chart. However, in terms of the clearest level I see as a potential area to watch out for, look at this little break we had on that move to the downside right around $10. That's key. It's near a whole dollar level, and it's also a $10 level, right? So I think if we do break above the VWAP area, I think that $10 level could be a skosh spicy for A to the N to the V to the S. Hope that helps. What are you looking at? Trying to take another bite out of the apple there.
I don't Elon, man, he's so funny. He X'd. How are we saying it now? Is it X'd or is it tweeted? Like, what's the actual verb of the action now?
He X marks to spot. I don't know.
Don't mess with Tesla.
Don't mess
He's
with?
so funny. Yeah, don't mess with, yeah. I don't know. All right, I'm long Apple, 20 pennies in the money on this. Look, the idea here was quite simple. Apple's been defending the 50 period on the 5 for whatever reason all day. I don't care why, as I typically don't care. But this is the red line is the 50 period, and every single closing print has closed above the 50. So I put a dip trade at the $0.25. We got filled. And if we could make it up into 174.80, that would be aces. That is the volume weighted average price. We haven't made too many VWAP retracements. There's only been really one here that took place at 12.05, essentially since we broke down below VWAP at 11.05. So I'm not too optimistic. We'll make it into that 174.80, but if I can get something maybe in the 60s or 70s, we'll wet our beak there. It did move up, I think, into like 50s or 47s or whatever. The range is really tightening up here on AAPL. My line in the sand is going to be the break of the 50s. I'll give it like 2 pennies, maybe 2 pennies below the $0.25, 2 or 3 pennies, because you really haven't had any decided breaks of that. So we'll keep eyes on Apple. I shorted NVIDIA earlier because it also was rejecting off the 50. We did well on that, but look at what it just did now. So NVIDIA does look like it is reclaiming the 50. It just made a newer high. Look at these 2 double tops over here, 11.15, 11.20, that all topped out at 873. We're right back at that level, 873 again. Can we break and hold above this 873 level? Is going to be a quick wick, and then right back down we go. We've been putting in higher highs and higher lows here on NVDA for a little bit of time, but this level here is staring at me in the face because it is a price action resistance level, 873 on NVDA. You okay?
Yeah, no, I was just looking at the chart.
Okay, I thought you were contemplating life there for a second.
I was like way too deep. I apologize for the confusion.
No, you're
just
good to
looking
go,
at these
girl.
charts.
You're fine. I was confused.
Thank you for checking in.
Yeah, it's all good. The Tesla, it did now reject the Dara off. Essentially, it was a 199 touch. It was technically a 198.87, and then down with the viciousness onto the 10 period here. So is this an entry on Tesla? I mean, it hadn't touched the 10 period since 11:35. So it's the first assault on the 10 period since for an hour. So we'll see exactly, does it hold up here at this 10 period? It's not a price action resistance level or support level, excuse me. that will have to take us down into about 193, where we had that double top earlier. That's really the only price action support that I can see. So I'm going to wait here on Tesla to see exactly what we get.
Yeah, I mean, you like, of course, you want to make sure that you're like, take time to. I was trying to come up with a Tesla pun that I couldn't come up with. That's why I was dilly-dallying there. I don't have one right there, but that's okay. Right now, I'm looking at clean spark because I think this could be a clean short off this level. Look at that resistance we had earlier at 1840. Then we push above. Now look where we're seeing a little bit of a pause, a little bit of a dip below the 90 MA. I like 1840. I have not been able to get filled. I've missed it by like a penny twice now, but I still like this short idea. I'm not chasing it though. Make no mistake, we will not be chasing clean spark. Don't go chasing waterfalls. I don't want to, we're going to give this stock a little bit of TLC. We're going to keep an eye on it. We're going to see what it does. But I'm not going to try to force it. If we don't come to my level, we don't come to my level. That's all fine and dandy. Peachy keen, insert whatever antiquated phrase you want to insert there. This Tesla actually looking interesting. So on my side chart, what I see too is A, we bounce off the 90 MA. B, we bounce off that earlier area we were dancing with, that 196 level. If we keep holding this for a potential bounce, let me look at my TSL. Let's look at my Tesla. So that on the Tesla is going to be this 952 area. I like this. I really like this. The only thing is I need to think of a stop that I'm appropriate with. If I get into 952, 954, and I get out 947, I could probably live with that. I just want to make sure I have all my risk to reward areas cultivated and planned before I get involved. Chef Joe saying, enjoy it, shorts. You deserve a piece of this pie to the Tesla short. So I'm guessing you were printing on that long there, Chef Joe, cooking up a tasty
Print,
trade.
baby.
Congrats to you. This has been, this is, what a market today. There's been so many fun opportunities to trade. Excited to take advantage of some more moves, mainly hoping that Clean Spark will spark a little short for me right now. I'm not looking at much else. What about you?
Nothing. Just tried to take a quick 195 dip there. Or sorry, not 195, 196 dip there on Tesla, but it didn't. Are you short? The Katina man now is out of his Tesla position. Are you going short now? No, he's not. He's not going short. So he hasn't flipped the script on the trade. So shout out to the Katina man. I'm gonna guess and say that was a $14 winner at the top. 198.87. So essentially 199. The Katina man got out the entire thing at 196 break. Shout out to him. That's one hell of a trade, bro. Say it again. 1065 at the top there for the Katina man on his exit on Tesla. So we're gonna go ahead and do this.
Now you have the power to spin it.
Yeah, I know. I was showing Sean. I sent it to him on Friday, and I sent it to Adara. It was like me harassing Sean to spin the money. And I'm gonna send this to you, Ram, if we could play it, because there's obviously no copyright infringement here, because it's us. I'm gonna send it to you after, because this is like, I don't even remember when this is from, dude. What year is this? Hold on, let me find out here. This is from August 12th, 2021. Wow, so it's more going on
almost 3 years.
Yeah, almost 3 years ago. I love it. And what were you trading, Sean? So let me see what positions you were in, dude. Yeah, I know. Well, it has the okay. So there's no, you can't see your positions here because they were running the. It was like a news headline. You did, but it was a news headline at the time. Yeah, man. Yeah, it brings back memories, man. I've been somehow connected with the show for like years now. Anyway.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I love it. Adara, we did get that 50-period rejection yet again, or not rejection, but we didn't really close with the vigor on NVDA. Oh, what I should say is we got that 873 rejection. So we were talking about that 873 level as an area of important resistance owing to this double top over here in the crest. So we put another crest there and reject it, come back down for a nice $3 short, I guess, off that. But don't forget, we're still putting in these higher lows. Right, so the higher lows and the higher highs are still in play, but we have that 873 as a local area, of resistance. I did take out my my Apple trade there at the top at 174.46. So happy with that trade. We ended up taking 25 pennies on that one. All right, so some other stuff is curling up here that we should be taking note of. I'm talking about you, Amazon. Amazon is close to that 180 2/3. That's where the volume weighted average price is. And when you see what Amazon did Last time around at VWAP, it did reject it. So that's another interesting possible short here, 180 and 2/3 on the Amazonian. Good curl also for Meta after printing newer lows. We did break 430, a bit of a double bottom there at 429, let's just say 1.5 and 1/4. I know it got lower than that, but that general 430 area does seem to have some buyers stepping in. Now we're coming into the 20 period at 432 and rejecting, right? I'm gonna be looking for this area over here, 433, 432 and 1/4. That is the previous area bottom. If we curl into that area, I'd like to take a short for Microsoft. If that area doesn't hold, if we don't hold up at that 433, 432 and 3/4, I'll be looking at VWAP, which is 434 for a short on Meta. So I'm short biased today on these names. I'm not really sure why. We're still up 1/4% on the NQ, but I am short biased. And there goes NVIDIA. Wow, $4 off the top there. It touched 869, 873 double top on NVDA there.
Yeah, that move down chased me out of my sock sell long. I was long sock sell. I still got out where I wanted to. I want to make that very clear. I risked about 8 pennies. I got out, lost 8 pennies. We were holding that 40-24 area really nicely. I get involved. We have a little bit of a move up. Then NVIDIA has the move down. I get out. We can come back and hold it, but I'm not going to have FOMO. I'm going to have JOMO because I'm happy that I executed the trade how I wanted to execute it. So stay with me, please, this punch. Can't complain there. Jay Lee saying that 998.87 looks to be Tesla tops today, hoping for a bit of a quadunk. Still short, average into it, winky face, so I'm not too far behind. Shout out to you. I know you were talking about that short earlier in the chat. So, and I think one thing too that I think adds a little bit of spice to the short side is I was mentioning I was interested in getting long if we had that bounce off that 196 area. I know you mentioned that as well, the 196 on Tesla. And Tesla did not bounce. Tesla's still to the downside. Now 3 red candles in a row, and talk about a bearish engulfing. We engulfed 3 green candles with 1 big red candle on TSLA. So talk about range per candle. To shout out to Sharif is in there. That is massive. And I want to say as well, like your range per candle trick has really helped me because it shows you how much volatility or how much bamboozling you have in a trade. Because if your range per candle is massive, then that's going to be a very volatile stock, especially if it's within the body of the candle. If it's within a wick basis, that's still pretty bad. But if you've got a volume of a candle, we opened here, we closed here, that is a very active stock with a lot of volatility.
Right.
You might want to be keeping your eye on. But speaking of volatility, I haven't looked at her in many moons. Let's take a look at Mademoiselle Lily, who we know brings the volatility. And I want to look at her because we have earnings for Eli Lilly tomorrow morning. So I wanted to check that one out. Volume, exactly 1 million shares right now. I'm not getting involved in this in the live. No. But I did want to take a look at it just to kind of see how it's doing heading into earnings. We had to move up into that 739 area. Lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low. Now though we're getting kind of spicy. We broke above that previous support area, 173. 733. Now we're kind of near that earlier area of resistance at 734. I want to see what we do here. Let's look at the daily chart. To see Lily's been on a bit of a downturn lately. We've been below the 9 EMA for Miss Lily for quite some time. We had this big move down on April 9th. Since then, we've been pretty decidedly below the 9 EMA on a closing basis, though we are seeing a bit of support here on the daily at the 725 level, also where we had a little bit of a bounce earlier. So I think this could be an interesting level for Lily heading into earnings. I want to see if she can take the support that she's formed here, the basis that Mademoiselle has formed at 726, and turn that into a bit of support here. I'm not involved in this name on a personal account basis. I just really enjoyed day trading it when I was in the sim. So I just wanted to give Miss Lily a bit of a shout out ahead of her earnings tonight because we know she can bring the volatility and also currently has a 40-cent spread. I saw you in and out of Amazon. How did that go?
It got stopped out. Tried to short at the volume weighted average price. It kept going, so took a 10-penny hit on Amazon there. It's continuing to go up here. So I'll have to see exactly what it does at 181. That's where the price action resistance was. But alas, volume weighted average price, not a current area of support for the Amazon. So I'm going to keep my eye on 181, but it did put in a fantastic little low there in, support at the Friday closing print. 179.63 was a hell of a level, so keep your eyes on that. It is putting a bit of a topping tail candle through VWAP here, so that could have been a quick bamboozling trade. All right, so keeping an eye out on things here on the Amazon. I like this short, man. I'm getting back in. I'm getting back into this short on Amazon.
Do it.
Yeah, I am. I like this short at the volume weighted average price. We'll see exactly what we get. If I get cut up, I get cut up. It's kind of on me at these prices. We'll see what we get. We'll put our beak wetter at over here. We'll see what we get. All right, what else is at VWAP? Not just Amazon at the volume weighted average price. It's the soft one as well. Right back into 401.69 is MSFT. So a lot of stuff's curling up here, as I think the market may have taken, I don't know if it really has taken 17.9. We put in this bottoming tail candle right into VWAP, and then we shot right back up, but it is awfully consolidated, and we haven't really printed anything above 17.915. That's the 1030 high there, or local high, not the actual high. The local high that we had. So interesting look here on the future, as you know, it's not really selling off. Go down, Amazon. All right, nice avenge trade there on the Amazonian. As we got pushed out of the earlier trade, we get right back in and fight with this monster, and we're about 13 pennies in the money. All right. Is Tesla finding support at 195? I mean, I'm not going to want to jump too quickly into it, but I'm just going to say this to you guys, and you guys do what you want with the information. It is now holding up at the 20-period EMA. You heard me talk many times. When something is very strong, the more shallow retracements are into the 10. The deeper retracements often are into the 20. And we have now a double bottom hold up at 194 3/4. Hold up. And then we popped right back into 195.50. Not saying we're going to curl back up and test 200, but it is something to keep an eye on. When something's super strong and it retraces superficially, it usually is to the 10. The deeper, heavier retracements go into the 20. So we'll keep eyes on that. Big Kyle Burdett tags me. Volume is hot garbage today on so many names. You're not wrong, Kyle. I mean, let's have a look here. Obviously, except for Tesla. Tesla's done a cool 165 million shares on the day. But when you look at like the Metas, for example, 12 million. Microsoft's done 10. So yeah, I see where you're going with that. We'll wait to see exactly what the end of the day brings us. But what have you been trading today, Kyle? I saw you dropping hot lines about the SPY in the chart. I'm seeing a lot of fist bumping over on my left side here, so I'm very intrigued to see what's going on there. And I do see TSLL.
I took a Tesla short.
Atta girl.
Yeah, because I know you mentioned Tesla long, and then that's also
There
what
you
I was
go.
like, I'm not sure, but the reason I took it, my impetus for taking this, we were below the 90 EMA, which we know is a level I like. We also did fail. I was really watching that 196 area on Tesla, which is going to be about 190, what's about 190? It's about 9.53 on TSLL. So I was going to risk about 4 pennies to see what we did at 3 to 4, 9.52, 9.53. We didn't even get there. Took about, I took exactly half the position out here at that previous base. You talked about 195 on Tesla, going to be 194. Again, not a 942.
I do that all the time.
On TSLL, appreciate that. So I like this level right now. If we can't get below this, I'll take everything out there. I have no qualms, but I'm really happy I took out half the position. I'm happy I decided to just take this. It was a bit of a riskier trade, but you know, don't messle with Tesla. As Elon said, something very similar. Don't mess with Tesla. Happy that I decided to mess with Tesla here. Please just punch him out of this trade. Peter Sun saying that out of the Tesla short. Yeah, that makes sense. I think that this support that we have coming at 195 could get a little bit dicey. Congrats to you though and Peter Sun for taking some profits on that TSLA short. Hopefully Tesla will continue to give us some opportunities. My bit also I'm still looking at. I was really proud of this trade here. Just took it at the base, took about 10 pennies, got out, continued to go to the downside. Now we're rejecting off 90 EMA.
You got a bid out of IBIT?
Yeah.
I'm going to do it to you now.
I like it. Yeah. I got more than a bit out.
Hey, all right. Well, that's even better news. All right, I'm flattening out my Amazon short there. We'll take 20 quick pennies on that monster. That again, really all that it was a VWAP rejection. We got shaken out the first time around because we had too tight of a stop, quite frankly, and then got got even. I don't know.
Avenged.
Avenged. I know. I just don't want to repeat it, but I see it's probably more apt. On that trade. I'm still looking at Tesla, man. 195 is staring at me in the face here, and it keeps yelling my name, Sharif, Sharif. Yeah, I mean, the 20-period moving average is a good looker here. Now, I'm not inclined to want to put my my stop right below 195 because it is wicking below 195. So let's see what we do here on TSLA. I mean, obviously, you know, one thing in my mind right now is, Sharif, you're late to the party, right? But then again, we'll see. I mean, I'll just wait a little bit here. I think if we do hold up at 195, I'll have time to at least take a retracement, maybe a trade into 198 or something. But if I do jump in a little early here, I am risking whatever my stop is going to be. And I literally have to give it to the trough low. I can't give it to 195. That's not where the price action suggests. I'm going to have to give it to 194 2/3 because that's where the low is. And I don't even know if this ends up being the actual area low if we curl up, right? It could just be one of the lows. We break down maybe 194.50 and then we move up to 198. I'm not going to jump into this. I need to see more. But it is a trade that I've got on my radar. No question about it. All right, the soft one did curl into the volume weighted average price. It's rejecting, but it's not really giving you any big room here. So the volume weighted average price is 401 2/3. I mean, the best retracement you got here was 401 1/3. That's not bad, but you likely probably didn't get printed on that easy because of the spread on Microsoft's a little wider. So let's keep an eye out right now. That is the third 5-minute candle rejecting off 401 2/3 right now on Microsoft. The previous retracement into the volume weighted average price did result in a rejection, but second time around could be completely different. So we'll keep eyes on that. What else we got here? Oh, so Amazon continuing to head down there, breaking the $0.50 level, 108 1/3 now. Sorry, 180 1/3, excuse me, on Amazon. So keep eyes on that as well. All right, so we did give up 17.9, or so it seems. A bit of a rounded top right now on the future. Look at this rounded top. That's not good. Coming back into the volume weighted average price, we'll see if we find support there, but very sideways day today on the future. You're not really getting that much room. I mean, the high side after the bell has been kind of 17,915, and the low side essentially 17,845. So less than 100 points worth of room today, definitely on the future. Yeah, very interesting stuff here. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I mean, I'm out of the Model 2. I just put that in the chat as well. I am out of my Tesla. Please just punch. Took about 4 pennies with the rest of the position because I noticed we were kind of coming back to my point of entry, and I said, Adara, just get out. You are scalpier. Just be scalpy. So I scalped out. Please just punch. I was really happy with where I got out half this position at that 942 area. Happy with how this trade went. Now ready for the next opportunity, which is going to probably be focusing on taking IBIT every time we bounce off that 90 EMA. I did miss it a couple times here just because I was looking at the Model 2, looking at that Tesla, but I'm still keeping my eye on IBIT. But also TSLA, I want to look at here.
Bro.
Jay Lee saying long-term Tesla holders probably saw the 198 top and now drop under 195 and will get out while they're still near the top, in my honest opinion. Heading back to 185 or 180, in my honest opinion. Yeah, I think right now this 196 stance is going to be really key, I think, Jay Lee. I think this is that we're getting to that area, right? This is crunch time. This is where things will happen. This is where we'll have to see if we have that roadster move 0 to 100 in under a second. But I really want to see what happens. Shout out to 420 Bud Monster saying, you and Sharif are keeping me awake in this boring market. I mean, happy to hear it. Shout out to you. Hopefully you are having a great day. Also, Eclectic Passions. I'm going to read the exact comment. Saying, what is the creature between you and Sharif? Is that a Quadunk? Her name is Trenda Ticker, the trading turtle. This is her. Shout out to Ramin for putting her on our desk. And she is, like, you know how they have the bulls and the bears for Sean and Neil, and those will really show you for moving up or moving down. Trenda is just here for all trending tickers. So shout out to Trenda. Nice times there. Tesla, if we keep rejecting here, I might get back in this short. I'm happy I got it where I did, to be very clear. Make no mistake. But if there is another short opportunity and I see something I like, I do want all the smoke. I will get back in. Probably not going to get back in right this second, though, because we are getting close to 1 o'clock, which is when we will repeat that lesson. So I want to make sure that I am ready for that and ready to wait. Yeah, shout out to Bears versus Bulls as well here in the chat. World's greatest moderator, and shout out to you. Also, yeah, this IBIT really coming into fruition for me. Some people mentioning Oracle though. So let's see what we're seeing here in Oracle. What does the Oracle foretell? Oracle, okay, this is interesting. I thought I saw some news with this one with AI, I believe, earlier. ORCL, Oracle Corp. No, so just Microsoft Sympathy plays. Oh yeah, sorry, on Thursday they announced new AI capabilities within Oracle Fusion. So nice look there. Generally lower highs, lower lows for this one. We had a bit of a flat bottom break at that 116 level, all the way down into 115.90. Then we kind of curled back up here into this 116.25. Now we're trying to make a higher low. So this could be a nice reversal here, but of course I think that the main key area is going to be what we do with that 116.20. We know resistance and support can flip-flop, so previous support can become resistance. I would really love to see what we do at that level. Two Fodisks saying, asking me how I feel about changing the side of my positions as it gets later in the day or slower expected moves. That's a really good question. I'm going to be honest with you. I only trade during the midday, so I'm doing other stuff for the show all other times. I trade during this 3-hour period. So everything I do with regards to trading is going to be during this 3-hour period. What I will say with regards to my position sizes, and I've said it in the past, it's all going to come down to what my plan is, how confident I feel in my plan, and how I want to disperse the trade. So for this Tesla, I took a little bit more than I would normally take, within reason, of course. It wasn't like an unmanageable position, but I took it because I knew I wanted to take some of the position out if we got to that previous base at 940. Or 942, sorry, on my TSLA. Then I saved a piece of the dream to see what we did after that. So I think for me, my position size is always going to have to do with what I'm seeing on the chart and how I want to play that trade. That being said, if it's a more volatile time of day or a more volatile name, I might take a little bit less with regards to that. Also, 240SX, like the old Nissan. Thank you for explaining the pronunciation of your name there, 240SX. Much
Was it the
appreciated.
Nissan at the time? I'm pretty sure it was the Datsun.
Oh.
Yeah, because Datsun was like, I think they bought it. Nissan bought it.
Oh.
Hold on, it was two. I need to find out.
We're going to find out.
Yeah, we'll
but
find out.
Speaking of cars, apparently Mullen's going. Shout out to Neil saying this in the chat. Some other people as well. Stan, I think Sebastian was looking at this one earlier. Talk about a flat top break. Not even a flat top break. We just kind of came to this area, scooped. We got above into that 455. Then we bounced off that 445 area top earlier, continuing to the upside, bouncing off the 90 MA. So this is a very nice look here for M to the U to the L to the N. Yeah, nice look for Mullen. Was it the Nissan or the Datsun?
So can you believe that they actually have two variants? So the Nissan is called the 240SX and the Datsun is called the 240Z.
Oh.
They're a little different, but
So
they're
it
the
is the
same
Nissan.
company. Yeah, it is a Nissan. That's actually accurate. Shout out to you, man. Good times there. All right, guys, let's get to some of these trades because look, I missed a trade here. I kept talking about this Meta possible short if it came back into that bottom area low. That's that 433 area, and then look at the aggressive retracement by Meta at this area. So price action low takes us right back down off that level. 433 is a bit of a resistance level there on Meta. Now, I also want to mention that Apple is retracing possibly into 174 3/4. That's where the volume weighted average price is. So we took Apple long earlier at the $0.25 because it is ranging between volume weighted average price and the 50 period. And that has been sort of a rinse and repeat trade since about 11 this morning. So going on the better part of 2 hours now, Apple has been ranging in between this area. So I'll be looking to short Apple at the volume weighted average price, but Tesla right back off 195. Here comes 197 or thereabouts. 196.5. I mean, I wanted to get into this. It was curling up. It held the 20, but I just didn't want to take the risk on this name, so that's my problem. We'll keep eyes on that. What else is moving here? So the only trade that I like currently that I'm going to set up for is Apple short at the volume weighted average price. Nothing else. Let's flip some of these small cappers here, see how they're doing. We've kind of neglected them. DNA hasn't been tradable since we talked about it last. Neither has Holo. They're both below VWAP at the moment. Pac B, though, look, it's not giving you that much in terms of range. This is going to be more like a, what's it called? A buyout trade because the range on Pac B is bupkis. AGEN also tradable, but really unpredictable in its movement. And a lot of topping tail candles. And it's really not coming off anything predictable here. Let's see where okay, I guess maybe the heavier retracements are all coming into the 20. As we typically say, the more superficial retracements coming in to the 10. If you wanted to play this name, sure. It's not really my cup of tea, AGEN. The one that is really moving, though, is the one that Neil mentioned. MULN, knocking on the door of $5. And I don't know if someone's going to open or not, but right now, new high a day, $4.99. Here comes $5. Decisions to be made here. I don't know. Neil, is this a pay for shorts? For sure. So it is a pay for shorts. $5 now, high a day on Mullen, uninterrupted to the high side. When we talked about Mullen to start the show, it was actually below the volume weighted average price by a skosh, not by a lot. Skosh. Right now, it is finding a bit of a top at $5. For how long? It probably behooves us to look at what the daily resistance levels all know. All right, so in case you're wondering, Mullen has been allergic to the 10-period moving, the 50-period moving average for as far back as this chart will go. And this is, I think, as close as we've been to the 50-period ever since that 1-to-100 split back in December of last year. So the 50-period on Mullen on the daily is 541. So if we break $5 here, 550 or 540, 5 1/3, something around the 50-period here would be a very interesting short. Just saying. So keep eyes on Mullen. It's done very well in the day. Does this have a catalyst?
Yeah, so it did. So there is it's one of its vehicles, I guess, is eligible for this incentive in California for EVs. So the vehicle cost is $68,000 and $45,000 of that is eligible. So that's a really nice look there.
Not bad.
For yeah, I don't think you have to mull over that too much for Mullen. Seems like some buyers are mulling over that car. So.
I love it. I love it. Yeah, that is interesting because I think that makes them a lot more marketable. No question about it.
Makes sense.
Yeah. So I really don't have anything else, guys. What are you guys watching? I see. I'm looking at my scanner to see if there's any new small cap gappers showing up since I talked about it last. Looks like that $5 right now is a level of resistance, a bit of a topping tail candle right now on Mullen. As it breaks down below 80, looks like it's knocking the door of a $0.75 retracement there on Mullen. Not a good look. Well, we'll see. I mean, it could be a good look. Who knows?
Yeah, I got a bit chopped up an IBIT, but we're still up on the name and we handled it okay. I said I wanted that short. I waited for that short, worked out for a couple seconds. We broke above that little wick area at 35.85. I said, bye-bye, IBIT. I said, bye-bit. And it said, yeah, cool, good thing you got it where you did, because I'm just going to keep going to the upside. I don't know why I made it sound like a gangster from an old Hollywood film. But IBIT continuing. I'm so sorry.
I love it. Did you watch a lot of movies this weekend? What's going on?
Did I?
Yeah.
Did I? I don't even think I did. No, I went on a walk. I got some. I always watch some Law and Order, so maybe that's what it was.
I know.
Because Law and Order, the old Law and Order, there are a lot of gangsters.
Did you finish the Toronto one that you said it was really bad?
It's still going on.
It's still bad.
It's still bad. I have to say, if I may, this is my version of football.
Go for it. Yeah, do your thing, girl. Yeah.
As a Law and Order connoisseur, specifically of Criminal Intent, which is the spin-off that this Law and Order is explicitly based on, I don't think they knew Law and Order well enough to do that.
Wow, that's a statement.
I love Law and Order Criminal Intent. They did not have the formula down pat. It has a very specific formula. They have it close. They have not perfected it.
So they're butchering it, in other words.
A little bit. I just think as well, I feel like there's a lot happening off screen that we're not seeing because they're saying things and I'm like, when did we come to that conclusion, man? I have been paying attention. But yeah, so I mean, it's cool if you want to look at Toronto. I think it's a fine watch. I just think as a Law and Order fan, it left me a little wanting.
Fair.
And so was IBIT, but IBIT continuing to the upside now. Whatever, please just punch. that I got out where I did. Still a bit up on IBIT. How are you doing?
Short Apple at the volume weighted average price. Stop is already in. We'll see if it ends up rejecting here. It's rejected on every previous occasion, so we'll have a look and seeing what's going on with AAPL. Let's put the beak wetter at the requisite position to get it out. All right, Sebastian, Sharif, tomorrow Bayern against Madrid. Who are you cheering for as a gunner? Well, brother, I gotta tell you, I'm not gonna cheer for Bayern. I know that there's that whole thing that you got to cheer for the team that eliminated you. I don't subscribe to that philosophy. I'm gonna boo the team who eliminated me because I'm bitter about it. That's the reality of the matter. But I don't think I'd be as bitter as a Liverpool fan, because now, for all intents and purposes, they are now out of the title race. It is now a two-horse race. He's going to throw something at me. He's going to throw something at me, I can tell. No, don't do it, Neil. He threw something at me. Thank you, Neil. You made... It's not officially over yet, but anybody who saw what happened on the weekend with Mo Salah and Jurgen Klopp, they got into a little bit of...
Really?
Yeah, they got a little bit of an argument. It was pretty animated, which really doesn't happen all that much. That's what happens when things are going back, says Neil, and he couldn't be more accurate. Anyway, so it is a bit of a two-horse race. City really, they did well yesterday, beating Nottingham Forest 2-0 at home. Forest played really well, but City's a beast. And then Arsenal 3-0 against Tottenham. We let them come back 3-2. Come on, David, right? Anyway, we beat Tottenham, and yeah, I was really happy about that, obviously, because that's a North London derby, and I hate Tottenham. So do you understand how close their stadium is to us? We're talking about like 1.2 kilometers.
Oh, you could walk that.
Dara, these are not like small stadiums that house 15, 20,000. They're both 60+ thousand stadiums, and they're all within 1 kilometer. It's so off-putting.
That seems ridiculous.
It's very not North American to do that. Obviously, in England, they do way different because they have like 20 teams in a city. Yeah, London has a lot of teams, I'll tell you that. Anyway.
That's wild.
Printed right there on the short right now on AAPL as we took that one at 74s. We'll see if it makes its way back down to the 50 period. The 50 period on my chart, I believe, is in the low end of the 30s, 174.31 or thereabouts. We'll see if we get a nice move there. But Tesla bamboozling everyone. Looks like Jay Lee was right out. Shout out to Jay Lee. He said, in my humble opinion, Tesla's short at these levels. And Jay, if you took that, you're well in the money, my friend. Tesla breaking down aggressively below the 20-period moving average. And here comes 193. Keep your eye out on this area top over here. This was the pre-market top, 192, excuse me, and a half, or around 192. We'll see exactly where Tesla ends up finding support, if it does find support at all, Adair, at these levels.
We'll have to see where Tesla stops to Tesla. But also, it's really funny because right as you said that, Jay Lee, right before you say it, comes in the chat saying, Tesla short is like $5 winner so far off the
Bang,
top. So the timing on that was just amazing.
Bang.
You two were in sync. Also, I did not realize I was short IBIT. I am not short IBIT, so that is a typo on the screen. I just want to clarify. There is no part of me that is an IBIT right now. Not even a bit is an IBIT. So I just want to put that out there. I did get out the entirety of that short. So just to put that out there. But yeah, what else is happening here? We're gonna get to the lesson, so I'm gonna get that started. But also, I had to call this out. Kyle Burdett saying did a 5K one time. I think that's like 48 miles or so. At least it felt like it. Shout out to you, big Kyle Burdett.
Big Kyle.
Hopefully you're printing. It's certainly been short season a little bit here on these markets. And thanks again for calling out Microsoft to all of us earlier, because that Microsoft below VWAP was a little bit interesting earlier today. More than a little bit. That was a spicy look earlier today. But also, you know what else is spicy and certainly relevant this week with all of our earnings?
Oh.
The gap and go strategy.
What a segue.
Thank you. I tried. Sometimes the segues are very messy, but sometimes they work out. Let's talk about first understanding gaps, because gap and go strategies, this is a popular technique because it can help you capitalize on price gaps, right? Between the security's closing price one day and its opening price the next day. But how do you do that? Well, gaps are going to occur when the opening price does not follow the usual trading pattern. And we'll show you some examples of that in the next slides. But there are two main types of gaps. And of course, there's a lot of subsidiaries of these gap types, but here are the main two types. Gap up. So this is when the price will open significantly higher, because there's also things called common gaps, right? We don't want like a couple percents. We don't want scrubs. We want significant gaps between the opening, the previous close, and the current opening. So the gap up is when the price will open sharply higher than the previous day's close, suggesting bullish momentum. Tesla today. Then you also have a gap down, which is when the price will open significantly lower than the previous day's close, which suggests bearish momentum. So here are some examples. This is one here. We have the gap up on the Nifty 50. Nice little move to the upside here. And by the way, these charts, I do not make these. I find them online. Shout out to TradingView here. So this is just any example, right, that I think is a nice look here for the gap up. Also in the Nifty 50 on the one-day chart, here's a massive gap down. So it does show, it's basically a significant change in momentum overnight. These usually will more often than not occur with A, some type of catalyst, or B, it could be also a sympathy play, right? We had a lot of these other EVs move to the upside off of the Tesla news with regards to its full self-drive having its way paid for a little bit in China, right? So some regulatory things clearing up in China for full self-drive potentially. So that's kind of how these gaps up and down work. Is usually a catalyst or a sympathy play or an overall market move, but those are usually going to be less significant gaps in my experience. Why does these gap plays work and why do they occur? Well, the gap and go strategy basically assumes that the price movement causing the gap will continue in the opening session. So if Tesla has positive momentum, you generally will expect that the momentum will continue. And given that Tesla is currently up about 15%, even after falling down a little bit, I think that can be a fair point to make, right? Again, this isn't a rule, it's guidance, and it shows how things can sometimes work. Now let's also talk about some examples, right? So you could have a positive earnings report that could lead to a gap up, or a positive catalyst, and you'll have traders anticipating the price to continue rising on this move. Identifying gaps is also something, of course, we want to talk about, especially if we're going to talk about trading them. How do you find them in the first place? Pre-market scanners are always going to be your friend. Shout out to Trade Ideas. That is how I help with the watch list. I'm always kind of looking and scouting to see what's gapping up, and is it gapping up on volume? Because volume is also going to be key, as we'll talk about in the next slide here. You also want to look for stocks with sizable gaps, around 2 to 4% in the pre-market session. If you've got a gap of like 0.17% on very minimal volume, that's not really going to give you the juice you need. You want a nice meaty, like a nice maximal move, big move with something behind it to really suggest that continued momentum. Because if you don't have the continued momentum, it kind of defeats the purpose of playing the gap.
Okay.
It's a gap down, a bullish signal, says Trish OD. Usually that's going to be a bit more bearish, right?
I responded.
Oh, sorry, you did. I just noticed
no
that.
worries.
Thank you for that.
I figured you were busy. We're doing the lesson.
Yeah, I just noticed that now. I just looked up because I saw the tag, but thank you for answering that. Teamwork is dream work, and also confirmation is key. So, because not all gaps are created equal, so you want to look for additional confirmation of the trend. Particularly volume is going to be a huge one. Higher trading volume, I find especially higher trading volume during the pre-market, because that's the people contributing to the gap. The gap forms in the pre and the post-market, right? So if you see that intense action in the pre-market with volume, that can really suggest this gap could have some meat on its bones, could have come to fruition in a nice way. This will strengthen the move's validity. News and events, of course, catalysts backing up your gap. If you have a gap with no news or no catalyst, even if it's like a sympathy play could still kind of be a catalyst, right? If you have an EV moving up on sympathy play, or Chinese names moving together on some kind of news, right? That's all fine. But if you have something moving on little to no news, and that's where these small cap gappers can get a bit scary, that's what you want to watch out for. Here's an example of a gap setup with volume. I love how this chart says gap and go on Electronic Arts. So we had this candle, a little bit of a weak sauce candle, then the next day we open up significantly higher. Look at that volume spike. Then we see relatively high volume as we continue to the upside. So that is a gap and go setup. Nice look there for EA. Entry and stop loss also certainly worth noting here as well, right? So let's talk about the breakout entry. You might want to enter the trade after the price breaks decisively above for gaps up, or below for gaps down. A key level like the pre-market high or low, or like, you know, a closing level of previous opening level. That's where I know you talk about pivots a lot. Sharif looks at the pivots, and those are some of the levels pivots are based on as well, right? Like high, low, close. So those are always levels you do want to keep an eye on. Stop loss is always, of course, worth noting, especially for these gap-related trades. You might want to enter the trade after the price decisively, always have a stop loss order in place to limit potential losses. So place it below the gap for long positions, gap up, or above. the gap for short positions gap down. What about taking profits and exiting? So there aren't any hard and fast rules for profit taking. Maybe you want to do a bit more scalpulation, as I always talk about. Maybe you have a really key level, but whatever you do, make sure it works for you. And here are some guides to keep in mind as well. You want to set a realistic target price or profit taker based on technical indicators or chart patterns. You also might want to do what Sharif and I, well, Sharif does it more than me, beak wetting, taking out some profits along the way on your little trek to the upside as the duck waddles up or down based on this gap move. Volatility, you also want to keep an eye on how volatile things are. You might want to secure gains more quickly in a volatile market. Trailing stop as well you can use. I know Neil will use these a lot and talk about those, so shout out there. You can see the big kahunas once again in just 44 minutes. You might want to gradually adjust your stop loss to lock in profits as the price moves in your favor. But you always want to remember the risks of trading, especially the risk of trading gaps. So I don't know why I said it like that. So some risks include false breakouts. So the price might not continue in the direction of the gap, leading to losses. It might be a fake out. Also, a trailing stop is of note as well. Sometimes the price could reverse and fill the gap entirely, negating your trade. The strategy is best used for more experienced traders who are comfortable with intraday volatility and always practice paper trading. As somebody who paper traded for months, I can tell you it does give you a lot more confidence and it makes you more comfortable trying new things when you trade live. So shout out to that. I see someone pumping his fist. Are you pleased with this?
No, I'm not pumping. I was like trying to hit the key, but yeah, I think I did one of the Adara things there. Look, I got short on NVDL, not NVDA, because it did break out of that range, but then I did get stopped out it did come up into the range. So I got short here on NVDL, but it's continuing to go. And so I'm looking for a possible move by NVIDIA into Friday's closing print, just above 877. I think the technical closing print is 877 in the third. So if we continue up here on NVDL or NVDA, I'll be looking to play it through NVDL. We'll put a beak wetter over here to possibly take some profits if NVIDIA continues to move up. But this could be a fake out breakout, no question about it. So I have to be cognizant of that and the possibility that NVIDIA is a bit of a monster, so I can absolutely get in trouble with this one. Keeping an eye on this one and whether or not it makes it into 877s again or thereabouts. Now, the other trade that I want to look at as well is a possible Meta VWAP retracement. Look at this over here on Meta. So this has been a bit of a local area top. This 433, we kind of bottomed out there in the earlier part of the trading day. We came right back into 433 and then found resistance at this level, and then you got a 430 and a half touch. But that was a higher low, believe it or not, 430 and a half, and now we're coming right back into 433 again, possibly coming into that 434 general area where the volume weighted average price is hanging out. But it looks like, yeah, we might be topping tail. It might be a fake out breakout here on NVDL. So I may end up getting in trouble with this NVDL trade. I'm long 37s. Okay, so we're coming right back down now. I'm going to try to pack my patience. And if this one breaks the bottom, this area consolidation top, I'm talking about 37.21 or thereabouts, then I'll look to get out of it. Otherwise, I'll see if it wants to retrace back, possibly into 877s. I could have got absolutely stuck in this trade. I think that was the whole idea, to get people stuck on the range breakout of that 873 and a quarter. Let's call it 873 range breakout. We'll see. We're still at 874.4 now on NVDA. The other one that's coming right back into a possible level here, and that this one I traded in the sim in the morning when I was doing my charting, 400 possibly again here on Sofi. We did break it earlier on. When we came right back down to it, we held it. So the low there was 410, 414. So that level ended up holding on this dip. Didn't hold on that one though. You would have to give it room. But yeah, we're awfully close to another possible 400 touch here on the soft one. So we'll continue to see that. Okay, so NVIDIA right back into my entry. Happy about that. So wasn't an immediate fake out breakout here on NVDA. Let's see if we can get into those highs. 877.98 is technically HOD on NVDA. I don't anticipate, or I shouldn't say I don't anticipate. I don't expect us to touch highs, but if we can come into Friday's closing price at 877 1/3, I think that will be good enough to wet my beak on some profits. So we'll see if we can continue to ride this one north. I'm taking NVDL instead of NVDA. All right, sorry, not Softy. Meta is at VWAP, guys. So it did break that top at 433, and now we're talking about a 430, almost a 434 touch here at the volume weighted average price. So we'll have to see whether Meta can kind of switch up on us, being, you know, down into the right, lower lows, lower highs, below VWAP all day, and then possibly switch up. It does look like it's encountering some resistance at this level here. Meta at VWAP, important because it has been weak all day, and you could be looking to play this one. Not sure how everyone else is looking at this. So we'll keep eyes on that. What else? We're at 17.9, but I don't expect a break up or down either way. We've been awfully consolidative on the future all day, and I'm not going to sit here and guess whether or not we're going to break. Bless you, Neil. I mentioned Meta was at VWAP, but it's not the only one at the volume weighted average price. The Amazonian has also weaseled its way back to the high there, but be careful with the Amazonian, because whether or not it respects VWAP is kind of an unanswered question, but it does respect these price levels. So we'll see if it comes up into that 181, whether it's able to break it. It's only 16 pennies, 10 pennies now away from that as it really starts getting moving here. It looks like Amazon may be changing its tune just a little bit. It broke through this double top. Now we're going to have to see whether it can take that 181 1/4. Well, 181 first, and then we'll see about this 181 1/4. Nice move on some of these Mag 7 names here. They're all pamping to the high side. We'll see if NVDA can join them in the pamp so that we can print a little bit here, Adara. We're nicely in the money on it now. Nothing really to write home about, though. But I'm seeing a marked change on a lot of these Mag 7 names now. They're all starting to curl up here as the future. I don't want to say the future is holding 17.9 because that's not a fair assessment, but we're right back into those local highs. 17.910 to basically 17.917. Let's see what we get. Bang on NVDL, so we do get that long, and let this one go, baby. Let's see if we can break the high a day right now on NVIDIA.
I like that you politely asked it, like, oh, you know, if it was, let's see if it wants to join the other Mag 7s in the pamp.
Right?
Yeah, pamp it up. NVDW for Sharif there. Not an NVDL on that one.
Oh, no, true. Yeah, it usually is an L.
Well, I didn't mean it like that. I just meant
the ticker is an L, though, right?
So it's an NVDW. I took a baby L on my TQs, and I say baby L because I'm really proud of how I managed this trade. We got short. I like that we were rejecting that 55.85. And even after I got out of this, I only risked 6 pennies. I was completely happy with my risk management on that. Risked into that little previous top at 55.90. We got in with the viciousness. I got out. Now we're kind of seeing a little bit of resistance, if you will, below this 56 area, which we already resisted once here with this very bullish looking looking candle at 12.35, this doji, and then we also, that was that high earlier, right? This 56 area, so at 10.30, I'm gonna have, well, not the high of day, mind you, but that was a high we popped into earlier, so I'm gonna keep an eye on TQs. Right now, though, the apple of my eye is not Apple, I set that up poorly, it's actually a firm. Look at this gorgeous little range.
Interesting.
She's so pretty. Base, I got really excited about this range. I love ranges. The base of this is going to be around 33.40. That's not perfect. We've gone a little bit lower into VWAP. Top of this is going to be around 33.50. The thing is, this is getting really tight. So the risk to reward, it has to be also really tight to respect that. I'm keeping an eye on my side chart. If I see a nice little point of entry, I'll get involved. It's a trap, says Neil. So I'm going to be cognizant of that. I want to wait to see if I can see things confirmed before I get involved in a firm.
Oh, wow.
So that will have to be the goal for that. Someone was mentioning Unity as well, so let's take a look at you. That one's reporting next week. I don't remember what day next week. I'll have to check on that. Unity is a nice move as well. This actually is better probably than a firm.
You got to get that.
Because look at this. We have this like area. I mean, to be fair, range is also about 10 pennies, so you still have to have that tight risk to reward. But I like this kind of curl to the upside. I like our attempts to break above this 25.05 area, an area that we also wicked into and then closed down from. We're decidedly above VWAP. If I take this with enough shares, this could be spicy, but I don't also want to overdo it. So Unity, I think you're going to replace a firm on my side chart because I think this is I feel a little bit more united with Unity than I felt confirmed by a firm. Bye, firm. Bye, girl. How are you doing?
We're pimping here, baby. All right, there we go. Nice little 20-penny winner on NVDL. As NVDA, I said I would do this. It came right into Friday's closing price. I didn't say yesterday. You thought I was going to say yesterday. No, that was not yesterday. Friday's closing price, there it is, 877 and a third, and so we'll take out the remaining balance on NVDL. NVDA, though, getting a bit of a pump there. So initially taking an L on this because we tried to go short. Recall just like a few minutes ago, once we got into this area over here, which was a local top, this 873, let's call it 873 top. And then, no, not this time around. We're not going to hold up there. 5 green candles in a row on the 5-minute. Now we are breaking above Friday's closing print. We're awfully close to 880. We just printed 878.09, 880, the $10 level in view. Is 880 an important level? Well, if you looked at the pre-market, you wouldn't think so because we danced a little bit above it, a little bit below it. We didn't consolidate at all at that level. But I would suggest to you that you should always be looking at the $10 level, whether or not it manifests into anything an entirely different story. Just have it in your line of sight. Right now, it is coming right back down, though, NVIDIA below Friday's closing print, so we'll see whether or not we get that sustained move. The future also moving. So these local tops that we had put in earlier, the last time around, where did we get? We got into 17,913. That was a top. We're printing 19s right now. The highest local one was this one, 916. So as I said, we just printed 919s. Again, it's not really that much farther away from these tops. So, you know, you could definitely get another top at this area. That is, unless we really get away from it and close above it. So keeping an eye on the future, we've been very rangy. A little bit above 17.9 and a little bit below. To be fair, though, the future did hold up at the Friday closing print, 17,845. I think that was an overnight closing print, not the Friday close. Or was it Friday? I'm not 100% sure. Anyway, that's the closing print, 17,845, and we bounced perfectly off it here at 1135. So, okay, so it does look like we are headed up here on the future as we continue to get a little bit farther away from these local tops. Good look on the futures, and you're getting some confluence with the Mag 7. Look at NVIDIA go. Here comes 880 on NVDA. You're also getting the Amazonian finally breaking through the volume-weighted average price on a closing basis. There you go, curling above that level and curling above the local area top here at 180 and 3/4. But we still have this 181 1/4 area with which to contend. That is a price action area from around 1015 till around 1035. So we'll have to get above that really before we look at that level in a rear view. And then the dead one, Apple, finally making its way above the volume-weighted average price. It hasn't for quite some time. It is not on a closing basis quite yet. In fact, you know, the bamboozlement here could be real. It could definitely be real. I would say look for a 175 closing print. Forget about VWAP here. 175 and VWAP are too close. And look what happened. When we got above VWAP from, say, 1050 till around 1105, we were doing wick shimmies from the south side of 175. So I need to see 175 close here on AAPL on the 5-minute before I'm interested in getting long. We definitely have a target there at 176, and we could even blow through 176. That doesn't mean 176 has to be the top. It's the morning top, fine. But the power hour is the real deal as well, and there could be positioning into Apple going into power hour. First things first, I need to see it close about 175, and then might be interested in getting long Apple. We've traded it well today, but using a range trade strategy, not a breakout trade through 175. Donnie Zimbabwe, my man, I saw you spamming the chat today with all these different super chats. I feel bad. I'm like, wow, Donnie's just banging out super chats. Thank you again, Donnie, $4.99 super chat. Shout out to you, my man. Sofi might be finding life. Side note, so glad I exercised, not closed, those NVIDIA 830 and 840 calls Friday. Just made 11 grand.
Wow.
Are you in the loaning business? at all or anything like that? No, okay, fine. That's cool. Shout out to you, Donnie. Please is punch for you. Shout out to you, ma'am. Doing it through the option strategy. Let us know exactly how that ends up going, whether or not you are going to participate again in any NVDA calls. Shout out to Donnie. Couldn't be happy for you, my man. And when you print, we're happy.
Yeah, we print together. It's a great community to be a part of because you get to see what different people are working with, what's working for different people. And shout out to you on that NVIDIA success there. I mean, yeah, certainly happy you were NVIDIA for that, I'm sure. So nice look on that trade. Also, Pretty Panda mentioning CGC. So yeah, I saw you mention this earlier. I apologize, I didn't get to take a look. So let's see how what's smoking in CGC. Do we want all the smoke? Let's see. Yes, Pretty Panda saying, CGC, thanks for playing. See you at 790. This is, yeah.
What's going on over there? What's going on with that micro-dosing over there?
This nice little bounce. Also, shout out to Ramin for like the best tea life hack ever.
Love Ramin.
Oh my gosh, like this was amazing. I had like, it was like a bit of like a chai tea espresso type move. Shout out to Ramin.
Chai and espresso, that's Ram's drink. A chai tea.
It's about how you mix it too.
Oh,
she said English breakfast. I did chai, but basically you have to like get everything ready at the bottom of the cup as well. So like your milk of choice and your like sugar, whatever sweetener you're gonna use. Then you put it in the tea bag. Then you put the tea, so everything already oscillates and mixes together. Then you add the espresso.
Fantastic.
And I didn't even, yeah, so shout out to Ramin for that. I'm gonna, I wanted to give her a shout out.
Ram.
She's killing it on the board, and she's also killing it with the tea recommendations. So
like it.
Go Ramin. Also, yeah, this CGC, this is a nice bounce off the 90 EMA. We had a bit of a triple bounce, I want to say, on the 5-minute at 820. Nice move to the upside. No, Kyle Burdett, I am not having the THCT. But shout out to you, big Kyle Burdett. Hopefully you're making some big wins. Also, Surya was mentioning the difference between, I want to make sure I'm looking at the right thing, USO and natural gas, two different stories being played out here. So let's take a look first at USO and then see what we're doing at UNG. USO down about 1% right now. Yeah, this is quite the move down here. This base at 79.35 is quite strong. We bounced off of it a plethora of times earlier today from 10:30 to 11:30. So for a good hour, then we make a lower, this is a good chart, we make a lower high, and we also do so off of that earlier area that we had a little bit of support, that 79.95 clearly showing up as resistance. I want to see what we do if we come back to the 79.35 here, because that was a massive base earlier. If we can't bounce off of that earlier local top at 79.50, we're going to have to wait and see what occurs. Let's look at UNG now, because you did mention both. So UNG, you're right, yeah, two different stories being played out indeed. UNG continuing to have its uptrend, but kind of struggling a little bit here since about 12:35. Now we're starting to see lower highs. We just had a massive dip down on massive volume. Is there any news coming out here on UNG? Because I'm not really seeing the same move echoed across the board here. Let's have to wait and see. This is quite a wick down. Let me look up what's happening here on UNG. Not seeing anything right now. If anyone's seeing anything that could explain that move down in oil or natural gas story, let us know. Shout out to Donnie Zimbabwe, $4.99. Be happy to share my recent trades with you guys. I'm up 72,000 this month. Options, I'd love to share with y'all what's been working for the show. Yeah, shout out to you. Thank you so much, Bobby. Donnie Zimbabwe for that $4.99 super chat. We always like to hear from everybody and what's working. So yeah, shout out. That's an excellent trade. I'm just getting out of Unity right now because this has been less excellent. I want to talk about this trade. But yeah, thank you so much, Donnie, for sharing your success with all of us, because it's something we all want to hear about. And yeah, thank you for the super chat, for the support for the show. I was not united with Unity here, unfortunately. We did have, and I kind of saw this before I get involved. I was like, we're kind of struggling here. Maybe we'll flip to the downside. We did. I risked about 5 pennies. I lost about 5 pennies. C'est la vie, still up on the day. And it is, I have to say, one of the hardest things is to not trade with your P&L. Because I had a good day, and I was like, I don't want to take some trades and jeopardize it. But if you like the setup, which I did at that time, you have to get involved. So even though I wasn't united with Unity, I'm happy I tried to take the trade. Where's the next trade, as our pal Obi says?
Obi.
How are you doing?
Yes, I just watched the dead one absolutely put a fake out breakout through 175. I'm talking about you, Apple. We just finished talking about this 175 break and take, and Apple doing its best to really bamboozle everybody. Don't say I didn't warn you, though. This 175, we said it had to be taken on a closing basis. It was just too close to the volume-weighted average price off which to base the trade. And in addition to these 175 tops over here that we kept doing the topping tail candles into, they were also a little bit of an indicator that this 175 could be met with aggressive selling. You don't know what kind of shorts on the other side of 175. I mean, there's a lot of bets being made in the options market as we speak in anticipation of the earnings release on Thursday. And if those options have to be covered by the market makers. So you don't know how many put options are being bought right now on Apple in anticipation of earnings, and that may have to force the market makers to take the take the other side of that. So we'll keep an eye on Apple, but the one that's really making a difference here, and it's showing a completely different tune than the tune that it had all morning, is AMZN. Look at that move through the volume-weighted average price at 180 2/3. You had initial bamboozlement, a retracement right into the 20, but then that booming buying and the volume surge as well that came with that, especially at this candle here at 130. Right into 180, 150, so it takes you away from all the resistance levels that we had been encountering on the day. I'm talking about the volume-weighted average price, and I'm also talking about this 181 area. We're well away from that now. In fact, I'd be looking for 181 to be acting as a level of support. So if we come back down into 181, I want to see if we bounce off that level or thereabouts. So we'll continue to watch that with Amazon as it really changed its look just recently. Yeah, Apple, man, what a bamboozling trade. Look at that. So where'd that go up into? 175.12, right back down into 174.60. What a bamboozling trade for Apple. But if you're looking at getting into this name, look how many times we've bounced off the 50-period moving average on the 5 on Apple. I've had many trades off this today on Apple. All have been profitable. 174.40 or 174, just a little bit above a third, is where the 50-period is on my chart. Looks like we're awfully close to that now as we're about to break that 174 half dollar. I'm be looking possibly here for a dip trade off the 50-period on Apple, topping tail candle or not. I mean, that's still a support level. And by the way, there are higher lows here on AAPL. The other possible trade to be had here, look at this. Okay, so I don't know about this Tesla trade. So right now, we were kind of putting in these lower highs here on Tesla, but I'm not really inclined to want to be too bearish on the name, as yeah, that might be a recipe for disaster. I was thinking possibly to short the pop here into 195 2/3. That is the top end of the range, but I don't think I'm going to do that. I think maybe Tesla's getting its feet under it. Look for a break and take of 197. If it breaks and holds on a closing basis above 197, I think that we have a trend change, and this was, the retracement in Elliott waves. We'll do a week on that again. So, usually you get a couple of periods of retracements here, especially on stronger moves. We'll keep an eye on that. What else we got going on? So Meta, we were talking about Meta changing its tune as well. Possibly, though, still weak on the day as it's coming into the volume-weighted average price at 433. And 3/4 and finding some resistance. It is trying to break above it now in that 434 territory. So if Meta keeps going here and gets above the volume-weighted average price, where do we encounter or where do we look for resistance on Meta? I'm going to say 437. Look at all these different topping tail candles we had here essentially from 10 o'clock till around 10:55, all going into 437 and selling off. It happened to be the 50 period at the time that it was selling off at, but I want to see if 437 acts as a level of resistance if we're able to take the volume-weighted average price on Meta. Okay, I mentioned this about Amazon, 181 possible defend. Here it is, 181, now on AMZN. So let's see if this level now, previously a level of resistance, acts as support at these levels. Adara, I'm gonna be watching here for a possible dip trade.
Yeah, I think there's lots of dip opportunities. I'm looking for a dip on TQQQ.
I like it.
I'm already ready to go. I have my order ready at 56.01, so I'm just very excited about this trade. If we dip below this 55.95 has kind of been my area, so we're going to risk about like 5 pennies. I'm okay with that because, like I said, I feel like my trades have been more successful because I've been risking less today and then also later last week. That's kind of the strategy I need to stick with. Last week I was a little bit bamboozled, but I said to the market, you know what? I'm just going to come back harder. You watch out, market. Wait for me on Monday. So I'm ready to continue to fight with this market. Also, not fight with, sorry, work with, avenge. Work together with this market and make sure it doesn't chop me up too badly. Also, I think it's paramount that we talk about Paramount ahead of its earnings today. And also given, speaking of bamboozling, this company and that ongoing Sherry Redstone, David Ellison dramas.
I know.
The CNBC article I read today about it was describing it like something out of Succession. And honestly, I don't disagree. Also because the guy who wrote and created Succession, Jesse Armstrong, did state that the Redstones were one of his inspos. So not even joking. It wasn't just the Redstones. I think it was also the Murdochs and the Maxwells, but I know the Redstones are part of it. Anyways, I think it's certainly interesting, one with regards to Bob Backish maybe getting ousted ahead of these earnings calls. I need to see if there's any updates on that. Bob Backish, No, I'm just seeing an update on the deal, which is New York Times reporting that Skydance is offering Paramount a $3 billion cash infusion. The terms of the new deal would provide Paramount shareholders with an investment to pay down debt and buy back stock. So that's also key because I know apparently individual Paramount investors were not a fan of the initial terms of the deal. So that could be a nice pot sweetener, not just for Sherry Redstone and co., but also for the investors that were a little bit skittish about this earlier. Paramount right now in about a $2 penny range from about 4 penny range, 12.31, 12.30, all the way up into 12.34. I don't know if I want to take this because the range is so small, but I think it is a nice resistance area to play off of. And I say that because look at that support area we had earlier, this drop and bounce at 10.10. That is the base of this little baby range.
No trouble?
That's a spicy, no trouble. I mean, we're going to have some trouble tonight in Paramount earnings report. We're going to have to wait and see. But yeah, I will always try to volley back a pun.
I know you do, yeah. And you're a good sport about it too, so.
Good sport, pun intended.
Oh. Okay.
Anyways, I'll stop now, but I am looking at Paramount. How are you doing?
Yeah, I see you, Big Kyle. Bob Backlund, shout out, cross-face, chicken wing. Big Patty Ice is smashing it too. The Katina man knows exactly what I'm talking about, but he's busy right now. He's focusing on these trades. I use that reference. I know you did. I always know who you're talking about too, and not a lot of people do. I just don't like what he did to Bret Hart. Remember he would like torture Bret Hart in the cross-face chicken wing? Yeah, man. Yes, the submission match? Be in? Yeah, the sharpshooter. The sharpshooter, exactly. I don't want to be in the chicken wing, dude. Yeah, I don't know. It seems a little deadly. And the way he would scream, too, when he put you in the chicken wing, like, ah! Ah! It's like, why are you screaming? The other guy's in the hold. Anyway, got into the Amazon at 10s, looking for the 181 defend. Already wet my beak there on some profits on AMZ and looking for another possible hold here above 181. This is what I was talking about. We talked about 181 being out. There it is. Nice move up there for Amazon into the $0.25. 181 was a clear area of resistance. We look for previous areas of resistance. To act as support once they are cleared and taken. We'll see if this one can keep its footing under it or if it's just a wham bam, thank you Amazon, and we got to get out of the trade. So keeping an eye on that. The soft one as well is curling right back into that volume weighted average price here. So this could be another possible short on Microsoft at the volume weighted average price. Has been very dead lately, but it's had predictable levels. That $400 level has been a predictable dip trade. I mean, in the more liquid time of the day at the open, it did break it. It went to $399.19. But if you had a stop on this that was anything more than $1, you were fine. And then here, when it dipped right back again to test 400, 414, we got down to 410 on this candle. So if you had your resting order a couple of shekels above 400, you printed, and now we're right back up into 401.5. But alas, we are at the volume weighted average price, and every move into the volume weighted average price subsequent to this candle over here at 10:30 has sold off. And this is the only candle to close on the day on Microsoft above VWAP, this one. on the 5-minute chart. That's right at 10:30. So we'll see if we can possibly get another short here at 401 on 2/3 on the soft one. Wet my beak on some profits there on Amazon. Happy about that. We'll see if that one can continue to go up. Where are we here with Apple? So Apple did do a bit of a bamboozle trade. We talked about this 175 break and dump. Now can we get a 175 break and take and hold above it? We didn't quite make it down into the 50 period on that rejection, that fake out breakout here on AAPL. Closest we got was at 174.50. The 50 period was at the third of a dollar. But here we go again. We're about 17 pennies, 15 pennies from 175 again here on Apple. Does Apple break and hold above 175 in the power hour when that more aggressive volume starts coming in? All right, the soft one is now at VWAP here, 401 and 2/3. Decisions to be made here, but the future is near days, well, local highs definitely for the future. So a little concerning to get short anything right now for me anyway. So I'll have to think about this one.
Yeah, I was trying to get into a dip buy in the Qs, but I was not chasing waterfalls there, so I decided no, stick to the patterns of the charts that you're used to, Adara. So I said no to the Qs for now. Sofi though, shout out to Omid for reminding us about Sofi. Sofi down 10%. This is one that initially was trading higher. So that's a massive move down there on Sofi. Let's see how we go from here. Right now, things don't look so fine for Sofi. We are below the 90 MA. Generally lower highs. This actually could be a flat bottom break, honestly, because it's not a perfect flat bottom, mind you, but we do have that flattish bottom around 7. That's a whole dollar area. Low of the day actually is 7 on the dot, so things could get very spicy very quickly for SOFI. Also, there was a mention of Apple here. Apple about to dump through the gap, asks Paula Blackford. Yeah, let's take a look at that gapple and see how we're doing on the dead one.
I love how you looked over to see like what my reaction was.
Well, no, just so I could tell you were sipping water, and then I felt badly.
What almost came out, man?
Oh, I'm so sorry. This is the thing. This is a really interesting bearish look on Apple here, or on Gapple, if you will. This 174.85 area, look, that was around VWAP. We had a rejection earlier. We don't even get above VWAP here. Then we curl, we get above VWAP, and we have the tip into 175, and Apple's like, nah, I don't really feel like it right now. Continuing to the downside. We're trying VWAP again, and we did have a higher low since then, so who knows? We have actually, the other way you could look at it too, if you want to zoom out, is we have kind of had a curl up here starting around 1140. So I will say, Paula Blackford, it is kind of a bamboozling chart there for Apple. And if you look at the 15-minute, I wouldn't say it looks particularly bearish either. On the 15-minute, we're decidedly above the 90 MA. We're decidedly above VWAP on the 15, and also it looks a bit bull flaggish. So I would be cognizant. Oh, sorry, that's the 30-minute. Let's look at the actual 15-minute. 15-minute still not a bad look. We're bouncing above 90 MA. On the 15, we're slightly below the VWAP. But the point I'm trying to make is I would say take a look at these wider time frames, see if it's giving you what you like. That being said, especially on the 5, this does look weak around VWAP, especially below 175. So that is my take on Gapple, as we're now calling her. I wish I had a trade, guys, so I'm still searching, trying to find my sea legs and find a trade I really like. You know, market's not really sure what it wants to be when it grows up, at least for the things I'm looking at. I did like NVIDIA as a long, and I'm happy I didn't take it on NVDL because we did break a little bit lower here. That being said, if we bounce off that 90 MA, coming into confluence with these earlier gusts of wind above that 37.40, this might get spicy, but I think we're going to be giving it up mighty quick. How are you doing?
Got stopped out of Tesla. Tried to take a 195 hold for a 196 break on Tesla, but it wasn't holding that level, so I got stopped out of that. That's a mistake on me. That was more of an impulsive trade, and that teaches me a lesson there. As it comes right back down into 194.50, there does seem to be some support at this 19450 for whatever reason, but who knows how long that holds up for. So I'll sit there. Why not? Who knows? Maybe it could go well, could go badly as well. So we'll see exactly what we get there. NVIDIA coming back down now. Shout out to Big Kyle because he said he was shorting at 878. Now coming down to 875. That area, that 875 general area, seems to be the 10-period moving average. So we'll have to see if that area holds up as a level of support. Meta having a whole bunch of trouble with the volume-weighted average price at these levels. Look at all these wicks into 434 or thereabouts, all rejecting VWAP, nothing closing above the volume weighted average price. So Meta continues to reel after its earnings report. The earnings miss. Well, it's not really a miss. I mean, quite frankly, it was sold off on, I guess, really aggressive expectations for what the market was going to do. So anyway, we'll see here with the Tesla trade. All right, nicely. Where are we? Like only 15 pennies in the money on this Tesla trade. Let's see if it holds this 194.5. It did have a nice little area of support at the $0.50. If it breaks the $0.50, I'm gonzo off this trade. But if it moves up into 195, well, that would just be aces there, Adara. So nice move up for now into the 75 penny area. Let's see if we can get half a buck on this trade. We already got stopped out of it. So nice into 90s. Can we get more 90s, higher 90s here? Yes, we can. So we'll get a little bit out there. Happy with this trade on TSLA, but this is not the trade that I wanted to take, a range trade on Tesla that's up 15.85%. I'm thinking something here. Let me bring in the 5-minute chart because there does seem to be a whole bunch of resistance at 196 in the same way, or not 196, sorry, 195 and 2/3. I don't know why, but all these candles here, 1, 2, 3, and 4, all reject at 195 and 2/3, and then all these candles here bounce off 194.5. So interesting look here, about $1 and a bit worth of range, kind of unusual for Tesla to be trading like this. And keep your eye on the volume. It is making lower highs there on the volume bar, so the volume is dropping off. But I do suspect that we'll likely have a resurgence of volume at least into the power hour. About 9 minutes left until 2. The power hour obviously starts technically at 3, but the volume doesn't have to wait till 3 to come in. 194.50, a local bottom on TSLA. 195 and 2/3, a local top. Possible range trade to be had on that name. Okay, the soft one just took VWAP here, I think, for the first time. Now, if it closes at this in this way, this will be the first time Softy closes above the volume weighted average price since 10:30. Good move up there on decent volume for Microsoft, breaking through 401 and 2/3, now knocking on the door of that 402 area. Wow, I can't believe I'm talking about such tight ranges on Microsoft. Usually we're talking dollars at a time here, not 10 and 15 and 50 pennies. 402 incoming here on Microsoft today.
The ranges have been tight today, and there's certainly been stuff to play. I wish I'd been playing some of these a little bit more strictly. Instead, I've kind of been playing the field a bit more, seeing stuff I like, getting involved. But I think one thing I have noticed is my most successful days have been when I'm looking at less names. I've been involved in the 7 names today, so that's probably a few too many for me. That being said, I am up on the day, and I'm happy with how most of these trades have gone. But it's something I do want to be cognizant of, is that I sometimes get involved in a few too many names, and then I kind of get lost in the sauce just a little bit there. Shout out to Obi and the lost in the sauce type thing. I'm going to get out of this now, depending on what we do here at this 90 MA, because I do not want us to break below that. That was going to be my out. I was risking about 4 pennies or less. We're getting out. Okay, bye. Oh, no, I accidentally tried to add more. That's not what we want. Okay, we are officially going to be out. We should be out of these TQs, so that would make me pleased as punch. And I can take a look at some stuff here for some other people. Okay, TQs, what are you doing with your life? There we go. Are we out? Cool, we're out. Please as punch. Got exactly out where I needed to. It's not a winning trade, but it is. I can't be upset about it either because I did it how I wanted to do it. We broke below with the viciousness. I got out, lost 5 pennies there, was trying to make at least 10, so I can definitely live with that. Tobias Hernandez asked us to look at iRobot. This is a nice look indeed. Look at this. A bit of a rounded top fake out here. This tight little range. We get to 8, just shy of 840s. We break to the downside, but we don't break below VWAP. Pushing back up here, bouncing off that 90 MA, so the base of that previous range around 835s, continuing to hop to the upside. Now let's see what we do. We're having a harder time breaking 850s, and I have to mention the volume on this is not the best. We are just at 1.27 million, so not terrible, but certainly not huge. And this candle looking a little bit bearish now. Actually, we wick up into high of day 849s, then looking to actually break that support area of the 90 MA. So these are a couple bamboozling candles here to keep an eye on. SPY sell-off, says James Choi. So let's certainly take a look at that with only 6 minutes until the end of the How to Trade show. All right, let's see what we spy on the SPY. Doo-doo. This is, yeah, the SPY sell-off. We just broke below the 90 MA, but more importantly, we broke below that previous resistance at 510.20. Look at this 510.20 level.
Wow, yeah.
We are breaking below with a viciousness. This is it's pretty rough. Volume not super backing that up, though. Worth noting, I know Kyle Burdett was saying volume was a little bit more meager today. I believe that was Kyle Burdett. A couple people saying volume was a bit more meager. I want to see what we do at VWAP, because we still do have on the SPY higher highs and higher lows. So let's see what occurs here as we continue to chop and churn around that previous resistance level. How are you
Good
doing?
call. I'm keeping an eye on Meta here, and then I saw in the chat that Katina Man said he was short Meta too. And this is the level that we were talking about. Look at all these topping tail candles through the volume weighted average price at 433, essentially 434, just a little bit below it. It's a $400 name though, so you're really going to have to, just consider that that level is the even dollar level or thereabouts. Right back down off a rejection of 434 down into 432 and 3/4. It is kind of the bottom end of this range. And the reason I'm not quickly to jump onto this trade is because we have a bottom area support area over here. This is the 940 to about almost 10 o'clock range, the bottom end of the range, where we bottomed out at 432 and 2/3. And then we come right back down that area after reclaiming it. Now, do we hold that level of support? So I'm not quick. I don't want to be quick to jump into this trade because I feel like we're accumulating here for possibly a VWAP retake. Now, you've had a number of other names retake VWAP, which is making me feel that Meta may join them. You have the Sofi reclaiming VWAP on a closing basis, nicely up here. Where is it at? Almost above 402 now. So Sofi really going off the bottoms there at 400. You also have Amazon well above the volume weighted average price right now, and it looks like Meta is coming back into VWAP here. So happy I didn't short this name. The one that's continuing to show you a little bit of weakness though, despite what the future's doing, is this Tesla trade. So we were talking about this 194 possibly being a bottom, but look, we're rounding up here. We're rounding at the top end of the range. We're putting in candles that are lower highs. So we're kind of getting that rounded top like the Nos boss always talks about. The bottom end being really that 193.25. Keep your eye out on that for Tesla. All right, that's basically my look at these Mag 7 names. I really don't have any other trades that I want to take now, especially with about 3 minutes left on the show. But yeah, Meta right back above the volume weighted average price again. So yeah, I'm gonna steer clear of this trade here. I think it may be accumulating for a VWAP break, Adara.
Yeah, I surprised myself a bit. I did take a trade into the end of the show, but it is one I really liked, and that's the SOXL long. So I like that this 90 MA hold. I really like that look. This one's been a long all day. NVIDIA moving up a little bit. These two don't always move in tandem, but NVIDIA is, of course, a semiconductor, so it's always worth looking at what these two are doing, seeing if they're moving in the same direction. Right now, they more or less are, so I have no problem. I have no qualms about staying in SOXL. Basically flat in this. And I want to say, too, this was an example as well of just trying to trade with P&L, because I was up on the day, and I was like, you know what, Adara, maybe don't take this trade. Just savor that you're up on the day. And it's like, if I like the setup, take it. I like the setup. I took it. Right now, a couple pennies in the money. Please, this punch. Going to take this at least until the end of the midday. Probably get out of it there. So got a couple minutes left. Thank you, Kevin Mendoza. Always happy to have everybody here. Jay Lee making a good point, saying that even though some of these Mag 7s are holding up pretty nicely, the rest of the market is a little bit weaker. So yeah, interesting point there. Worth noting, there are quite a few weak names. Jay Lee also saying that he's surprised that IWM is holding 200. Yeah, the IWM was strong earlier. Let's take a look at the Russell. Oh, not the IQM. Let's see how the Russell is hustling. Oh my gosh, I did it again. Oops. Every day I did it again. Can't type IWM. But no, nice move here. Bouncing off the 90 MA is the IWM. Up almost 1%, looking to take out that previous high on the day here. 230, you're right. There's like a swiftness and a viciousness in IWM that we're seeing even compared to those other ETFs. I can't believe you only have 30 seconds left on the day trade. You're in a trade too?
Yeah, I know. I just couldn't help myself with this Meta trade here on the short. It keeps rejecting off the volume weighted average price. It came right back into that level. So I'm like, let me just try my hand at here. I'll put a tight stop above the whole dollar level, Adara. But I've already put my beak wetter for a possible move down. It'll test 433. Meta's been weak all day. It was weak last week as well, ever since it reported earnings. And there we go. We get the fill there on Meta as it comes right back down. So it is a rinse and repeat. Shout out to the Katina man for pointing out that Meta short. I got involved and I couldn't be happier. And we're going to end the show there.
Yeah, I just got out, lost a little bit in that sock sell, but I definitely did not lose my sunny disposition. A little bit down on the day, but never not down on my attitude and ready to take on the next day. We'll see you tomorrow, another day of gaps and goes. Same bad time, same bad channel. Right now, though, Brendan's at the big
See you guys.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome in. A couple hours left on a Monday afternoon here as the market continues to surf this Tesla wave. Pretty good start to the week for Tesla coming off this China news. We'll touch on that coming up here this afternoon. We'll keep an eye on a few other things moving around here. I was just noticing overall the dollar back downside today, reversing gains that we saw back on Friday. Big green candle on the daily chart Friday for the dollar. We're back in the red, so that's helping the market overall as well. There's Amazon, meanwhile. Nice gap higher this morning, instantly fades that right back to Friday's levels. We've bounced off that 179.5 a couple of times here this afternoon, but yeah, wow, what a day. 15.5% here. Huge monster move for Tesla, helping to offset some otherwise weak spots on that board coming from the tech group, including Google down 3%, Meta up here 2.3%, Microsoft more than a full percent. Some weakness in certain areas, really, of chip land as well. Broadcom, Nvidia down 0.5%, but everything else in this group nicely offsetting, including Apple there up 3.25. What a day it's been. Struggling with $200 or the thought of $200 here once again for Tesla. But 1, 2, 3, 4, we'll call it 5 in a row here. And notice this candle down here as well. Monster volume candle to the upside today, signifying maybe a little bit of a change in the directional move overall for Tesla. There's the market right now, still drifting higher. We're on a bit of a pullback right now on the 15-minute chart for the SPY. The Qs, grab them, same basic story. It's been a grind back to the upside, bit of a pullback right now. Still 0.4 on the overall day ahead of up here. Apple and Amazon coming up this week. Pfizer, Coinbase, yeah, also to report. Coin we didn't even touch on this morning. We did talk a little bit about crypto from the standpoint of it was a downside move for Bitcoin over the 24-hour period. Some of the equities were following suit in the pre-market, but we didn't even really touch on Coinbase there. Got flushed pretty violently back to day lows here as we get going on a Monday afternoon, guys.
Oh, that was close. Yeah, I was just about to bid Amazon at VWAP and accidentally bid Meta and was long Meta for about 2.5 seconds. Probably 1.5 seconds, maybe even less than a half a second. But yeah, we'll still probably get Amazon at that VWAP there. Just Google as well. I'm looking for a bit of a short trade in Alphabet off 167, so we're just going to get back on the offer. But the market is starting to give it up in earnest. Obviously, Tesla was the big one in terms of movement, and it's starting to look a little bit heavy itself, trending back into the downside. So if you're looking for VWAP dip buys, Tesla, maybe a chance here at 192. Amazon, 180.5 is going to be VWAP. That's kind of strong, but the market just rolled itself back in. It is a story today of stock picking because you can't just point at the Mag 7 or whatever you're calling them and say, hey, these ones they're all strong or they're all weak. It's completely different across the board. You've had Microsoft at one point looking nasty, Google looking really weak. You've had Apple in the morning looking ridiculously strong. Now all of a sudden Apple is underneath VWAP. So I think you got to be able to pick your spots. But Google I do like for a short trade in here, as that's the one I wanted to be southbound still. I'm going to try and pick up this 167.
Yeah, I mean, the day continues here. We'll talk, we'll go through a little bit of a rundown and go through some of the names. So we just shorted, and that's what I was saying to Sharif, man. You know, we had mentioned that in the chat there about what we liked here with Meta, and we just shorted Meta. Now we're $1.40 in the money on META Meta right now, and we just sat back down. So we just literally just got a coffee, sat back down, enjoying taking this bearish ride. Tesla, fantastic, man. We took $10.60 right there off the posted sticky note level. It was an absolute monster. It's been such a great day. let's see if we can have an even better afternoon. Right now, short Meta, looking for bottoms of the day on that one down to 430.
I mean, you can come. It's fine. He's coming. Wait, here he comes. All right. We'll touch on a few things we were talking about this morning. Let's get into Apple. Nice day for Apple here, back to the upside in a big way out of the gate this morning. Coming off a little bit now, but there was an upgrade this morning, talking very highly of. I typed in upgrade. Not upgrade, it's Apple we're speaking of. Ahead of earnings is what I was trying to say here. Nice day for Apple.
Yeah, Bernstein giving it the...
It was Bernstein.
Bernstein giving it the nod there, Brendo. Yeah, and a market outperform and $195 price target. That's up from $185. There's also the AI collaboration with OpenAI. They're looking at incorporating some of OpenAI's latest AI features in their next iteration of iOS.
I saw this note from Bank of America this morning as well. It was late in the morning, but essentially talking about companies that could potentially benefit from Apple's next product cycle. So JBL was one of those, Jabal Flex Limited. I wasn't sure on that one, but FLEX, and then APH and Corning, the glassware maker, GLW. Potentially as well. So yeah, they went to 225.
Do you think we see an AI app store, or they include that in the original?
A lot of people have been talking about that, whether or not it's separated and run as its own different thing. So whether it's open source maybe or not as well could be an angle there too.
Yeah, I like the sound of that. Little AI app store. I can't remember the last time I heard Corning. You know, like it's been a hot minute. Probably not going to call it up or anything like that. But look, I didn't trade Apple early. I traded it late, so it's probably better to you traded at the open. I traded at lunchtime. So let's start with you, maybe.
Yeah, Apple was the second trade of the day there. It was just go long. I mean, you guys know the kind of trader that I am. Trade off catalysts. I liked it. We talked all about it. It's on the sticky note for the long. As soon as that came in, we sat there, took it in the pre-market. That's how much faith we had. But we didn't get our full position because it was pre-market, but still enough to make this it's now P&L too because of what Tesla did. But still, huge trade there to start off with. I like Apple. I think they're going to have a great report. So I'm long this name and probably just going to be in it till the close. I don't, it's a great name. We've recently bought some sort of to trade with at 169 and change. We talked about that. Went all the way to 178, then fell back in. I still really like Apple. I don't have any problems trading this to the north side. We're above 170 now. And, as we always say, written out right here, long Apple 172.50. So if I'm going to go long 172.50, I'm going long 173. And that's what came in the pre-market. Risky trading in the pre-market, I understand that, but as we say, fortune favors the bold, and that one on Apple, when I had conviction that I liked the long there, so it just worked out. Got going early, and that's really been doing nothing late. So we talk about being able to get into something and make a little bit of money. It was really trading that momentum upside, just another part of the game that I've changed around a bit.
Yeah, for Apple, for myself at the open, I was looking at resistance to support at 171. So 172 is where I wanted to be able to get in. You don't see it dip down, so there's a support line. It never really dipped that far. But once it broke out, that was at 174. That's right in here, right at the open, it broke 74. Pulls back in. I'm either looking VWAP or where it broke out to bounce. So the previous, like pre-market pre-market resistance, bounced to support. There's its double bottom. Once that happened, I went long a couple times on dip buys into VWAP. It failed 175, so I'm not in it now. It's weird, like it looks weak. Probably the reason I don't like this one, well, I shouldn't say that. Probably the reason I'm in Amazon short, or Google short, I should say, is because, Apple's still up 3%. I know VWAP would seem like a good short trade here, but I'd just rather be looking at the thing that's a little bit unlike everything else. And that's like Google, for as good a report, and the report was great. They made a lot of money. They did everything you want, buyback, dividend, all that good. For 2 days in a row, it's basically just trending back into the downside. So I shorted a lower high here into 167. As Alphabet, I feel like this is the one short, which is weird because this was easily, I don't know, I felt like that was the strongest report if you're into just actual metrics and making money and growth and dividends and all that good stuff, this was the one. But the profit taking is happening again 2 days in a row on Google. I wonder if they fill in the entire gap, there's got to be a buy this week on this stock.
All right, Amazon up next here, coming up next as well on the earnings tomorrow. In fact, after the close here for AMZN up here. We'll get Apple then Thursday after the close. But holding on to these levels from Friday at the close, speaking of, after a nice move back, but we give it all back like that this morning.
Yeah, we dipped down and we went into that 180 level that had charted for no reason apparently, and then did end up coming back into play. So 180 did feature today, but in case you were wondering why it moved up in the pre-market, it was because of what happened on Friday. They announced that they're going to do a bit of a deal with the NBA for live sports, and we all know how important that is. So keep your eye out for more comments about that from the earnings call, hopefully.
Just seeing Mullen streaming here in front of me on a scanner. There's a couple things on the federal tax credit side, possibly. So MULN, back from the dead. Say it ain't so.
Neil was trading that.
50%, 54% on the day here.
Maybe, but it's just putting in a lower high right now on Mullen. I had one trade on. If we can come to it, it was essentially breaking this out 480 into 510. So it went like 30 cents a couple times, held some for the dream, and then it came back underneath. Like it just didn't, I wanted it to 560. If you go to a daily chart on Mullen, 560 is the big level. Here, I can show you. Oops, there we go, daily chart. There's your 560. That's what I was looking for next. It just couldn't push through, unfortunately. So we took our shot. I thought maybe you'd get like VWAP or something after that. Amazon had a couple of longs on Amazon. The VWAP one ended up being better than the 180 where we did a bit of a dance because I didn't hold on to the 180. It looked like it was going to break down. I added to it on the way up and tightened my stop. So adding to it up here, then tightening the stop in because we had more on, and that ended up being the wrong decision. If I take the original amount and just kind of keep the stop at the bottom, it would have worked out fine. But VWAP was good. VWAP bouncing off 180.5 into 181.5. If it can bounce again, I'll go for the long, but this market looks a little bit weak, so I'm not sitting on the bid here. More interested in seeing this show strength before I jump back into Amazon longs.
I just sat on the bid here of Meta, but did not get anything down here near 431.50. So we're still sitting here. If Meta does come in, we're looking for $2. We're up $2 right now. All we have to do is take the offer and we'll get it. But for right now, we're hoping for a little bit more downside push here for Meta. Breaking into VWAP is the futures. So come on, Meta. We're short right now at 434. We talked about this on the midday show as we sort of broke down what we were doing there on the chat. And now here you're falling back in again for Meta. So let's see if we can get back into this four. Come on. Give me the 70s ASAP, please. Maybe we can get that. Amazon, yeah. I mean, this is just a name. There it is. Yes, sir. Let's go. There you go, Sharif. This is that trade that we were just talking about. Now $2.25 in the money as so far so good here. I'll look at Amazon. Probably not till earnings or so. So much else happening. But I love Amazon. We'll be trading that for sure. We're taking Meta for a ride right here, and we're pretty happy about it.
All right, Sofi was on the list this morning as well. Nice move pre-market on these earnings, but didn't do much after that. Fell out of bed, in fact, down to, I mean, from the open, it's really just gone sideways. But the move pre-market comes off a miss as far as the forecast is concerned. The actual earnings, not too bad.
I mean, it was almost up 5%. The pre-market gives it all back, as you saw there. What really stood out to me was the loan origination year over year increased 22%. More loans this year was mainly on the back of student loans as well as mortgage refinance. Their guide comes in a little bit late here, Brendo, even though the earnings and the EPS both beat.
If you look at the volume, interest died off at the bottom here. Interest died off pretty quickly, guys, for SoFi.
Yeah, we said wait for one level. It was 10% down when it got to $7, so it was SSR. $7 was support on the daily, so whether it was, it was up above $8 early, it consolidated underneath. When we go over our rundown in the morning, it'll basically like just wait for it to get to $7 for the SSR bounce, and that's the only trade that we should take on SoFi. I mean, the good news is that's exactly what ended up working out. Was able to add to it even on the way back up. But remember, all morning, I kept saying it's bouncing, but the 720, there's just a seller at 720. Over and over again, I was mentioning that and taking some of it. Every time it resisted 720, I just got more and more out. I ended up holding, I think, 12% and got that out at break even. It's exactly at the same spot. So it's a very particular setup when the stock is down 10% and you look for that bounce. Catch the bounce, but take the profit, because when it's down this much, obviously the market's telling you a little bit of something there. So kind of a gimmicky trade where you're risking underneath $7 even. I think the longer it holds 7, maybe there's a trade the rest of the week. If it closes above 7 today, maybe we look at that same level tomorrow for earnings. There's a lot of things to get to, but day 2 SSR plays are a bit of a thing too. So if it's at $7, I might try the same thing again tomorrow.
Yeah, great level there at 7. We were talking about feeling a little bearish. We thought that it would be, oh, this is still Meta, by the way, which is going down. Let me just look at Sofi here as I don't have it on board. So, yeah, we had talked before the market opened how good sort of that $8 fade was because the earnings couldn't get through anywhere near there. Faded out, down 10%. We mentioned going, I mean, I don't have it. It's kind of sucks. I'm happy where we went instead of Sofi, but definitely a great trade to have been taken down there at $7. Congratulations, everybody that did. Tomorrow, this name will be lower than 7.
All right, we'll touch on crypto here to wrap it up. As I mentioned, Coinbase was pretty negative right out of the gate. There was a couple of analyst moves I was noting for coin this morning as well, but Bitcoin down in the pre-market, so we were gapping lower, but this thing got flushed.
Yeah, well, H.C. Wainwright, I mean, they tried, I guess, to have a decent day for the name. But yeah, maintaining the buy here on Coinbase with a price target of $300. Everything really sold off here, Brendo, in crypto world. We had eyes on Mara as it tried to reclaim some of the levels today, but Mara also rejecting aggressively off 20. All the mining names are down, guys, in high single digits, including Mara, Hut, CleanSpark, and Riot.
It's worth noting, though, I mean, this is equity related. Like the move in Bitcoin itself is nowhere near as significant as some of these equities today.
Well, that's definitely down 6% on Coinbase. Like, really? On Bitcoin doing nothing, the NASDAQ being up 0.3%. So, sometimes there just isn't a trade that you want. And it didn't happen today. I thought if the bottom's going to be that 200 and the top is around that 240, if we're underneath 65,000, the plan would be just, if it's range bound, short the tops. It just got nowhere close to it, so I just sat out Coinbase. I mean, there was really nothing to do there. Unless, if you had some reason to be looking at the 230 level, that's just diddling in the middle. So, yeah, we stayed away from Coinbase. I know Mara had been making some strong moves up. I suppose it held last week's bottoms at 17.5. That could be something. But I think you got to let these calm down. Like, you're now starting to pull back when Bitcoin's going sideways, so maybe these need to settle down, show you a bit of a bid before you need to step into them. Because when they're both down 6% and Bitcoin, like I look over, every time I look over at Sean's screen, it's like there's a 6 and a 2 and then some numbers after it. Bitcoin's not moving, and both these names are getting smoked today. So I don't want to be catching any falling knives. The short levels aren't close to where I like them, so there's not much of a trade there because I'm not shorting Mara $2 away from that big $20 level down here at $18. Maybe Coinbase will give us a bounce to fade tomorrow, but nothing there yet. We kind of glossed over Tesla because I didn't realize we were doing the rundown, and it is what it is. It's fine. I guess I didn't see the rundown up, and then we kind of talked about other things. Look, Tesla, I don't know if we'll see the same dip that we got before. But let's go to the 15. Obviously, Tesla was a much bigger range than normal. So the daily chart. These wicks in here, resistance, are just under 185. It's the 184 level. 184.5 is the top wick. The body of these is like down in the 180 range. So I was looking resistance into support on Tesla. And it dipped right in. You've got pre-market lows at the 184 level as well. And that's the only price I traded. But now my style of trade typically is I'm going to hold it for the top and then look for re-entries. It never gave a VWAP re-entry. So we're along the 85 multiple times. The best of it for me was about $6.50. And it's going to be, look, it'll be my top stock, but I didn't find my way back into it. And all of a sudden, into weakness, it looks like it's a VWAP retracement down at 192. I'd like to see things level off a little bit here because it's feeling pretty heavy and I do like some shorts this afternoon, already in Google. But Tesla, super strong. I feel as if it's did a perfect job of holding the trend line on the daily. So we've had this trend line up all year, triple top, now a triple bottom. It bounced exactly off that trend line. If you draw like the August low and then you draw the October low, which we've had for a while, it bounces right off that. And 205, I think we're headed to. I think that's the spot. 200 to 205 would be the spot that I would look for short. I thought this morning we'd get there today, but obviously that didn't happen, so no short on Tesla for me.
Yeah, no, today was a long only day. We had written down that we had loved that trade today, and it was an absolute beast. That is Tesla all day. There's almost $11, $10.66 up there to the top. So again, we talk about that. Good trade. Probably won't get back into it. I'm gonna let a sleeping dog lie. I mean, it's trying to come back in a little bit. I only want to go long. So, you know, if anything, VWAP is right here at 191. But we absolutely destroyed this numerous times here today. And finally, like that right there is $5-6. That's a 190. You know, then all the way up there, 196. We took it when we broke the 50-period moving average. And as you can see now, we're well under the 50-period moving average, making me think that we're the other way on this trade. So we'll hold off on it. We're still long Apple. And by the way, we were just $3 in the money on Meta, bounced off 431. So that could be something to look at as well right here for Meta, down to 431. Good bounce area. We're short at 434. Like, I can't believe we're just sneezing at $3 here, but let's see if it can get back to the downside right now, putting some damage on the board here with Meta. Are we done?
I think so. That should have been the last. I mean, crypto was basically the last thing. We got a lot going on this week, but really, I think the story is going to be these Mag 7 names and sort of, you know, figuring out which ones are strong, which ones are going to be weak. Like we said, we started out thinking Google was like the Don Data, and then the last couple of days, it's basically been a huge disappointment. And then you came into earnings season with Apple and Tesla being the weakest of the two for the year, and now they're like the strongest of the two in terms of like trading in the last couple of sessions. So, you know, a little bit of this, you have to adjust the way that you think about it, because I know you get accustomed to, hey, they're all going up, they're all going down, and you trade them all together. I'm talking about that Mag 7, but I think you got to change that tune. The weak ones, I'm in Google. The other one would be Microsoft. If we're splitting these up, Microsoft, I thought it doesn't matter what the heck I think about the quarter. Like, we all read these reports, and I think it's obvious when things look good. And there was nothing you could point to in Microsoft's quarter that looked bad, but this is exactly like Alphabet. Gapped up, and now 2 days in a row where you've had profit taking, and this is now losing VWAP. So Google was well under VWAP, but Microsoft is just losing VWAP now. I'm thinking once it consolidates under here, this one looks like it can be a short. Like I said, it doesn't have to make any sense. You just have to follow the price action. And, you know, I wouldn't have expected both these names to be as weak as they are, but here we are. Maybe a little bit of rotation, right? Like all the profit taking in Google and Microsoft and some people going back into Tesla. Although I think some of that squeezes on Tesla. Like there's some shorts and people that were leaning on Tesla to the short side, and some of that I think is unwinding.
Yeah, for sure. There's people that had to sell that. Shout out to Chef Joe. That Bagliatoni guy needs to start selling his shares. That one. All right, Paramount after market today. Okay. Yeah, you want to do it? Sure, fine. Let's go. NXPI. That should be a big one tonight. Yeah, join me tonight for that. That's about, I mean, tomorrow, we talked about on the podcast where I liked Eli Lilly. So that should be a play, I feel like, tomorrow.
But PayPal, I mean.
PayPal should be a great name to look at.
PayPal is the breakout that could happen on PayPal. The problem with earnings is.
When is that one? Tomorrow morning?
The chances it actually breaks out that 68 and you can trade the breakout is probably gapping the level. But if it gaps the level, we'll look for an opportunity there. And Coca-Cola is a good stock. We don't trade it. Eli Lilly, I feel like we probably don't trade it as well. But there's some big hitters, and we're just starting the week off. So obviously, you know, you're going to be interested. In the big boys later on in the week, but I don't think we should be sleeping on PayPal. And just to give you an idea of what I'm talking about, we put this one on the radar Friday for this potential break. Like, PayPal has been in a nice recovery trend. And the last higher low held this 50 and 200 period. The next thing would be to break out the 68 top. I think there's a lot of opportunity that it gaps it through, but this is a gap that has $8 or $9 up here. So as long as it's, I mean, if it's underneath 70 or around the 70 level, like that'll be within reason. I think you come in tomorrow, just sort of, I'm trying not to be too biased because I want it to be good and breaking out that level because I think that's an easier trade. And if it's a bad report, I don't really have a specific plan, but that's what it's all about here. I wish it was aftermarket, be a little more excitement, give you some levels you can work over, listen to the call, but we'll manage. PayPal's one we've traded on earnings at least once or twice in the past. Oh, watch out, NVIDIA wants the high again.
What?
Surprising. Where's AMD? AMD looked really good for a long at one point today, like a triple top. I mean, it kind of broke this triple top. It actually looks stronger than NVIDIA. Yeah, I'm liking AMD longs. I was feeling pretty bearish when the futures were at the high, so I was looking for short opportunities, but this looks like, AMD looks like a long right now. Higher low off the 160, and if NVIDIA wants to help it go up, all the better.
Yeah,
I might look for a dip buy into 160. That way I can stop it out like right under here. That's like 159.90.
Combat RX1 bought something at 50. I don't know. Oh, Neil. I don't know what stock you guys are talking about. Right here. So right now we're just going to look at Meta right now. It is now $3 officially in the money. And this was a name that we had just put on. So shout out to all the Meta Knights out there. As we go to the downside, I was thinking about bidding 430. I don't know. Do we really want to dance here? Because there is a nice downside push possibility here with Meta. So now $3 and change in the money as we continue to go lower here on META Meta. Nice little level there. Palantir giving it up, but we could lose something here on Meta. So let's be careful with it and see what exactly goes down right now as Meta trying to break back into that 430. Decent little short there. We could watch, I think anyways, we could watch out for this level coming. That would be Apple down into 174. If you thought, the market might give this up, which I think there's a chance that we could give this level up here on the futures, which is 17.9. I mean, we're trying to right now, trying to break below VWAP. If we can do that, then yippee-ki-yay, and we won't finish the end of that one. But yeah, let's get going, hopefully down to the downside right now with all of this. So,
Yippee-ki-yay, young brother.
Yeah, young brother. Yeah, I like that one too. I like that one even better. But here we go. So let's see what can happen now.
Family show.
Yeah, we're a family show with a downside move on Apple now.
You trailing that? You're still on Apple.
Yeah, I'm still long Apple, but we're $3 in the money now on Meta short.
I think
So
I'm feeling bearish. I don't know. I'm in one short trade, and you're at VWAP on Amazon now, and I'm not even liking that much. There's a Comp SRX. The last stock I did anything with at $50 was selling a bunch of Intel. I probably pointed out that 50 was a good level on PayPal, but I didn't trade it in my personal account. I never took it. As a matter of fact, the one that I've owned in the past is Square, not PayPal. And I didn't even get back into that one on the recent dips, block. But yeah, if you like it, great. I mean, it's in the money and looking fantastic. I want to clarify that because a lot of times we'll talk about levels, I'll pull up a chart when someone asks us, and I know there's been moments where I've said, oh yeah, I like this level for whatever reason, but I never bought PayPal. I could consider it. I mean, depending on what we see tomorrow, it would look really good for some momentum above that 68 level, but I feel like that would be more of a trade than an investment. I'm not a huge long-term fan of PayPal. I don't see where the growth is going to come from in the long term, so I'm a little bit skeptical of them. I have nothing against them. I just, when you don't understand it or see where I don't see where the growth is going to come from. I'll leave it at that. I'm sure some other people do. I'm into AMD on the dip. We just grabbed 160.11s. As I said, I want to give it back into here. It looks pretty strong. I like things that are like buy dips and go long in things that are strong and try and sell rips and things that are weak. So Google just hit in front of the low of the day. If it pops back into 167, I'll rinse and repeat. And I suppose Microsoft is not going to give us fills off of resistance because we're falling a little too fast. So if this were to bounce back into VWAP, that I could try to trade Microsoft down there. Down 1%. I like Microsoft. It's not at dip buy levels I like yet in the long term, but it feels like it's at least trying to get to that 200 period moving average. We're almost there. We're actually almost halfway to that 200 period where I'd like to pick it up.
Yeah, Microsoft's going to be good. I mean, I feel like we just got to wait for some of these names to come through, and they'll be okay. I might just get out of Palantir because I'm just sitting here in it, not doing anything, and I don't want to like mislead everybody that like I'm trying to be thinking about Palantir too much. I'm not. I'm not even thinking about it at all. So, again, if it dips back in, I think we should be able to buy some more at these levels. But I'm not like in love one way or the other with this trade. So I'm just sitting in it. I'm more focused on this. Like Meta is now 350 in the money, and we just put this trade on. So we've just made Meta pretty much almost PL number one, almost for me. Like almost better than Tesla and Apple. It's better than Apple, right? Well, it's at Apple level right now. But we're going to wait for 430, so a little bit more of a downside push here. The problem is the futures just wicked that bottom. We talked about this break lower. We've been very, very bearish in the afternoon for a very, very long time, as many of you would know that. So, yeah, I'm still in my bearish era right now.
Well,
so let's.
See, that's the problem. See, Randy comes by here and he does.
Yeah, whatever, Randy.
No, I know it's just like I don't even notice that he does it, but I haven't felt like fully bull for a while. Even when Google had the report, it's just I feel like we're in a pullback.
Yeah, I don't have, look, all my trades are long today besides Meta. I'm just feeling bearish now. I was very, very, all the money today made is long for me. It's, you know, the Tesla long was $11. The Palantir long, these are just all sticky note levels, was huge off 22.50. And then the Apple long was a one-hit wonder right off the open. But since then, we haven't done anything. So all we've done since then is added to our Tesla position a little bit throughout the day, which was fantastic when it dipped. I mean, I never thought Tesla would give us multiple opportunities there, so yes for that. And then after that, we just wait for better situations. And I thought we had found one a little bit with Meta, but now Meta's getting that pop off of this bottom again. So there we go. We've already seen it now. We gave it that shot. I mean, I can't make money if I don't give things a shot, so that was a shot. And let's just wait to see now if it comes back in, and we'll take a little piece out there at 430. I mean, it's right there now. Look, okay, here comes the spread. Here it comes. All right, so this is going to be good. Let's see if we get a nice downside push right now. Up to 430.50. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. We're sitting there on the bid. No, we were right there at 25s. This is a big trade alert right now. Let's go. Bring it in, man. All right, there it is. Yes, sir. Look at that, boys and girls. That's a $4 winner right there on Meta. We're pretty happy with that. Couple 10-pack in Tesla. Another 4 here in Meta. Oh man, it's a good one today.
That's what I love to see, brother. I have one, well, okay, I've had other longs today.
They missed it.
I left it up there because I realized the camera was.
Yeah, that's why I was like, they missed it.
No, we did. We are, whatever, it doesn't matter.
You were short something, no?
No, I am still short Google, Alphabet.
Alphabet.
I know what we're supposed to say. I didn't get Microsoft. Microsoft really started accelerating, so a little bit too patient with it. I wanted to see consolidation or something that give me an entry point. If you don't have an entry point, then you don't have to take the trade. But just as I was into the dip buy on AMD, like that was stair step up, we got out right when it broke support levels. Like I'm not fighting around with that name. Now, if we get VWAP, great. But if we're rolling back over, I saw NVIDIA come into the downside. I'm going to short the next available pop in Alphabet. You know, like there's a part of me that was like, why didn't, you know what? No, that's not true. I was about to say, well, should I have taken something out on Alphabet after buying it off the 200 period moving average in the long term? But the answer is no, because I don't think that was ever supposed to be a trade anyways. But I am surprised what's happening with this stock. And the fact that it could be down 4% and continuing to fill this gap, if I come in tomorrow and we have a chance to buy off 58 or 60, like I just feel like I'm probably going to be hitting that key no matter what happens overnight. That said, we break 166. I'm holding for 165. If it goes back into the previous low, that's 166.5. We'll look for the curl there as things are starting to get a little bit nasty, let's just say, to the downside. I want Microsoft to be the other short, but I'm not going to chase it down here. I'm going to look for something tighter to VWAP. If I'm going to get out at 01.5 or 402, I don't want to be short here at 400.5. It's got to be above 401 for me. Now that's what's going to have to happen.
Yeah, I think that's what we talk about is having these stops in certain areas and making sure that we can respect.
You know what the worst is? Like,
There we go.
if you see me doing this over and over again, I don't change my own winter tires. I actually there's like this service, like you're the one that mentioned it to me.
I know.
They come by and they change your tires, but you lay them out for them. And then as I was wheeling them like back in and like lifting them to stack them in my garage, like the bag was wet because it was raining, and I was
Slipped?
like lifting it, it slipped, and I caught it. Like I caught it with the weight, but like
That's-
just like that, and I could just feel it like right in my elbow. And let's just say, there's a little bit of pain going on. So every now and then you're going to see me like
Yeah, get a
flexing
stretch
and
out
whatnot.
there.
I got to talk to our doctor buddy because it's like a weird. I can like grip stuff, but then certain movements, it's like, oh goodness. But yeah, getting old's
You
not
probably
fun, man.
sprained something.
Oh, I definitely sprained something.
Yeah.
And realistically, I should have just dropped it because it wouldn't have fallen. I could have dropped it and backed away. It's a tire. Like, so what?
I feel like it's like when you're falling, your instinct is to put your hand down, you catch your fall, and then you break your wrist. You're trying to catch something, you're always doing that.
I know. In hindsight, if I just let it go and backed away, it would have been safer. But, pride gets the best of us at times, too. Tesla's holding 92s right now.
Randy's going to bring a coffee, apparently.
Which is, it can't get to VWAP. Like, this stock is allergic to VWAP since it broke trend on Tesla. If we can come to this chart, like, this is the morning trend line. And once it broke trend, I just kind of held on to it till the pre-market high. But since it broke the trend, where is the retracement to VWAP? If we bounce off VWAP here, I might just have to, like, we bounce off, 192 here and the market holds a low. I think this could be something to look for a long trade in, but I'm not going to stand out in front of it. I'm still favoring short entries, but we need some pops. Microsoft is leveling off. I think we have a chance to get back into VWAP if it makes a little bit of a bounce play there. So Softy looks like it's going to be the one for me. Amazon, where was the bounce off VWAP? There wasn't. Now it's down at 180. See, that was a good decision not to reload off VWAP. Just because it gets down there doesn't mean you have to sit on the bid. I've learned that lesson time and time again. Like, how many times am I just usually, I'll just throw the bid because it worked for like 70, 80 cents last time, just sit on the bid there. Nope, didn't do the setup I wanted. Now we can stay away from it. Not even thinking about the long in Amazon now.
So I did, I just wanted to say about, just because we were just talking about stop orders, and I don't think I told you the exact price. So Apple, we are long Apple here. We have less than 10%. It's kind of an odd number that we have. But right here, 174 break. We got down, I put it to break a little bit lower than that, I believe. Where'd my stop go? I want to tell you, yeah. So breaking into the 90s there of 173. So, that level right there was 94. So it did break. You got a nice little sell candle there, but if we can come back in, that's good for that one. And we still have about 15% left or so of Meta. Again, a lot of the out was right here on Meta. What's up, Randy? How many you use Facebook for? I see you on Facebook sometimes. Some old friends, communication, Marketplace maybe. Marketplace, yeah, Marketplace is pretty popular. They're the one stock that missed the most here off earnings and coming back into 430 out of the Mega 6 now. What are we calling it? Mag 7? We got to take that out because you know what though, Randy? Maybe we can anoint Tesla back in the Mag 7.
I don't think it ever left.
Well, a lot of people kicked it out.
In the movie, the Magnificent Seven, they don't all survive.
I know, but that's why I thought we had kicked Tesla out when it was down 30% or something against the market here. But now Tesla's all the way back up. Tesla's back, right, Randy? We're back, baby. The only thing is that I was looking. I actually saw a Rivian on the road. I saw an all black one, not as impressive as some of the other ones. I really like that gray one and the blue one that we see every once in a while. But Rivian may be the next to go. We'll see what they can come up with. But again, Rivian and Tesla, two completely different stories, right? I mean, AI is stirring one of them, and Rivian's just trying to get production all sorted out right there. I still like the Rivian story. We still like it back there? Okay, you still like it.
Love is a very strong word.
Unless it's a Jordan Love era, and then Green Bay Packers are going to be hot, man. I can't wait.
Randy has no idea who Jordan Love is. He has no
Caleb.
idea who Jordan Love is.
I might go to the Packers. I'm going to look up to see when the Packers-Bears play. You watch. It's going to be
I've never been to
frozen.
Lambeau before.
Yeah.
That's on the bucket
That's
list.
an experience.
The only places I would care to go to watch outside of Buffalo, the only places I would care to go to watch a game are it's like probably Green Bay, and then there's something about Pittsburgh. I like the old.
Yes, yeah.
You don't like those old school teams. I don't care to go to Dallas or anything like that. I'm sure there's other stadiums which are really cool, but
Dallas is more the new stadium. That's why, right?
yeah, I want to go where the fans are you know.
Yeah, well then Lambeau. I mean,
Hardcore.
Lambeau.
So-
I mean, Philly would be insane.
Philly
for the,
would be
for the experience
cool.
from what we've heard, from what I've heard anyway.
I don't need to see KC. Anthony Kerr, when does Apple report? Thursday.
Yeah.
We get Apple on Thursday.
2nd,
we get SMCI and AMD tomorrow.
Yeah.
We don't even talk much about SMCI, but believe me, we're
Never
not
heard of
gonna-
it.
I can't promise that SMCI is a trade because, like I said, like I've actually had profitable trades on it, but I had to pick the spots because it's the way it trades with the spread. Like it may be the same price area as NVIDIA, but it certainly doesn't trade like NVIDIA does. And I think that for most traders is what matters most. Like what's the liquidity like? What are the trades you can put on? Apple, thinking maybe VWAP if that gets there first, but kind of waiting for Microsoft here. Might just have to work with a lower high on Softy. This just doesn't even seem to want to get into VWAP. Dan Emmons just said, if you guys go to a Packers, I'll bring all the stuff we need to tailgate at.
I am coming. It's just I mean
You've been multiple
I will
times.
look it up right now.
You've been
I just got to
multiple times.
figure out, Dan. Anybody there in Green Bay, let me know if you have hookups because I want to come to see when they play the Bears. I mean, it's
That's
going to
what
be
everyone wants.
I mean, it's going to be a crazy ticket, but I will.
I
come.
mean, the Lions
I will
are
come through.
the better team.
Lions? The Lions. I see the Lions.
That's a better matchup.
They're a 2-hour drive, 3-hour drive.
Yeah, but who wants to go to Detroit?
Wow.
I've been to Ford Field, by the way, and I love
No,
it.
I don't mind Detroit. I don't mind
Just
Detroit.
throwing it out. I know. I actually I went to see a Final Four in Detroit, and it was amazing. I like Michigan State, and to see Michigan State in a Final Four in Detroit was absolutely nuts. Unfortunately, they lost to a team I absolutely cannot stand. North Carolina.
Tar Heels. Yeah.
I was pretty pissed off that game. I don't like Tyler Hansbrough. I knew he was going to be a bust.
Yeah, I mean, a buzz. The guy probably still made 100 sheets.
No.
You don't think so?
Career earnings on Tyler Hansbrough, $27.5 million is my guess. Let's ask.
Yeah, he would have had to sign one deal, I guess.
Yeah, the rookie contract, maybe one other one. I can't spell his name. Tyler.
Just try it. Hansborough.
This is wrong for sure. Career earnings. And I didn't ask Perplexity. I actually went to.
Oh, you went to Basketball Reference?
I went to
whatever?
Copilot here, so.
Oh, Copilot? That's probably going to be wrong.
What did I say? I said 27.5, 16 million.
The guy was.
Right.
Come on, man. The guy only made 16 million for his career. What's this guy's problem? But yeah, you're right. Wasn't he drafted in the top 10?
No
maybe?
way. Apparently, he played in the Puerto Rican Basketball League.
That's right. That's where he made all the money. The Puerto Rican Basketball League is a hot league, boy. Okay. Hell yeah, go Lions. Yeah, Jared Goff sacked. Okay.
Go
so,
Jamo.
Yeah. We'll see what happens there.
I'm
with
all
Jared
in on
Goff.
Jameson Williams.
I do like Amon. I mean, they have some sick players. There's no doubt about that. But wait a minute, who's there? Oh yeah, Jahmyr Gibbs. I mean, yeah, they're going to be.
Good shit.
They're
Defense,
nice, man. Because I was thinking because
Hutchinson.
Swift, DeAndre Swift was
Look at
there, then
Tesla.
Philly.
Tesla's a beast today. Look
Tesla,
at it just
yeah,
bounce
get
off
back in.
192.
Let's just. There's a VWAP tracer.
Yeah, look, when you're looking for a consolidation
Boo.
the second time, so it bounces here, that was your chance to get in. The second time, it just kind of, like once it shows you the consolidation, it's like, yeah, you're not getting in unless you're already, you got to be more aggressive. So the stronger stocks, you got to be a little bit more aggressive. I'll try to take the next available dip in Tesla. That looks like an absolute beast today. This when we talk football, you get, like everyone sort of comes in like this is my team, like go Houston. I'm scared of the Houston Texans as a Bills fan. They're going to be a problem for a long time. I'm still not over the fact that Diggs is going to be there. I hate when a player I like, ends up on a team that is the big competition. So I want Google. If it pops in here, 166.5, previous low into resistance. Looks like we're going to get there. So I'll look for this curl. We'll jump back into it. I probably give it to like 166.75 on the way back up, but I want to be shorting the pop here on Alphabet. The trend is clearly to the downside.
Oh, man. Tesla, great trade today. Yeah, like someone just said there, Neil, we told you Tesla would steal the show today. Yeah, I mean, we knew we knew Tesla would steal the show today.
True.
I mean, it was a big one. I was actually saying to Big Patty Ice there during the intermission that Tesla today, all I had to do was wake up today and see that Tesla was up 11% and instantly flipped into the long. And so all I needed to do was come and look at charts and figure out what prices. And we nailed that 185. You know, a couple longs back in there. My best, we had 184. I mean, the low of the day is, I don't know what the low of the day is, but this is a 184.70 fill that we have in our account. So I think that's close to, if not near, a low of the day for Tesla. So let's kind of stick with it. Look, if it breaks, then we look like a dog, and then that's that, right? I mean, Tesla breaks and we get out, and that's what trading is. It's you defend the positions that you're in, and you talk about why you like them, and you trade off of those levels. And if they don't hit, you learn from those mistakes. And if they do hit, you understand why, and you rinse and repeat that action.
The best part about Tesla, though, was it did break, but it just lets you right back in twice.
Yeah, that was the best part. Yeah.
Like for my style of trading, the second time I did get stopped out, because once it makes an opening low like that, even though it never broke 84, once it makes that low, I'm thinking if I reload 85s, if it breaks that threshold, I'll just get out, and then next stop would be somewhere down in here. It immediately wicked back above. Like if you were watching, well, obviously we were live, and we're like, oh, it's back above 85, we're back in. But if you're watching that level too, it's like it got underneath and just kind of ticked it for a couple of seconds, and then right back. The buying was so strong, and then from there it just goes right back to brass tacks and then holding out. So we do like some Tesla. Wait a minute, that should be tighter to 192. See, it's a good thing I was looking at it. Still don't have anything on Google, but it is starting to round off at 40s instead of 50s. So let's maybe put something at Jackie Robinson and see if we can't catch a little bit of a fill there. Speaking of baseball, it's watching Ohtani. Like, that guy's unbelievable. Like as strong as Tesla is today, that's Shohei. It's like Shohei Ohtani. The guy is an absolute freak. Anybody gets a chance, you ever get a chance to watch him, if you're in LA, like baseball players should not be that. Like usually those types of electric athletes are on a basketball court. You do see them in baseball, but it's a little bit different because you don't get to see them be that kind of an athlete. Like watching him run, for crying, he's so huge, and the guy runs like a track athlete.
Right.
It doesn't even make any sense. It's like watching Usain Bolt. And then the guy will hit a ball, and it's like ripping heads off. But we still booed him anyways.
Yeah, of course.
And then he went yard his first at bat.
Yeah, I saw. Yeah. Yeah, man, the Dodgers basically owned the Blue Jays in that negotiation. Like everyone thought, remember going home, it's like, oh, we're tracking the flight of Shohei Ohtani. Oh, Kikuchi made a reservation at some next Japanese place. Has to be something happening. And then it was like, whack. Not even close. So.
You know what the lesson, you know what it's like?
That would have been nice.
It's like if you come into like an earnings play, like whatever happens with AMD when they report after the bell, it's like going into that saying, this is what I'm going to do. This is a trade I'm looking for. This is what I expect AMD to do. All you're doing is setting yourself up for disappointment because you got to trade the price action. So like why were Toronto fans, and myself included and everybody else, like getting so excited before pen was to paper? Like what's the point? If he came and he signed, we'd be happy. So I don't want to get, like I try never to get too worked up like PayPal. I love the idea of it breaking 68, but if it doesn't happen, I'm not going to be, I'm not going to sit there and trade nothing just because PayPal doesn't break this out. You got to find some opportunities wherever they lie. So anyways, you can always bring things back into the markets. Tesla's starting to pull back. Let's go for 192. I think we have a chance to get it. I did pick up some Alphabet, so my average price is now 59s. It's a blend of the first short and the new one. It's just the way the system works. So average price now, 166.59. It's about 10 cents in the money. I want it close to the low of the day before we get any out.
All right, I mean, because the market seems to be the thing that's trying to move around a little bit here, let's have a quick look to see if we can take advantage of some of this. Back up to VWAP right now. We did want to have a look. So we're still underneath 17.9. I mean, that could be something for like a possible short here on the TQs or something like that for this play. So I don't mind that 17. I mean, if you're really going to hold, I mean, you got to go 17.98. Like that's almost 18,000 that we got that high too. But if you're going to hold just for today, 17.930, you're still, where are we? Man, that's still 50 handles away. But I don't mind a little look at a short here. We are obviously, as we've talked about this, pretty short the market just with Meta. We have our out for Apple. I could maybe even change this to get out if we like break right here, 170. Let's do that right now. Because if we're going to think short in the market, we don't need to be in this. I mean, this is already $1. Where is it? There's already $1.35 in the money. 174.19. Let's just say if we break that, then we'll get triggered out of that. So that's going to be a trade for us right now, apparently. We'll wait for that. So we'll see if Apple can hit. Palantir's a nothing burger, and I do like what Neil's talking about possibly with Tesla if we do come back into VWAP. I mean, whenever we have a name that we really like, that does dip into a level or rip into a level, it is generally somewhere around VWAP. So I don't mind that kind of a play. That's 192.10 VWAP on our system anyways, 191.50-ish. So a little bit of a risky spot there. You might have to hold that a couple pennies against you, but here comes Tesla maybe with the market. It looks like the Qs might be a decent short as the market's falling here, and maybe not some specific names. But we have a stop there for Apple, and we'll look to see if we can go lower on something else.
Yeah, Microsoft can't even sniff VWAP, but I have VWAP on Tesla as like 191.30, so it's well underneath that 92 level. And it's not, look, I'm not telling you that VWAP is the be-all, end-all. It's not. It's just an indicator. It doesn't mean a ton. However, if it's a part of your strategies, generally speaking, that work, going long 92s, like you have to ask yourself, if I'm gonna get out underneath there, then put the appropriate amount of risk. If normally in the afternoon I'd have like a VWAP retrace for a 50-cent stop or a 70-cent stop, then if I'm stopping out for like $1.20, then just take half the share, something along those lines. Because I do feel as if you're not necessarily wrong if it's underneath 191. So I might treat it as a general price area between VWAP and 192 as opposed to just buying 192.05. I'm not really on the bid right now. Google still looks pretty decent. Mo, how often do you and Sean disagree on a trade? First off, it's just not to bust your balls, but SHAWN. But to be honest, like I can't remember, like usually on most names, momentum-wise, the direction, we might have different prices that we like. I can't remember the last time I was like, oh, I think this stock's a long. You think that stock's a short. Like you like the 72 level on Apple, and I like the 71 for support. I don't think that was a huge difference, but it did mean I didn't get into the trade. So I guess that's kind of disagreeing. But I'm sure I can't remember offhand, to be honest with you, on a specific trade where we didn't think the overall direction was the same. If you're looking at support and resistance, oftentimes it'll be very similar, I would think. Like I came in thinking only longs on Tesla, unless it got to, like maybe the difference is I was going short if Tesla got above 200. Because the way I see it, like a level like this on the daily, like if it gets there, I'm just taking that shot for the short trade. Maybe that's a bit of a difference. It never got there, so we didn't get to put that to test.
Yeah, that's, thanks, Randy.
What is the high, 198? Yeah, 98.
Like anytime. Yeah, so we actually got out of, Tesla, and we held it for pretty good. We got out at 196 break, right there when it broke the 50-period moving average to the downside. It was 195.80, it looks like. So that turns out to be pretty good. So save ourselves a little bit of money there on the push back down. So, okay, new position added. We said we get into the future, so we're here now. It just went down. We've been trading the TQs. Pretty much that's the weapon of choice for me. You can trade SQQ if you can't find Boros or if you don't want to pay for Boros. Here, that's not a problem. So you'll often hear me and Neil talk like that, as we'll have the ability to wait around for this to work and not have to pay for that. So just quickly on that one, I'm going to trade the TQs. It's a triple levered NASDAQ. And I wanted to just say that until we break, so this is a 1-minute chart, so you can see here we're sort of shelving that as well. So I'm not going to worry about this level. I'm going to worry about this next level up here, which is 17.9. So that's up here. So 56. So if we can get anything up here, then we'll put on more. But for now, no. We'll start it here for a drip. Hopefully we can get into the 50s, 60s. I mean, we're short, 72s, so we're 5 cents in the money. That's not going to do anything. We're going to try to get it. I mean, if I can get a bid, what is that level, 55s? Something, I almost put a bid there on Palantir. That would have not been good. But if we can get something to the downside right there for this, I'll take that. That's 65, break lower into 50s. And then after that, I mean, let's see if we can see the bottom. Okay, but it's a starter position, looking for more shares, hopefully to the upside if we're lucky enough to get those. So that's something that I'm looking at right now with the market going short and adding to it up near 56 on the trips.
A triple Q?
Like Triple H.
Like
I want to give a pedigree to this market.
What a legit, you know what? Kudos to Triple H.
Need a face.
Like I remember when that guy first came in, if you had told me like he'd be running business side, I had been like
well,
Helms. Well, I was actually never.
So
really
he married the boss's daughter, so that's.
No, I'm not. Look, I'm just simply saying. Like, obviously, he's from where he started, I just did not think that his trajectory, even from a character standpoint,
right.
Like I kind of thought Hunter Hearst Helmsley was ridiculous and it wouldn't go anywhere, to be honest with you. And if I had to pick out of that entire group, I certainly wouldn't have guessed that he'd be the one to make some power moves. But anyways, that notwithstanding, I'm into Microsoft now. It couldn't get to VWAP. It just failed 01s. So you short the pop that you can get, not the one that you want. So that's the pop. It went off 400, a whole dollar. I got 74s. I don't want to take this into VWAP, so if it breaks like 10s, 20s, I'll wait for it to pop VWAP and short in front of 02s. I did accidentally get out of Google. I had a bid that was for too many shares in a reverse law, but I just jumped back in at the same price. So I was short here to here, but then just jumped right back in at the price that I got out. So effectively, no harm, no foul. Only short. Tesla does seem to want to hold this 92. Like the third time, pops down in here and can't get to VWAP. So I jumped in at like 50s, thinking, okay, well, I'll just get it on the way back up and then give this to 92 if that's where it's going to bounce, and I can't even get filled. So Tesla, it'll see underneath 93, and then the buyers aren't really wasting any time jumping into this one. So I'm going to go for a long off the 50 area and give it to that local bottom, and then if it gets to VWAP, that'll have to be a separate trade there. DX Triple H was the best Triple H. I like DX in general. Like, I was a fan of the group. It's just Triple H wasn't my favorite part of that group. I was kind of I was an X-Pac guy. I love X-Pac, but
Yeah, I like that whole. They don't have really. They still have factions, but not like that.
that's what's
That was
yeah.
the good days.
I was really big. I loved the whole the teams and the factions. I was really big on that. But
I liked the Road Dogg and Badass Billy Gunn as well. That guy's still around, actually. Billy Gunn in TNA. That was going to
Is he
TNA was
really?
a lot of fun. Yeah.
he's got to be. I mean,
The guy that owns the Jaguars also owns that, Mo Khan. So that's really.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That guy, man, he's really deep into sports and entertainment.
His
for
son Tony Khan does all the guy's hilarious. Didn't you see? There's a. Oh, that's so funny. I got to go find it. It was on my Instagram. There was a picture of Tony, the son, wearing a neck brace in the draft room because he was still playing it off. I'll have to find it.
Wearing a neck.
Because he got hurt on the show.
He got hurt on the wrestling show, and so that's.
Yeah, it was funny, man.
While he's in the Jags, I actually like that. It's hilarious, like sort of keeping
He's
it
like
real.
playing it up. Yeah, that was the
not?
best. I'll find that. But anyways, all right.
I'm so glad my daughter's not into wrestling.
Yeah, my kids aren't really into wrestling yet.
Because my wife would,
I hope they will
kill
at some
me.
point. But here it is right here. So find me on Instagram, guys. But here it is right here. This guy's the best. So there's the dad and there's the son, like sitting in the war room right there. And he just got pile drived on, let's see if they show it. So this is him right here on AEW. So there he is, Tony Khan right here on AEW. And then there he is here in the war room previously. So just funny. Is there a video? No, there's no video. I thought there was a video of him getting pile drive or something. But anyways, that's it right there.
I'm
Too
an
funny,
instant fan
too
of him
funny.
now. I'm an instant fan.
Yeah, this is who I went to see live. Anyways, no videos about it. But anyways, just so funny.
No, I won't be a Jags fan,
Tony
but I can
Khan.
be a fan of the Tony Khan.
Anyways.
To be sure. What else we got going on here? I see OJ, Moneymaker, TSLY. Yeah, I know some of you guys trade the TSLY. You'll never, I shouldn't say never. I mean, Adara trades them. But yeah, the Tesla, 2X or whatever, like if you like trading something which gives you a little bit different of a risk profile, I think it can make sense. But, we just trade regular boring old Tesla, which you can't get these 92s. It's right back above 93. Maybe I wet the proverbial beak in front of the 93 level. I'm going to be long something. It should be Tesla. That's at least worth giving something back on to the long side, as futures are trying to hold on here a little bit. Let me know what you guys are looking at. It's power hour right now. Do we have a run back up to the highs? I mean, the NASDAQ just resisted the bottoms. I don't really like much anything but Tesla long. If you guys see anything else, let me know. It's been the one.
Yeah. What's up, Kyle and everybody? Like, I would love to pile drive the futures, but for right now, we got to wait, man. We got to be very, very patient. We're $4, $3.50 now in the money on Meta, but we got to look for something else. Nothing's hitting on my scanners. We can look at Snapchat. If there's any names you guys want us to look at, this is a good time to put it in the chat. I am getting set up. We will have Michael Noss on tonight as well. So welcome back,
nice.
Mr.
He's
Michael
back.
Noss. Will be on the recap show tonight. So join me then as we'll go over. And I just put some earnings names on the board there. NXPI, Para. Not many huge names, but we'll have a talk to Michael about some levels. I want to talk to him about Moderna and a couple other plays that I know he's looking at. So, we'll do that, and we'll have a lot of fun there on the recap show tonight. So join me for that at some point. And here we go, guys.
There goes Google.
We're kind of doing it again here. There goes the TQQs one more time into the 50s, into the 60s. I mean, there it goes. Huge number. There it is at 3 p.m. The Treasury is out right there. So let's wait to see what happens. Huge move to the downside. We did it again right there. Spin it, put the money down, and then Ozan for you. You wanted the blowing up cow. That's what it is. I mean, look at this trade. Honestly. We can't sit here and pretend like, oh, we predicted, this would happen in the futures. No, we did not. But you don't have to. We're at good levels. I know my stop levels. Obviously, we don't have as many shares as we would want, but this is what damn well happens when you put orders out and you take risks with names. Like, I didn't know Meta was going to drop $5, but I knew it was at a level that I liked, so we stepped up. You could sit here all day and just do whatever. If you don't step up, put the trades on, you can't have these results. So it's just like sit there, comment, talk, but at the end of the day, you have to man up sometimes and put on some trades. So we believed in that. There's the 200. There's VWAP. Pretty happy with the outcome so far of that Treasury, but nice move to the downside. If Federa has the actual numbers.
This result?
Do you see it?
I don't see it.
We have it on Benzinga right here. I just heard that the result of the 3 p.m. Treasury auction or whatever, I believe that's what it was out. So I don't know. We're going to find it for everybody.
Yeah, well, I was in Tesla, but jumped out when that spike down happened. Both the shorts printed some lows for me. Microsoft printed in front of 400. I'm going to put a bit at the low of the day down in front of 399. Tesla ends up holding 92s, but I don't know. I didn't see that really coming at 3 o'clock. I wasn't expecting any fireworks, so I just jumped out of. If I favor the shorts, I'm going to jump out of a long when I see a spike like that. And I think it's the right call because we're headed back into the lows of the day. So Microsoft, we knew we wanted it. We didn't get the short we wanted.
Oh, wow.
We wanted VWAP, but we took the one that was available to us. And that's sort of part of the game. What are you going to do? If the stock doesn't get to VWAP, but it's still trending down, then you short the lower high. And that was that lower high with the assist to, now I see whatever this Treasury thing was. But yeah, we've now broken the lows on the NASDAQ. NASDAQ now red. Hold on to your shorts. It's another one of these types of days, although we just turned red on the NASDAQ after all of this.
Yeah, I would say who knew that this was going to happen says, we put on 2 shorts only since we started the show at 2 p.m. It was Meta short, $4, and the TQs, which is now 50 cents in the money. I mean, we're just having a good day. I mean, this is what it is. We're going to have Danielle Shea coming through in a minute. I mean, Danielle, we absolutely destroyed this Tesla long. This is a $10 winner. Bang off that 185. We wrote down 185 on the sticky note. We love these catalyst-driven markets. I mean, look at Meta short. Guys, let's go. So U.S. Treasury headlines are now out. I mean, the market is heading to the downside. We're now almost dollar club right here. Where's my dollar club? Right there on the TQs. We're $5 now for Meta. We got out of Apple for $1 and change as well there. Look at that out right there for Apple, saving us again. All of that with one of my best trades right there was that move higher there for Meta. So again, we're about to go. We're gonna have Danielle, great guest, lots of information. We've talked Meta with her lots of times. We'll figure something else out.
Lots of earnings to talk about.
Lots of earnings. Oh, man.
It's good to have an options person on when SMCI is reporting because that's that's a stock sometimes for equity traders. It kind of sits outside of the normal range of things that you would trade. So probably a little bit better to look at those options. But she did warn about some of these bad boys. Microsoft was good for a hot minute after earnings. I'm curious what the response was because that was a good gap up. But as you pointed out a few times with her, it didn't beat that expectation. Like it was, if you look at the expected move, Microsoft came south of that, and then there was no fall through. But then Google did, and it still couldn't hold. Both those names step down. So hang on to your butts, hang on to your shorts. I think we'll have her. I haven't heard anything when we're ready to have her, but yeah, I'm curious about that full pullback that we're seeing in both Microsoft and Alphabet, because I would have expected Alphabet to hold those gains a little better than they have.
All right, another afternoon and another shorting of the market. We'll just take another fill right there. I mean, this is what it is right now. We'll sit back, relax. What do I have tonight? Okay, yeah, we have Michael Noss coming on the recap show. We've got earnings from, as we have already mentioned, some names to possibly look at here in Paramount coming through later on. We'll find out more about them, but there's not much to know. There was a one last buyout offer or take private offer that was coming through today. We'll find out more information about that as we go. So right now, Para up 3%, a nice one. And the other name here that I don't expect much from NXPI because, again, NXPI more into the EV space for their chips, so more Internet of Things. But again, NXPI, huge move off that 200 bottom, and now that one is all the way up.
ON tomorrow morning might be a little more interesting.
Is that tomorrow morning or was that this already?
No, it's tomorrow morning.
Is it?
Or is it? No, was it this morning? No, it was this morning. I thought we didn't even talk about them then. Yeah, that's disappointing. I guess it didn't do much of a move.
Yeah,
yeah, you're right. It didn't do much of a move.
No. Yeah, we're all getting a little older here and can't remember.
But well, it's not a stock it's a stock I never trade.
But yeah, same. The one thing that I remember though is it's 3 o'clock. What's up, Danielle?
Hey, there she is. Yeah, Monday. Let's touch on some options ideas for the week. Big week as far as earnings is concerned. Michelle, good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
Lots to get to. Let's start in chip land, if you will. As the guys were mentioning, SMCI to come, but AMD. Top of your list, or one of the ones you're looking at this week. Tell us why here.
Sure. So when you look at the semiconductors, I mean, the way that these stocks move is going to be critical for SMH and then also for the NASDAQ. We've seen the NASDAQ pull back. The NASDAQ is stuck below the 50 simple on the daily chart. And the semiconductors have the ability to cause it to trade higher, but the problem is specifically when you look at SMCI, the expectations are incredibly high. So if I throw up a chart here on SMCI, I'm sure that all of you know how much the stock has moved this quarter. But the problem is when a stock has moved this much this quarter and it's coming up into an earnings report, the expectations are all the way up here. So if it's anything less than absolutely phenomenal, this stock could go cratering along with AMD and send the NASDAQ and SMH lower.
One that is better part of $1,000. I was trying to look on your chart there. What's the expected move for that? Because I'm sure it's wild this time.
Yeah, so if you look at SMCI, the expected move is going to be, let me see if I can highlight it for you. It is the MMM, the market maker move, which is right here.
Wow.
It's $114. So if you scroll into the chart, I will show you where that puts the price targets, but it would basically put the price target at $9.85 to the upside or $7.55 to the downside. But here's the thing. What's the likelihood that this stock is going to stay within that range? It's entirely possible that it moves 1.5 to 2 times that expected range. So that could be upwards of $150 to the upside or downside, or even $200 or more. So that's how I'm going to quantify this move, okay? If the move is $115 or less, it'll be a normal trade within the expected range. But once it gets to be about 1.5 times the move or 2 times the move, that's when you know it is absolutely skyrocketing or it's getting trashed.
How are you dealing with that from a risk standpoint as well? Because I mean, you got to have quite the risk appetite for something that's potentially going to move that much.
So for something like this, I'm going to trade it in the options market and I'm going to trade it small. Generally, my options trades, especially over earnings, I usually risk $500 or less. And especially with a stock like this that can move so much, it's actually relatively easy to do that if you're using spreads. Now, people will come to me all the time and they'll say, hey, I want to buy calls or I want to buy puts before earnings. For something like SMCI, that is absolute insanity. I would personally never do that. If you want to, I mean, you can. Don't let me stop you. We're all adults here. But if you look at the cost of those options, it's just going to be absolutely outrageous. So the way that, I mean, yeah, you're going to be paying, $6,000 or $7,000 a contract. So I don't want to do that. But I would be willing to put, like a butterfly or a spread at one of these target zones. So for example, the upside target is right around $1,000. So you could easily put, butterfly spread right around $1,000. You could make it $20, $30, $40 wide with a price target of 1,000. And then if SMCI trades higher into that zone, then boom, you have an options trade. You could also do one to the downside. I would say, I'd probably be a little more inclined to do it at 1.5 times the expected move, just in case of a bad move to the downside. That would be closer to probably like 715, maybe even 700 because of where that price support is.
Coming up after the close tomorrow for SMCI, so that one's going to be a crazy one. Let's. Do you want to touch on AMD or should we move on to Tesla?
Sure, we can do AMD.
Sure.
Because, this one is going to be really important as well. And, I'll point out that NVIDIA still has earnings coming up. And so I know that, a lot of you are trying to trade NVIDIA long right now. And, obviously AMD is a different stock, but it is in the same space. So it may have an impact. But I mean, here's the thing is that everyone is asking me about AMD and I love the stock. I own the stock. But this quarter, it has not traded well. And I'll point out that last quarter after earnings, it gapped down 3.7%, even though they beat EPS estimates. And it's continued to trade lower. It's also below the 100 simple on the daily chart. It's below the 50 simple. So when you're looking at this chart, it's like, I want to tell you, I like AMD, let's buy it, but it's not been trading well. So I think that there is a risk with the NASDAQ. Because it has a $12 expected move. And with that move, it could easily make a new low on the quarter. And it could even send you down to the 200 simple on the daily chart. So I think that this one's going to be really important. And what it does is going to impact the NASDAQ in a meaningful way.
All right. Speaking of the NASDAQ in a meaningful way, Tesla with a big headline today, big move in the pre-markets continued. I mean, from a company standpoint, this is great if they can actually get this off the ground and working properly and prove that it can work properly over in China. But nice day here, to say the least, for Elon and Tesla.
I think that Tesla looks great here. And, I've been saying that I needed to see Tesla up above the 50 simple on the daily chart before I was willing to say, okay, the trend could actually be changing here. And so when you look at where the 50 simple is, I mean, the 50 simple's down here at 175 and now we're up here at 192. So I think it's looking really good as far as a reversal. The last line that I really need to see it get through at this point is going to be at the $200 price point, because that is where you have a critical zone of resistance. You have all this price resistance. It's a key psychological value. You have a 100 simple there. So I think it's looking good. And I think especially with all the shorts in Tesla and people just betting against it in general, you could probably trade it up to 200 again and maybe through 200, but we'll just have to see the momentum once it hits that $200 price.
Yeah, longer term, even if it hangs out here, for a while, that's definitely constructive. I was reading at lunchtime, 5.8 billion shorts apparently are offside, and 5.8 billion for shorts on this move today alone for Tesla. So never bet against Elon. The two big earnings names this week, Amazon, Apple, take your pick.
Sure. So let's go ahead and talk about Amazon, because when you look at Amazon, I mean, here's my problem with it. It just looks so good and it looks so perfect. And so I have just a tiny little inkling that says, okay, this is very similar to Netflix. It's very similar to Meta in the fact that the structure looks really good. They've been doing well. They've been gapping up post earnings. Everybody's looking at the stock and saying they have to do well. So I am bullish Amazon. I own Amazon. I think it makes sense to at least trade it to the long side. I'll probably put some butterflies around 190, maybe 200. It has a $13.41 expected move. But I'll just warn you guys, because with the way that earnings has gone this quarter, it's basically gone the opposite. And when a trade is crowded, these stocks are going the opposite direction. So I think that it may be worth putting a hedge on in Amazon. And so I might, for that reason, put some bearish butterflies down at 165 as well.
Are you going to be a subscriber to this grocery service they were talking about going over the past week or so? It was unlimited grocery delivery if you spend $35 or something.
You know, I think that sounds amazing. I don't know that that's going to be near me. I'm a little bit more remote, and I do the majority of my grocery shopping at Costco, which, by the way, that chart looks great right now.
Surprise, surprise.
But I think it's a great, prospect. And, you know, Amazon overall, it's a great company. And even if the stock does end up trading lower, $13 or so, I don't think it'll be the end of the world.
Yeah, it was 3,500 US cities were going to be the rollout on this grocery thing. So I thought that was crazy. Anyway, all right, let's touch on Apple here. All kinds of points toward China and what the China delivery number will come as with this earnings report for the iPhone side of things. Important though for this quarter for Apple.
Definitely. So when you look at Apple, I mean, this is just, it's very similar to Tesla in the way that it just looks bad going into earnings, right? You've seen 3 quarters in a row where it's gapped down. You know, yes, there's some news surrounding it. You know, maybe there's a little bit of excitement, but it hasn't been enough the last 3 quarters. And so looking at this and looking at the downtrend that it's in, especially with all of this resistance, I mean, it's below resistance at 175. It's below resistance at 180. It's below resistance at 190. It's below resistance at 200. I think that they have a pretty steep task here ahead of them of trying to break out of this downside trend. I don't know that they're going to be able to do it. I think the path of least resistance is lower, and with a $6.15 expected move, currently trading at 173, they could very easily make a low on the quarter. So, you know, again, this is one that it's kind of an obvious short, and so a little surprise could send it the opposite direction, but I'm still bearish on Apple.
There was a lot of people not necessarily with the same sentiment, but the same narrative around Google going back to last week, and then we get this absolute monster of a report. Just quick to wrap up, thoughts on what happened last week as far as the earnings are concerned? Google just huge.
So when you look at Google, I mean, I think it's kind of funny. I feel like the executives were like, look at the other mega cap tech names. They're getting smashed. Let's announce a dividend. So I think it's kind of funny in that way. But of course, they probably didn't actually do that. But obviously, I think that move had a lot to do with the dividend. And when you look at the EPS numbers, like the EPS numbers were great too. But I think at this point, it's going to come back down, and it's probably going to settle back down around 160. So while the initial move was strong, we're not seeing follow through like what we saw with Tesla. And I think that has to do with the fact that it's just gotten really extended. I mean, this stock has come so far since the lows down in here. I mean, it was trading at $86 a share not that long ago. So I think at this point, it's just kind of topped out. You could probably short it. I heard Sean talking about shorting Meta. I think Meta, Netflix, both look like they're going to roll over right now too. So, you know, it's not really a great sign for the NASDAQ when even the best stock post earnings, well, maybe Tesla was the best, but even when one of the other best stocks is pulling back already.
Yeah, I mean, Apple, Google, Apple specifically hasn't participated really all year. So we'll see what happens coming up on Thursday. Go check her out on X. Go check her out on YouTube at Trader Danielle. Miss Shea, have a great week. We'll speak soon.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Danielle. I wouldn't be that upset if Google settled down at 160. Like that would be just fine to me because that would be the breakout price that it made. Like that was the high before earnings. So when a breakout if it manages to settle down right in there, that's the easiest technical bounce that you can have. And I thought I put this line at 160. I probably just didn't save it. Anyways, doesn't really matter. Just for myself, I'm going to throw that back in there because I do want to, like when it gets to that level, not that I'm going to forget, it's 160 even, let's be real. I did get out of Alphabet, the last short that we're in. It did trail back out after it bounced off 165 even. The futures kind of doing a little bit of a dance there. We're bouncing a little bit. Looks like the morning lows, like these morning lows in there, finding some resistance at that spot. So if we do check up here, I would look for maybe a reload in Microsoft, although Apple looks pretty interesting as well. Like Apple really flushed and went right underneath morning support at 174. That was the level I liked, and now you're the other way off Apple. I don't know if I want to. I think I want to short this into the 174 level. Just feels like the way to go. Fozai is saying, look at Uber. I have not looked at Uber today. I couldn't tell you where that's trading. I'm going to guess under pressure after today, but I haven't looked at Uber. We'll check it in a second. Just getting into Apple.
Either, yeah. So we do have a trailing stop. Well, it's not a trailing stop, but I do have now a stop for this. I mean, our stop up here was 434.50. So we had 50 cents worth of a stop up here as we discussed it on the midday show. So when that dropped down $6, that was a pretty good trade down into 428. But if we take the 50-period moving average, we're going to be gone. That same 50-period moving average saved us on Tesla right there, thank you, where we got out right there on Tesla at 196 and change. Now that's to 192. Apple, we're saved by the 50-period as well as we get out there at 174, save ourselves about $1 as that touches all the way down there. So yeah, you know, we have. And this is the difference between I'm hoping for professional traders and not, is I have the idea already. This is what I'm working with. I have the trading plan, and that's why I just wanted to show you, like, there's the break of the 50 period that way, right? Here's the break. We took some there. There's the break to the downside. Now we'll play it as resistance to the upside. Same thing kind of with the TQs. I'm going to hold this, but we are touching back to that right now. It could be a possible reload zone. I'm still going to wait for all the way up here. I mean, that drop was pretty dramatic. We did get helped there by the treasuries, which I think Adara did put in the chat there. Yeah. Yep. So it was 243 billion, which was 41 billion higher. So again, more people interested in the longer term T-bill there, which does not bode well for the market. So money coming out of the market, you got to sell probably your positions, your equities to potentially put in that 243 billion. So 41 billion higher than announced. So yeah, that sort of created this move to the downside. Now what people have settled, maybe we'll see the market, some money come back in a little bit. But we still have that plan of action for the TQs. We're out of 75% of this. So our first out was there, the next out was here. We talked about those levels. And then when it came back in, just before we went to Danielle, we actually were like, okay. And then we just got out of Meta. So there it is, man. We'll put that in our pocket, and that's another good one for us. We're now out of Meta. They're all in the pocket, man. So look at this, one trade for Meta, right? That's a short. One trade for Apple's a long, and they're almost exactly the same P&L wise. So good little talk there about going long and short and picking your poison. I'm just going to address this because someone in the chat, I didn't know who it was. We can't trade Fisker when it's on the pink sheets and it's sub $1. So we won't be able to trade any of these names, you know, like ETHE or something. That DIDDY is above $1. Ethereum, this always gets volume as well. Oh, GBTC used to be over here, so when this flips over, maybe they'll lose ETHE, but we'll have Jeff Mendel to clarify all that when and if, I guess, that happens. So the Ethereum,
it's a shame because
Grayscale Trust. I know, the FSR is a good one, but so there's other names.
It bounced at exactly 5 cents. I mean, like 5 cents on the dime. Well, obviously not on the dime.
Yeah,
on the 10th
of
half
dime.
On the half dime or whatever you want, the 10th.
A half quarter.
But that's as clean as it gets. Yeah, like if this same stock was doing 25 million shares and it was on the Nasdaq, it would obviously be tradable for us. But unfortunately, we just can't trade it. There was a question about Uber. It doesn't look good on the daily chart. Uber potential flat bottom break at 67 here, but yeah, I don't know if like a level like that. I don't know if it's going to get there. They don't report till next week. or yeah, next week. It'll be next week they report. I don't know which day, but we do have to wait for that. But a 67 flat bottom break, maybe not today, but certainly could be on tap tomorrow morning. Not looking great for them ever since Tesla and the robo-taxi. Like, they've been looking weak, regardless of what the market does since then.
Rivian 940 double top, but not enough to get me excited. I'm just trying to find
Rivian's
charts. So there it is, like topped there, topped there. But again, like, you know, we're better off just looking at the names that are moving around. I'm trying to find other names, but I mean, Tesla, again, we love the VWAP retracement. It already happened there right when we had an opportunity to get that when we went to Danielle. So that was another opportunity to do some damage on that one. We're still net short everything, so we're pretty happy with everything here. We did get, well, not net short everything. We're in Palantir. It's more the Qs is the only position we're in. I might just get out of this Palantir trade just because it's like, it's not that it's misleading or anything like that, but there it goes. We just get out there at 67 as it takes the whole level. So Palantir, I'm going to get out of that just because I don't want to think it's a bigger position than it is, because it's nothing. So there it is. We'll get out of that. It broke through the 50 period. Now we just hold on to the futures and potentially reloading Meta somewhere. But again, look where we got out. We got out at 50s. We actually got out at 61. Now you're up to 88s, 89s on the bids, on the ask, sorry. So saving us that problem of getting short and then having to punch out immediately there with that. We were looking at Snapchat earlier.
It held 14.
That's the problem. I was just looking at it right now. It's, oops, that's Meta still. It's at a level. Jared brought me a water. I might have to get a tea. It's at a level down here, 1445 for Snapchat. It's not bad. You can see it's the 50 period on the 20-minute chart. I'm not in love with anything except for the short, really. So
there's this JANX that's moving a little bit here on. Looks like it's the biopharma news here, but yeah, it's only done 1 million shares worth of volume on the entire day. That's not all that great. It's one thing if it does 1 million shares off the opening rush, but 1 million shares on the whole day isn't exactly super exciting for me here. But it's making a power move for what it's worth. Anyone watching, I just saw Carlos in the chat put that one in there. But yeah, I'm just going back over to Apple. I'm short underneath 174. It just tagged the mid-90s and then starting to pull back in. So we kind of shorted the lower high instead of VWAP in there. Obviously, hindsight being 2020, I mean, when this was at VWAP, you could add a lot of shorts. We chose Google at that time. Speaking of Alphabet, it's back up to 66. So looking for a reload there. That was the previous low, like before we had that, I guess that like treasury number. You can call that the low of the day. When it broke down on volume, I was already sitting on the bid, and then the treasury thing happened. So I was going to get that fill regardless. But 166. If it can hold on to that line, I do like Google's weakness. I mean, I don't like Google's weakness, but if you're shorting the stock, I like Google's weakness. In a general sense, like this is one I dip bought, so I don't want to giving it up. Like Microsoft, I haven't dip bought on my personal account because it never got anywhere close to what I like. But this one gave you the 200 period, so I'm kind of hoping it just goes up and up from here. But you shouldn't get married to your book and just say, well, because I want Google to go up, I'm never going to go short the stock. I think you'll find yourself in a world of hurt. Like imagine a scenario in which you were only long Intel for the last 3 months. You know, like that wouldn't be good. I do still own some Intel on my personal account, but it doesn't mean I'm not looking short on a day-to-day basis.
right, yeah, you got to divide up your
divide
your
in
buckets there.
Yeah, it's like I call it like left brain, right brain. It's just like they're two separate worlds, and you don't necessarily want to merge them because trading and investing are two very, very different things. All about patterns, although I guess you could be investing technically too.
Yeah,
But
I was going to say like, yeah, because like I was saying to the other guys in the back there, I was like, oh, one day we're bullish, one day we're bearish. And then today we wrote down on the top of the sticky note, bullish. And then I looked at Fridays and we had written down bear. So it's just about, or whatever the day was, just about trying to figure out,
It was Friday.
you know, which, yeah, I mean, I don't know, it might have been Friday where we were bearish. And then you could change your opinion, right? I mean, like I said, we only have four names that we traded. Tesla's a winner, TQ's is a winner, Palantir's a winner, Meta's a winner, that's 4, and then 5. So we will go 5 for 5 today. So that's going to be a pretty good one. So no, Kathy, man, I can't. I mean, no. We'll just continue to do that, drink some water, and have a little bit of fun. you know, with that kind of a day right there. So you talked about Shohei. I mean, he's probably gone 5 for 5 many times. But we do it right here in front of everybody as well. So
Actually, not sure he's had a 5.
no, really, okay. But there it is, nicely done there for Apple. Early and often was the outs, but only one in. I wish we had a little bit better damage on that one. Like I said, we're underneath VWAP. We're underneath the 50-period moving average. I would much rather be short than long right now. So we are in a NASDAQ short that we've taken at VWAP, so up here at 17,880. So it's like 30, 40 handles in the money right now. But we've already taken 25. We only have 25% left. As we've continued to take some out, is Square at VWAP right now? As well, I just came across a scanner. So hold on, let's see what's happening with Square. No, underneath, maybe it was low of day actually, maybe. Coming through right there, just noticing, trying to find some new opportunities. So there it is at the 50-period moving average right now, Square trying to battle back. So actually, it's too bad this wasn't a minus 0.4 because I would actually be shorting this. Look at it, hitting, and back. I like this name for a short, not for a long, but I don't want to go, you know, it's too much with the market right now. I'd rather go something against the market. So something that's already down, that's trying to make it back, only to get slammed when the futures fail. So good outs there on Meta. I feel like we're pretty happy with those. Tesla, possible reload there at 192. It just keeps on coming through. Maybe we need to take that. I don't know, but we're going to stay net short for now and just wait to see. Oh, it's already 3:30. Wow, okay.
The early looks just,
Didn't even realize
there's
that.
nothing there. AT&T, that's there every single day. Early look, 2.4 million to buy. Verizon, 1.5 million to buy. Pfizer, a million shares, that's nothing. Walmart, nothing. Neo, who cares about that? None of the big individual names have early look imbalances. That's that BRKR. That's the number, like those are the numbers we care about. Anything else would be from the morning, you can tell by time. So early look, I see pretty much nothing burgers. Doesn't mean it'll be a nothing burger at 340. Check that 350 when the imbalances do drop. I reloaded them out of Microsoft. We had that one before the number. It's not really a number. We had that one before we had that the treasury number come through. It got the flush, kind of like a happy accident. Don't really know that was going to flush the market, but I reload it. It takes out the top. I'm still in Apple and Alphabet. Alphabet's a reload at a lower high. So we're in the same level on Microsoft, but we're taking a lower high on Alphabet. And if it can't hold a 166, we'll jump out of this one. Don't want to be too far away from VWAP with a wide stop in there. Pretty Panda says MSOS is waking up.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you know what? I didn't look at the wheat stocks today. Usually at some point the last couple of weeks, I've been at least keeping an eye, especially in the afternoons, on like the CGCs of the world and the ACBs, not necessarily Tilray, but just those two. MSOS, that's not really doing a heck. Okay, it's not bad. I mean, it's only like 20, 30 cents. It doesn't move as much. This is why you get more bang out of, I find you get more bang out of your buck, generally speaking, trading, although not today. I was going to say ACB, but the ACB is actually down today, so that's not looking very good at all. So yeah, MSOS not looking bad. A little bit surprised. And you're right, Anthony Kerr, even Boeing's up today. But the market, not so much. I just got back in. I'm going to give some back on Google. But I love it when something is trending lower like this. Trying to find multiple ways in can be the way to go, but I want to keep the stop tight. If you're adding on the way down, it's one thing when you got a great level, like we're at 67 or at VWAP or earlier in the day, that 69 would have been that. When you get the lower lows, I tend to want to have a tighter stop because there's so much room for it to go back into VWAP there. So I'm not really sure why MSOS is so strong when none of the names I looked at looked any good today.
I mean, we could flip this over, 193. I mean, we just drew this little line here on Tesla. You could see matching the highs all the way and now trying to break below the 50-period moving average. I could see some money coming out a little bit here on Tesla. I don't want to give a whole heck of a lot back of what we've already done today. I just put an offer out and it does that. But we'll start the short right here at 33s right there. And in order to be wrong on this one, it might happen pretty quick. I was thinking like a little bit higher. So we did tick higher than that right there. So a little bit of a higher tick here probably gets us into 93, a little bit higher and change. So we'll start the short rate now against this 192.80. And here we go. We'll see if we could take something else if it does go back up to the upside, then using some of those areas as our out. I mean, if I'm able to hit this, then honestly, I should probably go grab some lottery tickets. I mean, look what's happening right now. So hopefully this will fail off of this level. I don't want to cheer against Tesla or anything like that, but this is a new position for me, and it's just 25 cents in. Let's see if it breaks 192 and gets a little lower than that right now for Tesla. So again, right there, into a little bit of a short. Who knows? We'll see what happens. I do want to get more up there near 192.80, and then I'll put the stop out at 193 and change, and if it breaks through there, then we will get out. Oh no, my blotter's trying to refresh.
Oh, so Mullen's trying to go again.
Yeah, Mullen, eh?
Oh,
all right.
goodness.
Good name there.
Huge volume on Mullen. I don't know, I feel like I took my shot at Mullen for the day, and now it's doing the move that I was going for last time at the 480. So if you're watching the midday show, you probably know why I wouldn't take this high, because 560 was a problem on Mullen on the daily chart. So I tried the long going into it, which was down here at 480. Scalped some out, looked for the hold to 560, and then stopped out just under break even. So I'm not chasing because of this, and it's the end of the day. That's 560 on the daily chart, pretty big level. That said, if it clears this tomorrow, well, I mean, it could probably clear this in the aftermarket. If it's trading above 560, this is a squeeze play. Nothing good about Mullen per se, but we've seen stocks that reverse split time and time again, and then eventually catch some kind of a mini squeeze. Mullen's problem is, even after like multiple reverse splits, it's not like the float's that small because it was pretty much gigantic, and that can be a bit of a problem. So it'll be more exciting if that is a smaller float, but tomorrow above 560, I'd be interested in some longs on the Mullen. Adara?
This part of the show brought to you by Trade Ideas, which has real-time scanning and alerting used in our desk by many of our traders every single day. You can actually see what's moving in the market with Trade Ideas. Just check out the link in the description for 20% off.
There you go. Check out Trade Ideas. And you know what? We use them all the time. If you're interested, I mean, Sean has a VWAP scanner, which is good, pulling back into VWAP. If you like that in the afternoon, you can always ask Michael Noss to get any of our layouts. I mean,
hit up M. Noss.
You know, I got that Momo scanner. He'll be on tonight.
Yes.
Interested to hear what he will be looking at this week. There's a lot to get to. I know he's a big swing guy. There's some, like, I look at that PayPal. It's like that breakout. It's a smiley face into a flat top break, which I've never heard him say that stock before, but I feel as if that's right in his wheelhouse.
All right, Tesla's like, ripping.
Smiley face. We love this. We love to buy smiley faces. Fundamentally, I'm not here to tell you anything about PayPal. I'm not even a huge fan of it myself, but I do like that setup. Apple's starting to pull back in, so we reloaded Google. That didn't work out, although it's probably a good idea. It's actually coming back, but now Apple's starting to roll back in off the 174. The local bottom is 173.35, so I want to bid in front of that as well. And then the low of the day, I don't know, I feel like if Apple gets to this low from the open, take the money and run. It was a positive catalyst on Apple, and Apple is one of the stocks that I think money's coming back into it. So I don't want to get all gung-ho like Apple's going to fall apart at the close, because I don't really think that's necessarily the case. I think I want to take the profit, and I wouldn't be surprised if it saw VWAP again. So we're going to have a tight stop as we're going over to the screen for Adara.
Lots of big movers on the S&P 500 that we haven't discussed. A lot of them are going to be earnings related, but there are some other names to talk about, including Boeing, with actually a couple positive catalysts, up almost 4%, near its high of day right now, receiving a $178 million contract from the U.S. Air Force for producing and providing 7 aircrafts. We also have Boeing trading higher on news that the company is reportedly receiving $77 billion in orders for its bond sale. So lots of positive news for Boeing coming out of this morning. BA. We also have Moderna to the upside, over 3% after out-licensing COVID-19 patents in Japan and securing a royalty on sales. So some licensing and royalty news for mRNA. Last but not least, an earnings name here, and it's going to be on semiconductor. ON over 3% to the upside. Reporting an earnings beat across the board here for both EPS and sales, but actually projecting lower than expected both EPS and revenue for the next quarter. That being said, still positive on the day for ON, guys.
That's what I was thinking too. All right, Tesla's getting pretty thirsty to get back up to the upside right now. So there it goes. So we just got some out at 193. I thought maybe it was just a move to the upside here, But with no news, like that was a pretty huge move for Tesla, considering the market did absolutely nothing. So I don't know what's going on right now, but let's put some bids here in and around O's. And if we're lucky enough to get something on a push back down in, then we'll take this out. Otherwise, a break back up through 50. This name is going right now immediately. I feel like there's some sort of an options play happening right now. I mean, we just went up straight up $1 right there for Tesla, like a bigger move than pretty much. Like there's one candle right here, which was really nice at 315. But I guess, you know what, we're getting really close into
It's 340.
Yeah, we're so close into the close, so I need to change my tune a little bit here. Tesla, I like the long. It's probably going to work into the close, so let's just get this out if it breaks back above O's, or sorry, 53s, I think was my out. Yeah, so a break above 50s, and we're gone. We did try this one more time. The long was fantastic, and the short has been garbage, obviously. So we'll wait to see what happens now, but that's what I'm looking for right now with Tesla, is a little bit of a pullback in here.
You know what? Did we not have MSTR on that list?
It is, they are reporting.
Yeah, but I didn't. Okay, that's yeah. I thought we did know they were reporting, but I didn't see it on the list. Like that one, apparently, at least according to Day Trader Cut, will be like right at the close, right away.
Yeah, I have it on the list.
Yeah, so that like obviously we've been talking about like volatile names and where they could go. That would be a little bit spicy. Of course, it's a $1,200 stock, so I've never traded it. I can safely say that I think I've traded 2 stocks. Actually, that's not true. I think 3 stocks ever over 1,000. One of which was because when Tesla was at 1,000, it was fine. I traded Amazon one time, and I told the story before. It was just nonsensical. It was stupid because if you can be right but wrong, then you shouldn't be trading it.
Right.
And that was exactly what happened. I just took another leg out of Apple because some buyers have showed up here at the 70s, and I want to respect it. Like this market's starting to catch a bit of wind, and it wouldn't surprise me. Like I know it's trend down. Obviously, if I had VWAP on Apple, I'm gonna slap the fail on this. Because I'm looking back, I don't have a really good reason why I didn't like the short here, except for my bias being long Apple today. That was it. Like I came in with a long bias and never got a bounce off 71. I tried a long into VWAP, and that's the reason. It's not an excuse, it's the reason I was biased. So I wasn't looking for that trade, which is usually good. Resist lower high, resist under VWAP, you're sitting in it, the bond thing happens, and you just sort of get $1.50 out of nowhere. I don't short until it goes to 174, but if it breaks to the upside here, it's 341. I'm just gonna get out of it. Google, we got out of that short. I guess we could have stayed in it, but shorting some lower highs there. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some kind of a bounce here going into the close. Profit taking on what's been mostly selling today, I think could cause some of these to bounce into VWAP. You're seeing Tesla, and Tesla ends up holding VWAP. I got out of this when the bond thing happened, and then I just never got back in because I turned bearish. But Tesla, 15%. It's not just that it's up 15%. Wow. It's up 15% on 223 million shares of volume,
That's the best part.
and it's still doing volume. Like that is strength right there. Like that's a home run. You could care less if a stock is sitting there holding highs, floating around, doing nothing in the afternoon. This stock is churning through volume, and it's doing so at the tops. That is bullish. It matters how much people trade. I remember you could always tell, like NEO, for example, you could always tell if NEO was in a bull run because in the afternoon when the Chinese ADRs went to sleep, it would still be doing volume, above VWAP, and that would be a good sign. I can't remember the last time it did that. So obviously it's not been very bullish. Brad Altman, I have no idea if Paramount's going to beat, and given that everything hangs on this, do they go private and take this deal or not? I'm not sure it matters that much. It's such a weird thing because I feel like the shareholders are screwed no matter what because they had a cash deal they could take, or they could take this other deal, which is basically meaningless for the shareholders, and then just gets. Like I don't even understand what the point of it is. Like there's no difference if they take out the I forget her name now.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah, I forget the name, who the owner is. But essentially the second deal would just be taking her out, and then it's status quo for all the regular shareholders, as opposed to the cash deal that was in hand $10 ago. So I wish everyone the best. I'm not a huge fan of that business, but good luck to anybody out there in para. I wouldn't be gambling on that stock. They should have taken the cash deal. It doesn't make any sense to me. Everyone would have made money.
Yeah, there's always more to everything.
Yeah, I'm just simply looking at the price and like, why wouldn't you just rather make money?
Yeah, at the end of the day, you look back and. All right, just kind of like what I'm doing here with Tesla. It just went up to the 200 period on the minute chart. So, we should have got, remember when we drew that little line that broke now? That could have been going long on that. So right here, it's just funny because shout out to YZ there. I laugh because I remember at the open, you had mentioned that, oh, Sean's just going to go short Tesla. And look, you're right. Here into the close, we're short again here on Tesla. But yeah, we're giving a little bit of it back. Let's see what happens here. Only 5 minutes until the imbalances. I should have I didn't even realize how close we were getting to the end of the day, but you could tell that by the time we're at the end of the day, we're a little more relaxed. The TQs, I guess I can start to cancel. There's no point in averaging into anything now because we're just gonna have what we have and then get out appropriately. So this one right here, I don't mind trying to hold this back in case the imbalance is the other way. We're short right now at 80s. So our out was a lot higher, but we never really got that bigger fill up here. So it's still going to be a good trade. We're still in it, but if we break anywhere to the high side against our current position, we're short at 79. I just put an out at 80. So if we break that level, then we will get out of here on the triple Qs and just say see you later to that one. Because like we just mentioned, in a couple minutes, we do have those imbalances coming out right here. And this is from the morning, so we can get rid of, like, Tesla's not there anymore. We do have some of these. AT&T is going to be a buy, it looks like. Anything with a broker, with Coke is right there as well. We talked about earnings coming for them. AT&T, we did that already. Ford. So we're going to have to wait to see, but still some time coming before these imbalances hit. And we only need anything except for NASDAQ in New York. So that's at 350. They'll all come through, and we'll see if we can get going to the downside right now. But yeah, it does look like right here, Tesla continuing to go to the upside.
And that's what it's been doing. You know what, as you mentioned Ford, guess what Ford did for the, okay, it's only like 2 or 3 times here, but it's bounced off. It's the 50-period moving average. So support at 12, pulls back into 12, holding the higher low. This is all great because it's post-earnings. So you like the fact that it's holding on this 1250 level, kind of like a post-earnings support. What it needs to do next, of course, would be break out some tops, but I think you've done at least some work trying to level off here. The problem with them is, okay, I don't know if this is the problem with them. It's just that GM's stronger. That's not a Ford problem. It's just that GM looks better, and I still like the breakout on GM. It just hasn't happened yet. Look how great this will be. Okay, I don't know how good it's going to be, but look how great it's forming up to be on General Motors. Like you report. You do a little bit of a dip, you immediately regain 45, higher lows. It puts in exactly the same range as Friday without taking the top off. But I think that's a yet for GM. I don't need to tell you that GM's chart looks better than Ford's chart. So why do I like a potential breakout at some point on GM? Because this is a stronger looking upward trend. That said, watch it gap through 47 and then you can't make the trade tomorrow, or whenever it does happen. But I do like GM. We've been waiting for, we said last week we're waiting for this to break out this top, and we're still waiting for it to break out this top.
Beyond Meat was getting a little bit of funding, but not much really happening there. I heard some stories with Beyond Meats. Here it is right here. I thought that there would be something happening more than there was. Right here, Impossible Food CEO targeting a liquidity event that could include an IPO. That's all that it was. So it was Impossible. I don't know, have they looked at what Beyond Meat has been doing? I don't know if they should be IPOing in this environment or not.
Sometimes these people just want to get out, and it's like they don't even care about the time, and they just want to
I could see
get
that.
out. You know what I mean? Like
see that for sure.
Like I thought that what was it? It wasn't Instacart.
Birkenstock or?
No, it wasn't Birkenstock. Birkenstock I thought was pretty
Sure
good.
Yeah.
No, it was Reddit. Like I felt like
Reddit.
Yeah, like the Reddit timing was just like all kinds of weird because it felt like they had a better chance to get out to do the IPO when things were at the tops, and then they kind of waited till things were already pulling back. And I'm like, well, that doesn't really make any sense. Like there was a big euphoria in the bull market that they could have really just captured on the way up, and instead, it's almost like they allowed the market to make a top and then did the IPO, which to me doesn't make any sense, but it doesn't really matter. Beyond Meat, this actually isn't crazy for a potential squeeze name. The problem is, like, what's the catalyst for it? It's a 37% short float with a double bottom on the daily and a pretty clean level that it could break out. The problem is, what is the catalyst that gets it to go? Like we've mentioned this with like stocks like Lucid, like it's great, and I would love to trade a squeeze, and it looks like it's at a level that it could do something. And if it went even halfway to the previous tops, you'd have a little bit of a trade there. But catalyst, and I can't remember the last time I had fake anything. To be honest with you, not a huge. The long term, I think there's going to be something to it. But that's the very long term. You got a lot of things you have to solve. It needs to cost the same. It needs to taste the same. It needs to have same nutrition within like 5 to 10%. And then once you get to there, then you've got a real market. But until then, everyone's going to want the real thing. Let's be real.
Just waiting only 20 seconds now. Tesla's pulled back a little bit. We just took a bid for flat here at 194 because it's been pretty idiotic going short Tesla here. I don't know why we did that, honestly. We threw back a little bit of money, but nothing to worry about. But I hate to do that at the end of the day when we already said that we wouldn't be sure. I'm looking for the imbalance locator. Where
Here we go.
I think I might. You have to go to Neil's. I closed mine.
I got nothing so far. PBR, BMY's $2 million to sell.
History log.
Tesla $1 million to buy. See, Tesla never has an
there goes
amount.
Tesla.
Tesla $1 million to buy. That's the biggest one. No one cares about Citigroup. I don't know what CRBG is. WFC's in there for $800,000 to buy. LUV $880 to sell. But $1.5 billion to buy.
Here it is.
Tesla being $1 million to the buy side is the big one.
Oh no, there it is.
So I'm in Apple, but I'm probably just going to get out. I didn't even see Apple, but with Tesla coming out that big, I'm just going to punch out because Tesla. I mean, I can't remember the last time Tesla had a million share imbalance. I mean, outside of the S&P day. Like the added to the S&P 500 is the only time I've seen Tesla with a million share imbalance. I'm going to go ahead and say that's not normal, and I'm just punching out of the last short that we had. It'd only be about 20 pennies on Apple, but as I said, I know what I did wrong on Apple. It's very simple. I was biased to the long side, and when it's set up, trend down since the open, there was a VWAP short trade that we could have had. Didn't take it because I was biased to the long. Your bias is a good thing because it gives you conviction, but there are moments where, hey man, the trend was in the other direction, and I could have acknowledged that, but it is what it is. All you can do is move on to the next. So Tesla, at 355, I fully expect that to pair off. So it's a million shares to buy. I would suspect it's probably going to be smaller in about 3 minutes or so. So just be careful. If you're trading off of that, I don't want to draw a line. If you're trading off of that, at 355, oftentimes that imbalance is going to pair off and get smaller. The reason imbalances exist are for people to take the other side. That's why they make it public, because they want sellers to come in when there's too many buyers, and they don't want volatility at the close. That's actually the reason for it.
Yep, they're going to display it, show it, then you can put your coinciding order and offset it or join it or anything like that, and then we'll be able to see where it prints near the end of the day. But yeah, that's a lesson to like, just be ready for 350. You know that can happen. We were ready and got stopped out there on that 194 break for Tesla, obviously, as it comes back in. I'm short now against that 195, but that's, again, a dangerous proposition as we'll take, whatever, we'll just take 30 cents there. Hopefully it falls even lower than this, but this is very risky to do this kind of stuff. I'm just trying to scalp around because I know the potential, especially if it does flip the other way. So right now we're bidding into the 30s again. If we could just take quick 50 cents, we have lost all the way up here. So would be nice to get a dip buy potential, but we just take something at 53 and we were just at 35. Oh, that's too bad about this stock here, but that's okay. All right, futures all the way back up. We won't ring the register as much on this, but we were lucky to take advantage of that move to the downside. So good out there for us on the way down for Tesla as we go. Oh, that's right. I got to go over there and set that computer up. Fabian's doing that, so that's good. Thanks, Fabian.
Good man.
Yeah, so just TQs, just that. Palantir, nice upside move today.
You guys matched today.
Stock blitz. Yes.
Of course, Fabian goes up there. Like, good on him
Fabian
for helping
loves
you
the
out setting
stock
up, but then of
blitz.
course he has to hit a bunch of buttons, because why not?
Yeah, he's excited for that one.
Because they don't have enough buttons to hit on that screen over there. Like, do you think our trading setup is ridiculous? Like, that's nonsense.
Yeah, he's over there. He's over at my spot there at the recap show. The good thing is I have Adara just sitting there, so if I'm a little bit late, she can hold it out for us into the
Locked and
close.
loaded.
But 194.79, so here we come downside for Tesla. I mean, maybe just take the bid now and then don't worry about it. It's at 39.40s. I just put a bid there. Hopefully, if don't.
I
Hopefully
think
it
it's
comes down
already
to fills.
paired
There it is.
because I don't see it.
Okay, so there's the, oops, I'm not even on Tesla. There it is. So we are on Tesla for this little bit of a pullback in there. So look, short all the way. It's been nasty. And then we got this one back in, hoping that we do pair off, and maybe we can catch
It has paired a bunch.
Okay, so maybe we can catch a dollar club right at the end of the day. This is going to come out in just a matter of seconds. It was a 1.5 billion buy, by the way. So that's pretty nasty there. So we'll take 50 cents, 20 cents, and our loss on this will be 20 cents if we lose. So no matter what, we'll be net 50 on that last little piece, but at the end of the day, not a great opportunity there for Tesla. Shorting, as we thought we were starting to see right here, which is, we were seeing it, but we were just starting to get like, you know, there's the high. So lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high. And then right when it broke that, we should have probably gone long. Instead, we kept shorting it into the 200 period, and that didn't make any money. It actually wound up costing us some money. So downside now for Tesla. Hey, if this can drop $1 from here, fine, and we'll be happy with everything. But definitely a little immature there, trading at the end of the day on a name where we should have just been long, because it was and still is PL1, but that long down here at 185 is all that really mattered. You know, we should have waited out for it. But NXP, here it comes. Nice little push down. We're 70 cents in the money now, as there's the flip over, Neil. It's going to be a dollar club winner at the end of the day, but still, nice move down for Tesla. Wish we would have traded a little bit more responsibly.
Well, they all everything paired off except for Pfizer. So, and we were asked of like what imbalances are. We do have an educational video on it if you are interested, but you know, probably not enough. All you got to do is go to the other channel. It's about the closing auction. Apple was actually at 1.3 million to the sell side. It's gone. So at 55, everything paired. This moved down in Apple like right after I got out. Everything came out buy side. It was you heard me. It was like 1.5 billion to buy, and Tesla was $1 million. I didn't even see Apple. I got out, and then Apple after 350 turned to a sell imbalance of 1.3, and it did push it to the downside. But even that has now paired off. The market though. The market's green, and it's still pushing higher. The Nasdaq's chilling. Nothing wrong with the Nasdaq here, up 0.3% to the upside and still going higher. That's in the face of Apple going down. So that's not a bad sign at all. See, this is what you kind of like this. Google's down 3%, looking pretty weak. I just showed you guys Apple not necessarily looking the best. You got Amazon, which is getting to VWAP now. It's doing some work. I like Amazon. And I could have done much better on Amazon today. I'll acknowledge that. We had the idea for the 180 long, and then I made kind of one fatal mistake in here, which was we're long off the lows. I decided to add to it and tighten the stop. So it's like you put on more risk, but with a tighter stop, you're really not risking more. So you can have less here with a wider stop, or you can have more here with a tighter stop. So I adjusted the plan sort of midstream, thinking, well, either it's going to work right away when it busts out the 180 and we get to VWAP, instead of playing the patience game. So I shifted from the patience game to the impatient game. You can see I got out, then it goes to the high. After that, I went back to being patient, waited for the old VWAP setup, and it bounced nicely. 180 on Amazon. It's like a good pivot spot, and the 50 period down here, 178, looks like a good support spot that it doesn't even want to get to. So I feel like I'm going to be favoring bullish as long as we're above 79s on Amazon, but you never really know. For all I know, we could gap underneath that level, and then nothing I say is going to matter. But you can have a plan of action going into it. JZ, you're right. MSTR right after the bell. You'll be right there with Sean and Adara for that excitement. It's going to be a big one. And of course, now Mullen goes. Why not? Someone in the chat had asked, has Mullen ever split before? The answer is yes, more than once. So trade longs in Mullen with extreme caution. To say that Mullen has split before, Mullen split more times than I can count. Just in this chart alone, there's 1, there's 2, and there's a third. I do wonder at some point, like, what is the rule over how many times you can split to regain compliance when you go underneath $1? For the life of me, I don't understand why you get unlimited shots at that. It doesn't seem safe. I wish I could have done better on the long and never pulled back into VWAP. It did break that 560. I need to see it above 560 at the open tomorrow to get me excited about Mullen, and that's that level on the daily chart over here. So it's making that little bit of a break. It's got, it's got like a mile and then some till it gets to the split highs. I feel like there are going to be some bag holders at $10 if it even sniffs that level. So if you try the long here, like as I said, extreme caution. This is exactly what you would expect every single time it's done a reverse split. Can squeeze, but just be very, very careful with this. I mean, it doesn't matter what you think fundamentally. You've got to respect the price action. Otherwise, you find yourself in a world of hurt. There are momentum plays to be had in stocks like this. Just don't get too married to whatever your bias or notion might be. Because if you don't take profits on this one, we've all known what happens time and time again. Less than 1 minute to go. My eyeballs will be on Tesla. 15% is pretty damn good. 230 million volume is even better than that. I don't even want to be looking short till 205 on the stock. 200 to 205, it's what I thought today. I'm going to come in tomorrow thinking pretty much only those levels, but just going to make sure I have all my orders canceled. The answer is yes. We're locked and loaded, ready to go. Ruben asking, do we have coin long or short going into earnings? I've been trading looking for favoring the short, but I don't have an opinion on the earnings one way or another. I just think Bitcoin's been weak and it has a good resistance level that we've been trying to trade off of. But I'm not trying to guess where it's going to go for Coinbase. But get the camera off me, throw it onto Adara. We're locked and loaded. It's a great start to the week. It's going to be a wow one earnings-wise. Ring it in 3, 2, and 1. Let's go. So without further ado, I know it's going to be MSTR right away. Shout out to Fabian and Ramin on the 1s and 2s. It's been a blast. Shout out to Adara and Sharif on the midday. But let's get right into it. You've got earnings starting out with MSTR. Once we get the okay, I want to make sure these guys are actually sitting there. But I do see, Tesla's actually going to be a little bit higher. MSTR it's trading, but there's no move just yet. But we are expecting them almost immediately after market. So buckle up. It's the start of big earnings, a big crypto name here. Let's see how Mr. Saylor can do. Let's get on over to the desk. It's your market recap with Sean and Adara.
All right, what's up, everybody? Hey, Adara, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I was going to make sure my mic is turned on. So cheers. Hydration Nation's in the building. And welcome to the Market Recap Show. We're ready to rock and roll right now. We are brought to you by Benzinga Pro. Of course, we will have the Benzinga Pro platform up for you. So as soon as some of those earnings come through, we are ready to rock and roll. I'll have to get the roll call loaded up. We're excited to have everybody joining us one more time today. MicroStrategies is now out. So here we go. MSTR, Dare will get those numbers for us in just a second. Let's flip this over. A loss of $3.09. There goes MSTR right now down to 12 change right now, 1.25K. So good revenue right now on MSTR. We're going to wait to see what happens. Not a big mover right now, only down 2.39%. Not sure what the expected move was on this one, but it is MSTR with a downside move there. Did you get those numbers already?
I will see. I didn't see an expected move on this. I was looking ahead of them, so I'm not really sure what the expected analyst move on this name was. They do currently hold 214,400 Bitcoin, so we know that BTC holdings are a huge part of what Michael Saylor and MicroStrategy does. They do currently have the 214,400 Bitcoin. Basically seeing that their Q1, okay, so this actually we did get in here. Q1 revenue lower than expected, so 115.2 billion versus 201.7 billion expected here. So we did have, so 115.2 million versus 121.7 million expected here. So I'm just trying to read the way this is written. So revenue miss, basically. Q1 revenue miss.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Okay, good job there. We have Para going to the upside right now as well. Para with a nice one. Bang on that up to 1280. Starting to go upside right now for Paramount. They are out as well. We'll switch it over to the daily chart. You know, this name's got to get to 1314, 1350 or so. We'll see if Paramount can get to that. I'm not certain. Right now, nice move up for Paramount. But it was MSTR, the name that are starting to go. We'll just quickly go. We still do have a couple names coming out with NXPI, Paramount now out as well. But I did want to go over to the stock heat map just real quickly because today we had a pretty interesting day. Get me off there, Fabian, or who is that, Ramin? And then we'll just talk about some of these names that are moving around. So we are slightly positive on the day following notable strength from Thursday and Friday session. So a nice carry forward into the day today. However, there was a drop on that Treasury announcement there at 3 p.m. where we actually got higher cash reserves coming in, 243 billion versus 200 billion, starting to send some of these names to the downside, including Google, Meta, Microsoft, and the overall market started to make a move down. But then we got some good names here moving today, including Apple with their AI talk, looking at chat. We had Tesla. Where's my Tesla today? There it is right there, 15% at the end of the day. They're taking steps towards bringing FSD technology into the Chinese marketplace. So some good numbers there. Tesla, Domino's starting to go to the upside. Tomorrow we have PayPal and Eli Lilly which should be exciting as well. DPZ today, nice mover, up 5 and up 5 and a bit, taking out those highs for Domino's, starting to continue that upside move. And there's uranium. We will have Michael Noss on. He's been talking uranium for a minute as well, but some nice moves high side there. And there is the consumer discretionary ETF. That is Tesla. So there today, up 2.3%. Largest holding there is going to be TSLA. Again, consumer discretionary or not, helping that to the upside right there. And this was Tesla, TSLA. What a day it was today. My number one stock traded. It was a sticky no name that we loved. Tesla, huge move off earnings, bringing FSD to everybody's life, hopefully, and making that a wonderful experience. Tesla tomorrow should be one for the ages. So again, so far so good there, Dara. Did anything else come out?
Yeah, we did get those Paramount numbers. So the Paramount numbers came in here. Revenue is a miss. 7.68 billion versus 7.77 billion expected. They did, however, have an increased quarterly ad revenue higher than expected here for direct to consumer. So 520 million versus 398 million expected. So more than $100 million ahead of the expectations here. The other big thing they mentioned, so quarterly Paramount Plus revenue increasing 51% year over year, reaching more than 71 million global subscribers. So that, of course, is a great number. Bob Bakish, CEO, also set to step down, being replaced by a CEO office of 3 senior executives. So interesting choice there for Paramount right now. So instead, Bob Bakish is being replaced by the combined efforts of George Cheeks, Chris McCarthy, and Brian Robbins.
Yeah, there goes. We'll hit a fail on that one. I never like it when 3 people do the job of one person. It feels like you can never get enough done.
Yeah, it's an odd decision.
Yeah, I like it when one person makes the decisions, but there it goes. Paramount right now to the downside. Still up 4% from the day, but it is a nice pullback in. We were up as high as $13. Damn, this setting powder, I think, is in my eye. $13 all the way upside, all the way back down to $12.50, $12.60 right now for Paramount. If we're going to look at a daily chart for these guys, I mean, you need to break that 13.8, 13.20 area, the 200 period. But I don't mind this kind of a move right now. Check out MSTR one more time, just because I know there's some of you looking at that one. Nice move to the downside. A highly levered name. With MicroStrategy against BTC. So I'm pretty happy with this report. We'll find out. Obviously, as Bitcoin moves, so will MSTR. So far, so good there. Okay, so what was pretty strong today? Housing a little strong there with, XLB with the materials side of things. Nice day for XLB, holding out, trying to make moves off that bottom as well. Energy, utilities in play. Look at this. You want to talk about a breakout on a daily? How good does this look right now? Breaking through 67 and now trying to get through 70 is, of course, the utilities. We had some good news from Caterpillar, a bad trade for Caterpillar, but holding those bottoms, John Deere as well. Industrials, I believe, can work in this space as well. FXI, our guest this morning, loving China, and we've been talking about yin and yang for a minute. It does look like FXI continues to go to the high side right now. We still are waiting for, again, a huge chip name, man. NXPI. Last earnings report comes out. Right now we're expecting 316 EPS and revenue of 313. So if we get 3.13 billion, that's the revenue number we're looking for NXPI. We're also looking for an EPS right now of $3.16. They got the double beat of Dara last report. So we'll see if they can hold out hope for that. NXPI. For me, I was pretty happy with NVIDIA. I mean, NVIDIA's had a nice move to the downside there, 760. See ya, Fabian. Oh, this guy wears his sunglasses at night, I can see right there. Shout out to Fabian. Looking cool as a cucumber.
Yeah.
You heard that term.
Cool as a cucumber, yeah.
Yeah, okay, not making that up, okay. 906 there, we'll look for that top level for NVIDIA. I'm excited for this play. I think we can get breaking through there, and then NVIDIA goes back, hits those highs. We've talked about possibly putting an anchor on NVIDIA from these breakout levels. So if you go to the last time we've touched this 50-period moving average and drop an anchor there, look where we touched. 752, the bottom of that anchored VWAP. A big shout out again to Trade Ideas and my good friend Brian Shannon for the anchored VWAP. That was a really good hold. But today was the Tesla day. I mean, again, a monster move up. I don't know, Adara. We can talk about Tesla all we want. It made that bottom down there at 140, 150. And now all of a sudden, we talked about the different levers they can pull. This is just another one. There's another AI thing that they can talk about. They can even do more than this. We're just talking China right now. This is going to get through India. What about when he drops the price of full self-drive? What about when he drops the price of this Model 2 and that comes through? What do you think about Tesla? Did you have an experience trading it today?
Yeah, I trust. Did I trade? Yeah, I traded Tesla briefly. I took that short below that 196 area briefly, but I took it on TSLA. So that was a successful trade. That was the only trade I had, and I really liked the setup, and I didn't want to try to trade it again. I know you had that $10 winner on that long earlier as well. But I think in terms of my thoughts on Tesla longer term, I think everyone was waiting for that full self-drive news. I mentioned this before as well. I like to visit Tesla Bull Twitter to see what the really hardcore Elon fans are thinking. They have always said that Tesla is more of a tech company, much like Elon himself. So they're all very down for that full self-drive announcement. It seems like Tesla is in a good position. They also did announce earlier today as well. Apparently the shareholder votes are open. So that shareholder meeting could get really interesting with regards to potential proxy votes. And also we know the ongoing incorporation concerns moving that potentially to Texas. So I think certainly lots of updates to keep an eye on there.
Yeah, I just want everyone to make sure that they understand that Tesla could still drop from here.
That's true, too.
I mean, we get a little bit of good news. It does rally up there. We knew the shorts were going to get squeezed. I said when I woke up, I looked at my phone. I got a note from CNBC. It was like, Tesla up 11%. I'm like, I'm going long. So we had to find an area to do that. And we did that today. So if you come over here, I just want to show everybody a quick little trade on Tesla that we had. We had marked it down. We will talk about the sticky note a little bit later. We do have Michael Noss coming on right now. But we knew we wanted to go long. So there he is. Hey, what's up? Nice looking tux there. As we go to the downside, there it is right now. Happy Monday to everybody. But there it was. Tesla down to 185. We knew we wanted the long. We talked about that. We knew we'd had to pay up for this as well. But we did want to dip by back to view up a couple times. So we actually marked that down. And here's the Tesla trade. Continuously dipping pretty much all day. Not too happy with what we did at the end. We gave back probably about 20%, maybe a little bit less, because we had a good trade at the end. But early into Tesla, here's the dips into that 185, winds up holding, and then there's that $10 winner that you mentioned. Nice move to the upside before we finally broke the 50-period moving average, and that got me well out of that Tesla trade. But that was just a good idea, I feel like, for Tesla. Now let's move back on and just see what was down today. So we actually had, it looks like, bless you. That was a kind of a funny sneeze there. Okay, so we did have the XLF down, but just slightly down today. So as you can see, the XLF starting to move around a little bit on the daily chart, hitting the 50-period moving average. Again, names like Wells Fargo, names like JP Morgan, still really strong off of earnings. The biggest gift in this whole space was this day right here on Morgan when we dropped down on the investigations of their wealth management wing, which turned out to, I guess, be par for the course, because we bounced right back up. And I guess when you're a bank, Adara, you're going to have some potentially insider dealings, but maybe we'll find out what's going on with that one. NXPI is now out.
We do have those earnings. Yeah,
okay, so let me just quickly check what the reaction to the stock is. 245 up to 257. That's a banger right there for NXPI, up that 6.3%, nearing expected move right now. The estimate was $3.16. It looks like it's a beat. They're out right now. NXPI up 6 and change. Where are we on the daily? Looks like we're right up here into 260. The weekly, I think we're still off a little bit. No, if we can take this out, NXPI looking pretty good. We'll wait for guidance. Real traders stay late, but right now we're late, of course, with a brand new trader, Adara. Give us that news there on NXPI.
Yeah, so we did get really nice numbers across the board here. Q1 gross margin, 57%. Q1 EBIT margin, 27%, but in terms of the actual numbers, we had a beat on EPS, 3.24, so 324 versus the expected 316. That is a beat. We also did get Q1 revenue slightly higher than expected, 3.13 billion versus 3.127 billion expected. So slight beat, but still a beat nonetheless there. Also adjusted Q1 EBIT margin, 34.5%, so nice margins across the board here. They did provide their guidance. I'm not seeing how their guidance compared to the expected guidance here, but Q2 adjusted SHR here, $3 to $3.41. Q2 GAAP earnings per share diluted, pretty wide range here, 236 to 277. Generally, though, the market reacting really positively to this, guys.
All right, good job there, Adara. Yeah, as it starts to go to the downside. We will talk about some earnings that we have coming up tomorrow. We have McDonald's, we have Eli Lilly. I talked about Eli Lilly on the podcast as well. that was decent. Look, we'll see if they can beat tomorrow and come out with their GLP-1 and so on and so forth. SoFi today slap a fail on that one, as well as SoFi's all the way to the downside. But the story today is NXPI, so we'll go bang for that one. Looking at 258, trying to take out some higher levels. We have Michael Noss coming on in just a couple seconds. But again, there it is, the 1 minute. Shout out to Trade Ideas. Watch this. Fling right over there into the daily. I love this little picture-in-picture stuff, so you can get your chart down here and just flip it right over, and then you can see the 1 minute chart, compare it to the daily. It has up here year to date up 19% for NXPI. I wanted to bring note to SoFi today. Not a great report. Let's see if it can hold $7. But look at SoFi year to date, down 15%, down 10 of that today alone. Pretty disgusting day for SoFi. Could not get going, and I wanted to go long this name. We had sort of pegged down here near $7 as a decent long. I said that we would probably be under $7 tomorrow, Adara. So mark my words for that, and let's talk about that tomorrow. But you know what's happening now?
I do.
What is it?
Michael Noss.
It is your trader of the day. Let's go with Trader Talk. It's Michael Noss. Hey, Michael, welcome back. How are you?
Thanks for having me. How were things when I was away? I see you crashed the market the second I left.
Yeah, we did a little bit of that. We changed like our intro music. It got like all dreary, and then ever since then, it's just been to the downside. You know what? I often feel like, Michael, and by the way, congratulations. And we're glad to hear all of that. I'll take this out of my ear. I have some more news coming in right now. Okay. Are you like me, though, no matter what's sort of happening in your family life, not anything, but the market's always on our mind, right? I mean, I'm always kind of looking at the cell phone, figuring this all out. And when I woke up this morning to that Tesla news, I was like, I want to go long Tesla because I'm a catalyst kind of guy. Is there anything, and I know we're going to talk about mRNA, but can we talk maybe a little bit about Tesla? Because I bought that 185 level. I'm getting a little nervous that we didn't break through 200, maybe as a psychological barrier. Is it something that you may short if we get near 200 tomorrow?
I'm not going to be a big one on Tesla. So first of all, to answer your question, yes, especially now that Trade Ideas works on your phone and your iPad. There has been a lot of a baby sleeping in one hand, and then, maybe seeing what the sector scope is showing me for all the sectors in the other hand. But when it comes to Tesla, we just got to face it. This one's been a bit of a dog of the overall market. We have, the SPY. Yes, it pulled back 4 or 5%, but it's nothing really crazy. We're in a massive bull market. We're year 2 of a bull market.
Right.
And Tesla's down, I think, still 40% or so from highs. This 200, I think you pointed out exactly right, where it's, a gap fill. It's also a prior high back here. There's a lot going on. And just the way I trade, I'm looking for things that are more in established uptrends and showing relative strength to the market. And when I look at something like Tesla, I just see, relative weakness, especially to that whole tech sector. I don't know if this is a massive sell the news on the Cybertruck stuff that's going on. I didn't see the news this morning, but yes, we did have a little bit of a push up. I just see a whole lot of resistance overhead on this name.
It's just funny because, up 15%, adding huge amounts of market cap today. And the news is that in China, they've opened up the gate for full self-drive. So before they were sort of blocking the data going back and forth. So now they're allowing that to happen. So hopefully Tesla can go out there and map and then maybe, distribute the full self-driving technology into Asia and through China. So I feel like that was a good move there. But I'm with you, maybe a little too jittery there to establish a trend. We'll wait to see. I think a fade through 200 would be my personal opinion. A couple names that you and I talked about. I know you like to scan through some sectors, and we had talked briefly today. It was biotech, right? So I wasn't sure if you were looking at IBB, individual names or not, but I know you like sort of a top-down approach. Find something that's maybe breaking out and then look underneath the hood and see if there's any attractive names. So, Mr. Noss, what are we looking at?
Yeah, so if we just go back to my screen for a second here, this heat map I have on the right-hand side is essentially everything that's up here is outperforming the S&P 500 today, and everything down here is underperforming. A quick look, you can usually gather themes. So, for example, wheat, the wheat ETF was down the most. We had banks down pretty hard. We had gold and silver down hard. And then up, we had biotechs. We had ARC. We had consumer discretionary. This shows me that today was a bit of a risk-on flip. They were selling the things that could be considered quote unquote safe, and they were buying some things that could be more aggressive. So when it comes to this looking for aggressive and XBI being right on the top, I want to take a look at that. And we have a pretty established downtrend line that I'm looking at right here on XBI and just saying, hey, if we're going to break this downtrend after this, yes, prolonged trend, but still actually doing fairly well, then I might want to get involved in this because I love trades like this where I know exactly where I'm wrong. If we close below this kind of $81 a share area, I know I'm wrong and it's time to go. But this downtrend line, I think, could be very interesting going forward in XBI and the overall market. And if we are going to get this rotation back into risk on assets, then I want to be flipping that as well. For people who've been watching the show for a while, I've been kind of all year saying, hey, I'm interested in gold and I'm interested in a lot of these, commodities and safer assets. This is only day one, but this is day one of maybe a flip back to the more fun stuff. And if that's going to be the case, then I want to take a look at that as well.
I don't mind that when the XBI down 3% on the year could definitely get going as we look at. I like that one. Do you prefer names? As I was looking, I was just kind of, because I led sort of with the IBB, which is a little bit different, obviously some different components. I almost like your XBI a little bit better because we're above the 200 period on the daily right now. With IBB, we're actually underneath it. So we do have potentially, for stuff that I look at, a little more support on this one. So that's a pretty good look right there. You and I had looked at maybe Moderna. Again, I'm not sure if this was a name that you had leveled up or not for us, but I like this. Are there any other names? I mean, this could possibly break out. This is looking pretty juicy to me here, 116, 117 type of break on that one as well. Sloping up, I can see, I've learned a little bit from you guys. Sloping up right now on the 50 period. Moderna not looking bad. Is there maybe another name, or what do you think of this call?
So the difference, if I remember correctly, between XBI and IBB is XBI is a little bit smaller cap.
Okay.
When it comes to these pharmaceutical and these biotech names, and IBB is a little bit bigger. So that might be a place to look at. The Moderna chart I have up here that you mentioned does look really, really good. I think I say it here once a week that I've been trained to buy smiley faces and sell frowny faces, and that's starting to look like a smiley face to me. If we can just get over these recent highs we've had, I really like the look of that. And 8 days to cover. So there's two ways to look at short float that we have at Trade Ideas. One is just the absolute percentage. It's only 7%, which isn't super extravagant. But what days to cover is it takes that amount of shares that are shorted and it says, okay, if every trade in the stock was a buy to cover a short position, how many days would it take based off the average volume for all of the shorts to get out of the stock?
Right.
And we're talking 8.85, so 9 days to cover on this one. Could be a little bit of a squeeze on this name if we start to get through those levels. So I like that. I do have some names, though, that might be a little bit lower cap that may be interested as well from the pharmaceutical space. Shout out to Steve. And again, thank you for Steve and all of the rest of the amazing team you guys got to hang out with on Trade Ideas while I was gone. He's been all over this MindMed play. He was talking about on a podcast that we do that he bought a little on Friday. Had a nice little break of a downtrend line today. It's all about your risk levels. When it comes to biotechs, it's very risky. So if you're a risk averse person, the ETFs are probably your move because you're diversifying against the single stock moves. If you're a little bit less risk averse, maybe you go for Moderna or a bigger cap name. If you're not risk adverse at all and you want to really take a shot at something, then I think you probably go to the smaller cap names like the MindMed and these smaller cap type of names.
You don't mind the MindMed trade at all. We saw Mullen, which has been reverse split a couple times, going absolutely crazy today. All right, you ready for an on-the-fly analysis here? It's going to be Carvana, CVNA. So you just reminded me, come over to my screen, we'll let Michael set it up a little bit. This is an interesting one, 8 days to cover. So now I'm going to start to look at this, Michael. I've only ever looked really at short flow percentages, so I haven't taken too much into consideration for days to cover. So I'm wondering if there was a number that gets you super excited. It sounded like you liked that on Moderna at 8.8. So 8 should be just as good, 30% there. And the best, I don't know if it's the best part or not, but looky what I see over here. May 1st, only a couple more days. We've all heard about the rates. We've all heard about used car prices. But this might be a story again of short float with Tesla, with EV talk. Let's see if Carvana can hold fort, but it's looking real nice. I put an anchor on this gap fill right here from Feb 22nd, and we're all the way back to 75. Maybe that level holds or not, but I like Carvana here. What does it look like to you with 8 days to cover on CVNA?
Yeah, it looks great. So I would say anything over 5 days means they need to take an entire week of just buying the stock in order to get out of shorts. So 8 or 9 seems amazing. You talked about the anchored VWAP from the gap. I think that's a good way to do it. Also, an anchored VWAP from this major high right here, I think is another good way to do it. We cleared that yesterday, and we did so on fairly good volume. Today's candle is not the best, topping tail, closed red. Market did the opposite, right? Pulled back in the day, but closed really strong. So that kind of worries me. And the fact that we rejected this, call it $90 or so area where I have this blue line, that's kind of concerning to me as well. But it's a line in the sand. So what I'm going to do and what makes sense is I'm just going to set an alert here in Trade Ideas and say, hey, let me know when this thing gets to $90, $91 if we get a strong push up there. I think this one looks great. The shorts are still offside. This monthly chart, you talked about how I can just kind of flip to the monthly chart right here. You got to remember the low on this thing was like $4 a while ago, and now we're at 83. So any shorts that have been holding for anything like the time are not having a very good day.
No, I still remember when Morgan Stanley came out that day. They put a $1 price target on it and actually was debating bankruptcy. And then all of a sudden, I feel like sometimes like, boom, those catalysts. I mean, wow, to be able to hold that all the way up. So, okay, just real quick. We've seen a pullback in gold. So GLD just kind of coming back a little bit. I was thinking, I'm not in this, and you mentioned yourself that you've been talking about this for a while, so credit to you because that is the truth. You have been talking about this even from this break of 190 all the way to the upside. So congratulations on some of that call and anybody that's been following you on this one. But I don't know, is this enough of a pullback that if you're flat, maybe you put on gold? I don't know if we want to use it as a hedge. Maybe we don't need to get into that talk. But it's a decent pullback, seems to have found support in here around 215. For a trader that's just looking to get into something, does this look okay on GLD?
Yeah, I like it. And just to answer the question quickly, no, I don't think gold is a hedge on anything. We had the highest inflationary period that we've had for a long period of time. Gold didn't do anything. We had a pretty epic bear market and the gold didn't do anything. It's only when the bull market came. So, I look at it like it's a stock or an asset like anything else. If it's an uptrend, I want to own it. And it is. So, yeah, we have this little base for the last 4 or 5 days. On GLD, we're talking kind of 212 at the low and 217 at the high. I think at the very least, you have a very low risk place to take a shot. If we end up clearing that and getting into the gap here, you know exactly where you're wrong. And I love any trade that, it knows where I know where I'm wrong. And again, the reason for this was always, we zoom way out, this is the monthly chart here, but we have this long-term kind of cup and handle break. If you want to do a measured move from it, which for those who don't know, in technical analysis, a lot of these patterns, they give us price targets. Doesn't mean it's always going to get there. Nothing's for sure and all that. But the low of GLD way back in 2016 was $99 a share.
Yeah.
The high is, say, 185. So let's say, $100 just to make the math easy. Well, you take that $100 and from the breakout point of $190, you're supposed to add that same value to it. So that puts us at 290. Now, that's a lofty goal, but if that's going to take place, then over the coming months and years, gold has a long way to go. So I think you're absolutely right in looking for pullbacks, looking for bases, looking for bull flags to try to take advantage of that trend, as long as it's in place. And then when it breaks, it's time to move on.
Yeah, I feel like that's the most important thing about all of this is like when something breaks, no matter what you're looking at, don't consider it this or that. follow your rules. And as long as you follow your rules, you should be okay. Michael, if you're going to join me next week, Monday, there's a big name that reports that there's a lot of people on the chat wanting to get your opinion on, because I'm bullish on this name. It's Palantir, PLTR. They're going to report on May 6th after market. I have it up right now, just holding under its gapped up anchor VWAP here of 2350. I like this name. They will be at some point added to the S&P 500. Now 5 6 quarters in a row of EPS profitability. Just a matter of time before they get added. I think that's enough of a catalyst to buy the name, but not necessarily ahead of earnings. Is there a spot here where potentially we're wrong? How does Palantir look? It's a little smiley facey down here. I don't know.
The long-term chart looks nice. I drew out a little anchored VWAP from this recent high at $27 or so a share. Again, I know you have Brian Shannon on, so I don't feel like I need to talk about anchored VWAP too much because he's kind of the godfather. But the idea is that this is, if you started to buy Palantir right at this high and you kind of dollar cost averaged into it, this is your price right now. So that means that's kind of a good sentiment point of the market.
Okay, good.
If people are buying this at the worst possible price, that can sometimes be that overhead resistance, is that's the area where sentiment shifts. So for me, if I'm looking at a name like this, I'm simply saying, let me know when it's above that anchored VWAP that's sitting around $24 a share. That would be where I was interested. If we fail too hard into this gap, it means whatever this news catalyst that happened back here, the market's not respecting that anymore and just saying, hey, it's time to move on. So for me, I think that's the play, is pretty simply, if you can get a close above that anchored VWAP, maybe take a shot there. Your stop goes into the gap. Yeah,
it seems like a promising opportunity. And once you're part of the family, here's Brian Shannon's book right there. You're part of the family. So, hey, and you're part of this one as well. Congratulations on the expansion of your real family, but you always have one here at Trader TV Live and all the viewers, and we all want to say a big thank you to you, Michael. Thanks for those ideas, and we'll have you back pretty much anytime I ask you, because that's how kind of a guy you are. Thank you, Mr. Michael Noss.
Thanks for having me, and I'm back now, so you can't get rid of me anymore.
Yeah, find
you on Friday.
Yeah, find you at Michael Noss, CMT all over the place. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
Ciao. That's it.
Yeah, thank you to Michael Noss for that. Lots of interesting ideas heading into earnings on the technical side.
Yeah, I love the fact that we can just ask him anything and then talk about some chat there with our lovely people that have attended the chat, because real traders stay late and only over 2,500 of you. So we'll get this going pretty soon because it's time for the roll call. Let's get that roll call going. But before we do that, and I double check on some of the earnings plays because you guys want to see what's good, right? NXPI still making that move up to 260. What a good move it has been for NXPI. Absolutely no pullback at all for that one. MSTR, this is a 5-minute chart right now, so let's just call up MSTR real quick, see what that's doing. A nice little pullback in, so not great for MSTR on the 5-minute chart. Started to get up to 1.3, down into 1.25K, 1.25K to be exactly, quarter of the way to 2,000 there. The other name that we had was Para. So let's go over and find out for Paramount. Not having a great time either, kind of stuck in the middle, and actually a pretty flat report there for Paramount, bringing it into 1220. But we said we would do roll call, so let's do that and hit that up right now. I have to say a big shout out to, of course, Bears vs. Bulls. We can't do this without you. The best in the business. Shout out to Bears vs. Bulls. So let's go. Who's here right now? It's Rich Naples. You're welcome, man. Good night to you as well. A Moto Vlogger. What's up? Mark L. Coin Clocked. Finch Jane, thank you for the Palantir question. Real traders stay late. Kitchen police. Hey, man, if you're in the kitchen, sometimes you need the police because those late night snacks, man, you need to be arrested for having too many of those. We're learning our lesson on that one. What's up to Piper? What's up to Ozen? Rich Naples, Trader Lucy, AV, Marie, Odyssey Flights, AK, Don't Spray, Coin Clocking, Caputi, everybody's there right now. Rob EV, Ryan Lindquist, and Ruben. Thank you so much for everything. And again, a big thank you to Adara for hanging late.
Always happy to be here. Yeah, thank you for having me.
Always happy, eh?
I honestly, I always say this, I am such a nerd about numbers and stuff. I love doing all the research, seeing what's moving in the market, seeing how things react to earnings. And I was saying as well to Brendan, I think as well being here after close helps me have a better understanding of the markets and of the immediate reaction to earnings. So I love being here, and thank you guys all for having me. Thank you, Sean, for having me.
You're welcome. My pleasure. Thank you to Henry Chung and Zion Lala again in the chat room. Okay. That's Adara LePage. I'm Sean Catino. Find us all over Twitter and Instagram. We'll be here tomorrow. Well, I will be. Will you be?
I will be here tomorrow.
Then that sounds like a plan. Find us tomorrow at 8:30. We're live again, baby. These go out. Are we doing this as a podcast still? This will go out as a. Go find it on YouTube, wherever wherever you grab your pods, and we'll see you tomorrow. Ciao from here. Thank you, Michael Noss and Ramin.